Biden toast to two great powers. Tech and industry honchos line up. All eyes now on the big diaspora address. Transforming India-US ties. Our top focus on India first.
Technology cooperation from defense to space, from semiconductors to cybersecurity, dominate the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States. The relationship between India and the US is being hailed as transformational. After the state dinner, all eyes now on the state lunch being hosted by the US Vice President Kamala Harris and the Secretary of State Antony Blinken at the State Department. And then, of course, there is the Diaspora event, a trademark now of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's overseas visits. We get you the best ground reports, we get you the best analysis. Union Minister of State, Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh joins me on India First. We shall talk in greater detail about what this cooperation means. Sir, welcome on the show. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines at 10. 16 opposition parties attend the Mega Gadbandhan meet in Patna, promise to fight 2024 elections together against the BJP. After Patna, the second opposition meeting is to be held in Shimla. Opposition likely to prepare a common minimum program in the second meeting. But the Delhi ordnance fight casts a shadow of the opposition meet. Aam Aadmi Party hits out at the Congress. Arvind Kejriwal skips the joint opposition press conference, says must act like a team player. After a 5-day intensive hunt in the Atlantic Ocean, all 5 civilians on board Ocean Gate's submersible declared dead. The India-US partnership is a lot to do with the latest technologies being shared between India and the United States. And we're getting you this first meeting that's taking place at the White House. The tech partnership, extremely important. Top CEOs of India and the United States are there at this tech meeting. There is a roundtable discussion, which is India-US trade relationship. This roundtable has Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, and Anand Mahindra, chairman of the Mahindra Group. There's also Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, and Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI. Then there is one on manufacturing and semiconductors. Revati Advanti is the CEO of Flex. Lisa Su is the CEO of AMD. There's Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, and Mukesh Ambani, chairman and managing director of Reliance Industries. Extremely critical partnership expected even here between India and the United States of America. There's of course cooperation in agriculture, cooperation in space, also startup ecosystem and financing. 8 key elements of the technology partnership. I want to cut across to India Today's Abhishek Bhalla for more on this as we wait for our news director Rahul Kamal to join us from Washington DC. This is an extremely critical aspect of India-US relationship, not a buyer-seller relationship. Abhishek, this is all about high-end technology being made available to India and co-development of high-end technology for the two countries and for the world. Bring us details. What's the conversation, Abhishek?
Gaurav, the big thrust of this visit is in fact critical technologies and sharing of information and technology with each other. And this particular roundtable that is happening, it has a mix of Indian industry honchos as well as American big industry captains. Also, some of them who are present in this roundtable are part of the Indian diaspora, and they are all representing those important industries sectors where cooperation has been discussed, be it the semiconductor industry, be it space cooperation, be it agriculture. So it's very clear that Prime Minister Modi is taking time out to make sure he spends enough time with the industry honchos and try to convince them and get a sense of what's the way forward and draw up a sort of a blueprint to make sure that all these things that have been discussed in the bilaterals can actually be implemented on the ground.
Absolutely right, and this is huge. This is huge. The technology cooperation that India and the United States are talking about, not just technology cooperation, but jointly developing new technology, investments in technology, investment in education, both in India and in the United States of America. So the effort is to have an entire ecosystem take this forward. If I could just read, strengthening the semiconductor supply chain. What do we know? So Micron Technology, with support from the India Semiconductor Mission, will invest more than $800 million towards a new $2.75 billion semiconductor assembly and test facility to be set up in India, and the applied material will build a semiconductor sector for commercialization and innovation in India to strengthen the two nations' semiconductor supply chain diversification. This supply chain diversification becomes extremely critical also from the strategic point of view, given China's expansionism, Abhishek.
Precisely, Gaurav, and that's why the focus of this visit is not just trade cooperation and doing business with each other, but both the leaders, be it President Biden or Prime Minister Modi, on more than one instance have mentioned that this is a global strategic partnership, and not just defense cooperation. Even if you look at other sectors, it's quite clear that there is a larger goal of being strategic partners. How this pans out in time to come is something that needs to be seen, because this means a big shift from India's foreign policy on several other critical aspects. But being a strategic partner with the United States of America, which both leaders have said is definitely the way forward, considering some of the geopolitical events that have taken place. Perhaps
no,
the
this
US...
is truly transformative, Abhishek. I mean, just hear this out. Applied Material will build a semiconductor center for commercialization and innovation in India to strengthen the two nations' semiconductor supply chain. Lam Research is to train 60,000 Indian engineers to accelerate India's semiconductor education and workforce development goal. Point one, critical minerals partnership, advanced telecommunication. India and the United States have launched public-private joint task force on the development and deployment of open RAN systems on advanced telecom research and development. So you have India's Bharat 6G and the US Next Generation G Alliance will co-lead this public-private research, and the work will reduce cost, increase security and improve resilience in telecommunications. Again, Abhishek, effort is as quickly as possible eliminate China from telecommunication for security. India took that bold decision in 5G, now 6G.
Gaurav, the entire paradigm shift definitely, has China as a focal point, because remember, whatever has been happening as far as geopolitics is concerned, be it vis-a-vis India or the kind of interests that the Americans have in areas where China is being...
Okay, give me a moment. I want to cut across and listen in to what's happening at the White House.
जलवायु परिवर्तन के लिए है और अन्य बातों में है, और उसके लोगों की गरीबी हटाने के लिए, हमारे समाज के लिए,
all our citizens real
सब
opportunity.
हमारे सबके
And it's
नागरिकों
about
के
forging a
लिए
more
हम
free, secure,
करें
and more
और हम
prosperous
इसको बहुत
future for our
सुरक्षित
children.
करें हमारे बच्चों के लिए
Supporting the
हमारे
dynamism
बालकों
and
के लिए
diversity of our
और हमारे पे
democracies
जो
and democracies
आगे
everywhere.
गतिशीलता है
We're
उसको
sticking
आगे
up
बनाने
for our
के लिए
values and the vision of the world.
रहें
And so our
उसके लिए
partnership between
और
India and the
इसलिए
United
हमारा जो
States
साझी है
will go a long way, in my view,
बहुत
to
दूर तक
define
जाएगी
what the
भविष्य
21st
में।
century looks like.
और इसीलिए
And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So we look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future. And I want to thank all the CEOs again for being here. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Prime Minister to say nice things about me.
President Biden and all friends here, in a way, saying sometimes it's a little difficult to say too much in front of all the press present here, but first of all, I would like to thank President Biden for participating in this event. And you have seen that from agriculture to space, there are all the sectors represented here that touch our lives in every way. And technology is something that touches our lives, and all technology sectors are represented here. And there are well-established firms here and startups here as well, and both of them are working together to create a new world. And I'm very pleased that under the leadership of President Biden, technology, understanding the importance of technology, the progress that America has made in the area of technology, and the youth in India, thanks to its talent, has created an identity for itself in the world. So this coming together of talent and technology,
गारंटी लेकर के आया। ये सुबह कुछ ही मित्रों के बीच की है, लेकिन ये सुबह उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी लेकर के आई। और मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का इस महत्वपूर्ण, भले ही छोटी हो, लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ ये होनहार है, ये शानदार है और ये धारदार भी है, और ये आने वाले भविष्य को बनाने वाली है। और इसलिए एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सब को लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं, क्योंकि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफ़ी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
बहुत धन्यवाद और यहाँ आने के लिए आपका भी धन्यवाद। अब प्रेस के लिए लगभग समाप्त हो गया है।
So this is a very, very critical meeting that was taking place. This is called the Tech Handshake. All top CEOs of India, major CEOs, tech company CEOs of the United States and India in one room with the Prime Minister of India and the President of the United States of America at the White House. The signal is very clear. The best technology that's available to be harnessed, to be used together?
Are all the sectors represented here that touch our lives in every way, and technology is something that touches our lives, and all technology sectors are represented here. And there are well-established firms here and startups here as well, and both of them are working together to create a new world. And I'm very pleased that under the leadership of President Biden, technology, understanding the importance of technology, the progress that America has made in the area of technology, and the youth in India, thanks to its talent, has created an identity for itself in the world. So this coming together of talent and technology, I believe this is definitely a guarantee for a
ये सुबह कुछ ही मित्रों के बीच की है, लेकिन ये सुबह उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी लेकर आई है। और मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का इस महत्वपूर्ण, भले ही छोटी हो, लेकिन मैं कहता हूं ये होनहार है, ये शानदार है, और ये धारदार भी है, और ये आने वाले भविष्य को बनाने वाली है। और इसलिए एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावना है, उन सब को लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है।
So there have been many agreements between India and the United States of America, from the production of the G414 fighter jet engines in India, to tech transfer, to drone deals, to space cooperation and a manned mission to the International Space Station, cooperation in healthcare, cooperation in agriculture, cooperation in computer chip manufacturing in India. Joining me for more on this big story, on the Prime Minister's ongoing US trip and the initiative, is Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Science and Technology in the Narendra Modi government. Dr. Jitendra Singh, welcome on India First. Which one of these many agreements, and I believe there are 20 to 25 areas of cooperation in technology, according to you, which one do you truly find transformational and not just a transaction between India and the US?
I think many of them, most of them, and most importantly perhaps the space related ones. And to put it in a single sentence, I would say that if the world is celebrating the Indo-US relationship during the Prime Minister Modi's visit, the ongoing visit, today the celebration was seen even happening in the space. So, and what gives a lot of gratification, vindication, and also a lot of satisfaction is the fact that we in India started our space journey much after the US did.
Yes.
In fact, when we started our space journey, US was already on the verge of landing a human being on the surface of the moon, which they finally did in 1969 in the form of Neil Armstrong, whereas we were still singing nursery rhymes, Chanda Mama Dur Ke, etc., etc. And we were so deficient with our resources that you would see the earlier pictures in the archives of Vikram Sarabhai carrying a launcher on the carrier of his bicycle. But in the last 8-9 years, it's been a quantum jump. And quantum jump has not happened for nothing. It's happened because a lot of out-of-box decisions were taken by Prime Minister Modi to, to enable us to become a global player. For example, the space sector was open to the private players. We have more than 150 startups working in collaboration with ISRO today. Okay. And today, what has happened, or the agreements that we have arrived at, are also an indication of the fact that India today is an equal partner as far as our space missions are concerned. It's no longer that we look up to America as was being done by most of the countries till a few years ago, even including India. Now the Americans also look up to us to share our inputs, to share our expertise. For example, if Neil Armstrong was the first American to land on the surface of the moon, it was our mission called Chandrayaan which brought home the pictures of the presence of water on the surface of the moon. So we are now equally sharing partnership.
Okay, but Minister, on space cooperation, While Prime Minister Narendra Modi said even sky is not the limit, but give us details, sir, of the agreement between the Indian Space Research Organization, between ISRO and NASA, and plans to send an Indian astronaut to the International Space Station. Are we keeping the 2024 timeline on this? And then what would this then mean for the Gaganyaan project or the cooperation that we are having with the Russian cosmonauts?
Yes, to avoid any confusion happening, I'm glad that you put up that question. See, Gaganyaan is already in the pipeline. It's followed a timeline which was expected. Of course, we got delayed on account of COVID. We missed the timeline. We had initially planned it to be 2022 or so. Now we will have first 2 unmanned missions followed by the final manned mission. Our astronauts have already been trained in the Gregory Training Center, Russia. On the other hand, the International Space Station is something which Americans had already been operating. It's located somewhere about 250 miles away from the surface of Earth, because Americans follow the metric system of miles, unlike us as we follow kilometers.
Yes.
And therefore from there it becomes easier for them to access the various nuances and discover the smaller details in relation to Moon, and thereafter subsequently with the other planets like Mars, etc. And the next mission, which is I think planned to be 2024, they hope to have an Indian along with them. Now, how it's worked out is something that will be shown in the course of time, will be worked out in the course of time. But yes, in principle, we have agreed to be part of that. And I think the most important part is that it's not only we who look forward, the Americans also look forward to us. And that is also evident from Artemis Accord, because US had been for quite some time keen to engage India in this. It's on our part that we were still trying to deliberate on certain nuances, and finally it has happened.
Okay. Dr. Jitendra Singh, if we were to look at some of the MOUs that have been signed and some of the announcements that have been made, if we were to specifically talk of the GEF 414 fighter jet engine deal, that's being seen as a big transformation, that America is giving India the jet engine technology, or at least manufacture that aircraft engine in India. Do we have a timeline? Okay, I quickly want to cut across to the state lunch.
And it will be lasting. And it underscores that these aspirations for a better future are ones that we share, and ones that we depend upon each other to help realize. That's why when President Eisenhower became the first American president to visit India, he told your parliament that the welfare of America is bound up with the welfare of India. Over the past several decades, the United States and India have been advancing the vision of greater interdependence, brought closer by administrations of different parties in both of our countries. Having worked for President Biden for over 20 years, I know that his belief in this partnership is long-standing, and his commitment to delivering on its promise is unwavering. And during the last 2.5 years, we've transformed the relationship between our countries. We are working closer together on more issues than ever before. From semiconductors to space, from education to food security, the energy, ambition, and potential of our cooperation is boundless. The United States and India have become, as the Prime Minister has put it, indispensable partners. And that partnership, President Biden has said, is a defining relationship of the 21st century. Together, we're promoting greater peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific and around the globe, combating disease, responding to natural disasters, strengthening the maritime security, standing up for the principles at the heart of the United Nations Charter. We're working to safeguard our planet for future generations, developing affordable solar panels and sustainable aviation fuels. We're driving opportunity and innovation, from the entrepreneurs powering our economies to the U.S. companies investing in India, and vice versa. And the cutting-edge research that we're jointly advancing, from quantum to artificial intelligence, is helping to sustain our technological edge and shaping a digital future that safeguards democratic values. Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Drupal Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga. The United States is endlessly enriched by our thriving Indian diaspora. Doctors, teachers, engineers, business leaders, public servants, almost all of whom, it seemed, were on the White House lawn yesterday to greet you. And so many of whom are here with us today. Leaders, of course, like Vice President Harris, whose mother came from Honolulu. Coming here to help unlock the secrets of cancer. Or diplomats right here at the State Department, where a man whose father came to America with just a bus ticket and $14 in his pocket rose to become the first United States Indian American ambassador to India. And today, Richard Rahul Verma serves as the Deputy Secretary of State. The highest-ranking Indian American official in the department's history. And, Mr. Prime Minister, that ultimately is maybe the strongest bond that unites us. As you glimpsed in your earliest travels here, whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, whether it's the son of an immigrant from Jalandhar rising through the State Department, or a tea seller becoming Prime Minister, our people believe profoundly in opportunity, that no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves. So, please join me in raising a glass to our shared hopes for the future and to the U.S.-India partnership that will help make those hopes a reality. Cheers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the Vice President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary, Madam Ryan, thank you for hosting us here yet again. It is the honor of Doug and mine to be with you, honoring the friendship and the importance of the relationship between India and the United States. Prime Minister Modi, we are honored to welcome you. We also welcome the members of the President's Cabinet who are here and all of the members of Congress who are here, including Speaker Emerita Pelosi, Chairman McCall, and welcome to all of our distinguished guests. As I look around this room, I am struck by the extraordinary impact Indian Americans have had on our country in every facet of life. Take, for example, the historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, Raja Krishnamurthy, and Sri Danda. And they're known as the Samosa Caucus, for those of you who did not know. And around our country, we see the impact of Indian Americans from the C-suites of American companies to neighborhood businesses, from the studios of Hollywood to university research labs across our country. So as many of you know, India is a very important part of my life. When my sister Maya and I were growing up, our mother would take us from the Bay Area to India pretty much every other year. And the purpose of those trips were many, including that we would well understand where she came from, what produced her, so that we could spend time with our grandparents, with my uncle and our chittis, and to really understand the love of good idli. And we traveled to visit my grandparents in what was then called Madras. And I will tell you, my grandfather was one of the most favorite people in my life, truly. We were pen pals, in fact, throughout my childhood. And I was the eldest grandchild. And so, as I'm sure many of you know, culturally, to be the eldest has a certain significance. And so I took full advantage of that status in our family. And my grandfather, of course, convinced me, as he did, I think, every one of his grandchildren, that we were his favorite. Yet, on those visits, I was the only member of our family that my grandfather allowed to join him for his morning routine. You see, by the time that we were going there as children, my grandfather was retired from his career as a civil servant. And his morning routine, every morning, consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. And they, as retired civil servants, would debate the issues of the day. So I would hold my grandfather's hand on these walks and listen intently to him and his friends. And I will tell you, as a young girl, I don't think I fully appreciated the essence and the import of the debates that they would have. But I did clearly understand and do recall stories about the freedom fighters and the nation's founding heroes, and about the independence of India. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality, regardless of one's belief or caste. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy. And I do believe it is these lessons that I learned at a very young age that first inspired my interest in public service. And I look back now, and I do fully realize how much these conversations influenced me and my thinking, and how they have guided me ever since. In fact, it is a large part of who I am today. These lessons I learned from my grandfather, P.V. Gopalan, and from the dedication, determination, and courage of his daughter, my mother, Shamala. And it is that being the reason that I stand before you today as Vice President of the United States. The history and teachings in India and of India have not only influenced me, they of course have shaped the entire globe, as Secretary Blinken just described. Throughout history, India has inspired millions of people around the world, whether through philosophy and theology, the power of civil disobedience, or the commitment to democracy. Indeed, as I travel the world as Vice President, I have seen India's global impact firsthand. In Southeast Asia, Indian-made vaccines have saved lives and livelihoods. On the continent of Africa, India's long-standing partnerships support prosperity and security. And throughout the Indo-Pacific, India helps promote a free and open region. I also know of India's extraordinary impact with regard to innovation, medicine, and science. I know this as a daughter of California. I know this as a former district attorney, attorney general, and senator who has worked on technology with leaders in Silicon Valley. And I know this, of course, as a daughter of a scientist. My mother, at the age of 19, arrived in the United States by herself as part of the first wave of Indian students to travel here. She chose UC Berkeley because it was known as being one of the best universities in the world. And growing up, I remember our mother, spending day and night and weekends in the lab. She always asked the big questions and searched for the answers that would be a clue to improving the condition of life. She understood what was possible, unburdened by what has been. And since then, I think about it in the context of the work she did and her studies that have led to advances in breast cancer research. And I think about it in the context of the millions of Indian students who have come to the United States since to collaborate with American researchers, to solve the challenges of our time, and to reach new frontiers. Indian innovators have made great strides in engineering and computer programming. They've sent a mission to Mars, and they have launched and led technology companies that are global leaders in the areas of autonomous vehicles, robotics, cybersecurity, climate data, and digital finance, all of which can serve to improve the human condition and uplift the people. The point here being, India's global engagement has not only been to the benefit of the people of India, but also to the benefit of the people of the United States and people around the world. So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your role of leadership to help India emerge as a global power in the 21st century. You have helped to reinvigorate the Quad. Your leadership of the G20 is making new strides on climate finance, and you have been a proponent of international institutions and global solutions to global challenges. And as a point of personal privilege, as chair of the National Space Council, I thank you for your leadership in space and for our joint work on an Earth science satellite, which will help us address the climate crisis. And I will also thank you because when you and I first met at the White House, I asked you to join the Artemis Accords, a commitment to the safe and transparent use of space. And today I am happy to report, as you have, that you have joined the Artemis Accords. So, Prime Minister Modi, President Joe Biden and I are grateful for your commitment to strengthen the ties and the relationships between the United States and India. And we share that commitment. Under your leadership and that of President Biden, our partnership has become more expansive than it has ever been. Over the past 2.5 years, you and I have advanced cooperation on climate, on clean energy, terrorism, cybercrime, public health, and vaccine production. And during this trip, our countries have launched new areas of cooperation, from artificial intelligence to semiconductors. As we look toward the future, the United States and India, the world's oldest and largest democracies, instinctively turn to each other and are increasingly aligned. So I will close with this, which is a memory, again, of my grandfather and what he taught me on those long walks. And in particular, what he taught me about the nobility of public service. Prime Minister Modi, you and I have both dedicated our careers to the noble work of public service. And so to everyone here today, I say, it is incumbent on each of us, inside of government and outside of government, to continue the fight for progress and to serve the greater good. So I raise a glass to the enduring bonds between our nations and our people, and to our continued work together, all in the service of the greater good. Prime Minister. Cheers.
Vice President Kamala Harris, Second Gentleman Douglas M. Hope, Secretary of State, my friend Antony Blinken, White House Cabinet Secretary Evan Ryan, सभी सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, फ्रेंड्स, सबसे पहले तो मैं उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। आप दोनों ने जो गर्मजोशी भरे शब्द कहे, इसके लिए भी मैं हृदय से आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज एक बार फिर स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट में आप सभी के बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए। भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों की मधुर गीतमाला पीपल टू पीपल टाइज के सुरों से पिरोई गई है। इन संबंधों का उदाहरण हमें कदम कदम पर देखने को मिलता है। उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस की माताजी डॉक्टर श्यामला गोपालन 1958 में भारत से अमेरिका आई थी। उस समय अधिकांश लोगों के पास फोन नहीं होता था और इसलिए उनकी माताजी हाथ से लिखकर अपने परिवारजनों को पत्र भेजा करती थी और उन्होंने कभी भी भारत से रत्ती भर नाता टूटने नहीं दिया था। एक जीवंतता बनाए रखी थी। जो भी उपलब्ध माध्यम था उसका सर्वाधिक उपयोग भारत को, उनके अमेरिका के जीवन को निरंतर जोड़ने में लगा रहा था। हजारों मीलों की दूरी के बावजूद भी भारत हमेशा उनके करीबी था। मैडम वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, उनकी इस प्रेरणा को आपने आज नई बुलंदियों तक पहुंचाया है। आपकी उपलब्धियां केवल अमेरिका ही नहीं, भारत और पूरे विश्व की महिलाओं के लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है, बहुत प्रेरित करती है। सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन, जब मैंने प्रारंभ में सूर और गीतमाला जैसे शब्दों का प्रयोग किया तो मेरा एक इशारा आपकी तरफ भी था। पूरा विश्व आपकी डिप्लोमेटिक स्किल्स को तो जानता ही है और मैं तो भली भांति जानने लगा हूं। आपके म्यूजिकल टैलेंट के चर्चे भी बहुत हैं। हजारों मीलों का सफर तय करते हुए गंभीर से गंभीर मसलों के बीच संगीत को आपने जगह दी है। यह हम सभी के लिए बहुत प्रेरक है। हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को मजबूत करने में आपका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। इसके लिए मैं आपको हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, 2014 में मेरी यात्रा के समय मेरे प्रिय मित्र राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन भी यहां स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट में मेरे साथ थे। उस समय उन्होंने भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी को अ प्रॉमिस ओवर द होराइजन बताया था। 9 वर्षों के इस अंतराल में हमने बहुत ही लंबी और खूबसूरत यात्रा की है। हमने डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटेजिक क्षेत्रों में आपसी सहयोग के नए आयाम जोड़े हैं। हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। हम ट्रेड के लंबित और मुश्किल मुद्दों का समाधान कर रहे हैं। क्वाड और I2U2 जैसे नए फ्रेमवर्क के साथ हम मिलकर के बहुत कुछ प्रगति कर रहे हैं। धरती हो या आकाश, समुद्र की गहराइयां हो या अंतरिक्ष की ऊंचाइयां, भारत अमेरिका एक साथ काम करते दिख रहे हैं। सही मायने में प्रॉमिस ओवर द होराइजन आज न तो प्रॉमिस तक सीमित है और न ही होराइजन तक सीमित है। आज हम जिस मुकाम पर पहुंचे हैं, जिन उपलब्धियों पर हम गर्व कर रहे हैं, आप सबके सपनों और अथक मेहनत का परिणाम है। इसके लिए मैं आप सभी का हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, on this note, I would like to raise a toast to your good health and well-being, to our friendship, and to the peace and prosperity of all our citizens. Thank you. That's good. Thank you. Thank you.
So this is the lunch hosted by Vice President Kamala Harris and the Secretary of State Antony Blinken. But look at that comfort factor when it comes to the relationship between the leaders of India and the United States of America, whether it's President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, or the interaction between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and the eye for detail, the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris spoke of her Indian roots, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also referred to the Indian roots of Vice President Kamala Harris, the knowledge, the information, and
energy, ambition, and potential.
The aspects that strengthen the bonds between the two countries, as the Prime Minister said, even sky is not the limit. That aspect about promise over the horizon, not restricted either to the promise or the horizon. I want to quickly bring in Sushant Sareen, who watches India-America relations very closely, joining me on the broadcast. Our reporters from the State Department, we have Rahul Kanwal and Gita Mohan in the United States of America joining us with the latest. But from the conversations in the past 3 days, a relationship that's actually being taken altogether to a new level. The United States investing heavily in India and India investing heavily in this relationship. Let's once again cut across and listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the State Department lunch.
Vice President Kamala Harris, Second Gentleman Douglas Hope, Secretary of State, my friend Antony Blinken, White House Cabinet Secretary एवन राय, सभी सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, फ्रेंड्स, सबसे पहले तो मैं उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। आप दोनों ने जो गर्मजोशी भरे शब्द कहे, इसके लिए भी मैं हृदय से आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज एक बार फिर स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट में आप सभी के बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए। भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों की मधुर गीतमाला पीपल टू पीपल टाइज के सुरों से पिरोई गई है। इन संबंधों का उदाहरण हमें कदम कदम पर देखने को मिलता है। उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस की माताजी डॉक्टर श्यामला गोपालन 1958 में भारत से अमेरिका आई थी। उस समय अधिकांश लोगों के पास फोन नहीं होता था और इसलिए उनकी माताजी हाथ से लिखकर अपने परिवारजनों को पत्र भेजा करती थी और उन्होंने कभी भी भारत से रत्ती भर नाता टूटने नहीं दिया था। एक जीवंतता बनाए रखी थी। जो भी उपलब्ध माध्यम था उसका सर्वाधिक उपयोग भारत को, उनके अमेरिका के जीवन को निरंतर जोड़ने में लगा रहा था। हजारों मीलों की दूरी के बावजूद भी भारत हमेशा उनके करीबी था। मैडम वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, उनकी इस प्रेरणा को आपने आज नई बुलंदियों तक पहुंचाया है। आपकी उपलब्धियां केवल अमेरिका की ही नहीं, भारत और पूरे विश्व की महिलाओं के लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है, बहुत प्रेरित करती हैं। सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन, जब मैंने प्रारंभ में सूर और गीतमाला जैसे शब्दों का प्रयोग किया तो मेरा एक इशारा आपकी तरफ भी था। पूरा विश्व आपकी डिप्लोमेटिक स्किल्स को तो जानता ही है और मैं तो भली भांति जानने लगा हूं। आपके म्यूजिकल टैलेंट के चर्चे भी बहुत है। हजारों मीलों का सफर तय करते हुए गंभीर से गंभीर मसलों के बीच संगीत को आपने जगह दी है। यह हम सभी के लिए बहुत प्रेरक है। हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को मजबूत करने में आपका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। इसके लिए मैं आपको हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, 2014 में मेरी यात्रा के समय मेरे प्रिय मित्र राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन भी यहां स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट में मेरे साथ थे। उस समय उन्होंने भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी को अ प्रॉमिस ओवर द होराइजन बताया था। 9 वर्षों के इस अंतराल में हमने बहुत ही लंबी और खूबसूरत यात्रा की है। हमने डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटेजिक क्षेत्रों में आपसी सहयोग के नए आयाम जोड़े हैं। हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। हम ट्रेड के लंबित और मुश्किल मुद्दों का समाधान कर रहे हैं। क्वाड और I2U2 जैसे नए फ्रेमवर्क के साथ हम मिलकर के बहुत कुछ प्रगति कर रहे हैं। धरती हो या आकाश, समुद्र की गहराइयां हो या अंतरिक्ष की ऊंचाइयां, भारत और अमेरिका एक साथ काम करते दिख रहे हैं। सही मायने में प्रॉमिस ओवर द होराइजन आज तो प्रॉमिस तक सीमित है और न ही होराइजन तक सीमित है। आज हम जिस मुकाम पर पहुंचे हैं, जिन उपलब्धियों पर हम गर्व कर रहे हैं, आप सबके सपनों और अथक मेहनत का परिणाम है। इसके लिए मैं आप सभी का हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, on this note, I would like to raise a toast to your good health and well-being, to our friendship, and to the peace and prosperity of all our citizens. Thank you.
And I quickly now want to cut across to Washington, D.C. to the State Department, where India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal now joins me for more on this. Rahul, 3 days now, first New York, then Washington, D.C., White House, and now the State Department. While the bells and whistles are all there, the optics are all great, this isn't just optics, this is truly, as both India and the American establishment want us to believe, this is truly substantive. Some of the agreements that have been signed, as the government says, from subsurface to the space.
Oh, absolutely, Gaurav, because I think this whole initiative on critical and emerging technologies has been very significant because the moment the National Security Advisors got onto the conversation, there are a lot of things which would have otherwise got held up in the whole bureaucratic process, whether it is in Commerce Ministry in either country, or it is, say, in the finance ministries of either country, or industry or trade, suddenly have started getting expedited. I've been spending the day talking to a lot of think tankers, a lot of academics here in the United States, and they're saying, just imagine that you've now got a situation where a company like GE, a global MNC, is willing to give at less than commercial rates critical technology which you would sweat over just trying to build the IP around the technology to a country that isn't even an alliance partner. Although I do notice that in a lot of the papers, the mainstream American papers, the word ally is being used now while referring to India. And that is important because India isn't an ally of the United States in a treaty sense of the word. And therefore, for people here in the US to constantly talk about India now being an ally just shows how deeply entrenched this relationship has become. Some of the senior officials we were speaking to in the Biden administration, some of these interviews we did, India being referred to a great power or an emerging great power, that again in some senses shows the bet that Washington DC is making on the India story for various reasons: the slowing down of the Chinese economy, the decline of the Chinese workforce, and because of the fact that India has a very young active workforce and more perpetuity value going into the future, shows that this is a very significant bet that these countries have made on each other. And now a visit like this has really forced things through the system. The question is, once this visit ends, once the PM leaves for Egypt, can the rest of the system keep the level of momentum going? That, I think, Gaurav, will then become the key to actually see whether the hype that we've seen this time translates into actual execution on the ground.
In fact, that was the question I was coming to, Rahul. While it's very heartening to hear that GE 414 fighter jet engines would be manufactured in India for Indian Air Force, is there a timeline from the MOU to the actual aircraft engine being manufactured in India?
So I spoke to Ashwani Vaishnav about semiconductors, and he said Micron will start manufacturing in 6 quarters from now. That's just about a year and a half. So that's very impressive if it does happen. But that also, while it's intricate and very complicated, is far less complicated than the jet engine deal. And remember, here there is also Hindustan Aeronautics, which is in the picture, and with all respect to HAL, they're not really known as being the most efficient in terms of getting things done on time. That's just their track record over the decades, and that's the reality that we're dealing with. So this is very sensitive technology which will be transferred. There will be a lot of weeds that you'll have to navigate. And remember the nuclear submarine deal with Australia, the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal, that's still held up in terms of its implementation, not because they don't see the value any longer, but because it's just difficult to get these things done. So yes, of course, there is intent, there are announcements, the execution ultimately will be the key. And I think the Prime Minister has made quite a statement, in the manner in which he's come here, touching all the right buttons, saying the right things, reaching out even to people like Kamala Harris, who've had very uncharitable things to say about the government before she became Vice President, of course, in the manner in which he looked back at her felicitated her at that at the US Congress and then at the State Department luncheon also shows that he realizes that you have to take the entire system along. It's not just the one-on-one chemistry between the heads of state. The whole system needs to be carried along for this intent and for these headlines to translate, Gaurav, into real, cogent, tangible action.
You're absolutely right, and the conversations that were happening, whether with between President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, or Prime Minister Narendra Modi also referring to Antony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, at this state luncheon, saying that you've played a key role in taking this relationship forward, and personal comments about his singing talent, and how that too is very good. So it just shows a new kind of bonhomie, or a new bonhomie between India and the United States, Rahul.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I was at lunch at the Diaspora event talking to some Indian Americans. Massive clamor. Remember when the French president had come, the representation was much more diverse. Here there were a lot of Indian Americans, and at some level it's also like a much ka sawal. Now let's imagine there's some big Indian businessman who's otherwise flaunting his political connections and making it seem as if he's a really big guy, and then he doesn't get invited to the dinner. And everybody around him is asking just that same question, Acha, aap dinner mein nahi the? And somehow whether you got invited or not becomes representative or reflective of that person standing in the scheme of things. So people were just going crazy trying to, and I think the American president also referred to it. So apart from all the officials who are obviously more accessible and you can put more pressure on them, even the American president referred to this when he said that I really had a tough time. People I didn't know existed were calling me, putting pressure, saying that they want to be, and he made this point to Prime Minister Modi when they'd met at the G7 summit in Japan. And Prime Minister Modi, in the address that he did at the state dinner where we were last evening, said that I hope you've been able to accommodate. You told me in Japan that you were under a lot of pressure for these passes. I hope you've been able to accommodate them, and I hope everybody who wanted the pass, you've got them here at the tent in the White House. So he was being funny and just cracking a joke. I don't think just at that moment President Biden fully understood the context or the joke, because there's also translation involved. But for the others who were there, who understand both Hindi and English, they had a hearty laugh, and the president was kind of amused, wondering what the joke was about. But I think maybe he caught on to it a little later. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. And I was speaking to Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Science and Technology. He said he's very excited about the space cooperation between India and America, sending a man to the International Space Station by 2024, signing this Artemis Accords. According to him, this will truly be transformational, exploring Moon, Mars, outer space. All of this takes the relationship to a new level, to a new height, he says. Even sky's not the limit, the Prime Minister said, Rahul.
Oh, absolutely. Space station technology. Remember that tech handshake that happened this morning at the White House? The kind of American and Indian corporates that were represented over there? Because a lot of this is really stuff that the government can't do. They can only create an enabling ecosystem, and then the rest of the work is really down to businesses pushing each other, making things happening, making things happen on the ground, which is where the likes of an Anand Mahindra, Mukesh Ambani, Satya Nadella, the CEOs of GE, Boeing, all the big companies that were represented over there, that's where they need to get active and really bite into the promise and the prospect that the India story holds at this time, because the intensity that they show, they can be spoken to, but ultimately money decides on its own. It's not going to happen just because Biden wants or Modi is asking them to come. It has to make sense for them commercially, and only then would they sink their money into actual investments in India. So I think a lot of this is about just building a framework which would allow for companies, individuals, institutions now to take over and run with the baton that the politicians have got started with.
that you've been able to gather so far? Government to government, yes, both countries are investing heavily in each other and the nations, but what about business to business? Is B2B excited about the India story and the America story?
Let's look at it from the perspective of American businesses first, right? So they've been hearing for more than 2 decades now that India is the next big thing, that India is opening up, that India is a market, they should go out and invest. And they've been disappointed at times with the lack of ease of doing business in India, the procedural complexities, the regulatory framework, etc. And frankly, it isn't very easy or hasn't been very easy doing business. It's changed to some extent, but not fully. And India isn't the only story in town. There's Vietnam, Indonesia, several other countries wanting to attract these investments. The one big change, though, between earlier and now is China is slowing down. Their economy is in distress. In the first quarter of this year, Chinese companies' revenue just went up by 1.5%, which is complicated because it shows that there are real signs of distress within the Chinese economy. And because of geopolitical headwinds, and because of the pandemic, a lot of MNCs now realize that you can't just depend on China as the source of the bulk of the manufacturing that you do outside the United States. So there is that factor as well. So this could possibly be India's moment. But then, as someone told me recently, that India is one country that disappoints both the pessimists and the optimists. So I think the right way to do it is to look back 10 years from now and say, was this indeed historic, or was this just one of those moments where it seems exciting, it seems historic, but ultimately the delivery is less than the talk? Hopefully it won't be like that, but there are reservations which have to be kept in mind as we stay engaged and see what's happening, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. Rahul, stay with me. In fact, we were just taking a look at that report that you'd filed about how the American media had covered Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. Rahul Kawal, my colleague, with me on this broadcast here, he was sifting through some of the American dailies. How are they looking at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit? One aspect he did point to was they're calling India an ally, but we're not an alliance partner. In fact, as several analysts say, an alliance partner is quite a 20th century word. This is the 21st century, and there are commonalities, but then there are also independent. You look at your areas of convergence. Let's take a look at this report.
What we're going to do now is take a look at how the mainstream American media has covered Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Washington, D.C. So we've got the New York Times, the Financial Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal with me. So let's take it one by one and show you what the different papers are saying. I'll start with the New York Times, typically seen as a trenchant critic of the Prime Minister. So if my video journalist Kirpal Singh just comes across and will show you, so it's raining quite non-stop here in DC, but this is the front page of the New York Times. They're leading with this image from the U.S. Congress joint address, which the Prime Minister had. Kamala Harris there, all the senators and the congressmen there. Their take is, for Modi's visit, abundant pomp and no friction. Biden hopes to make India an ally. Military deals, joint projects, but India is no closer on Ukraine, and that's the take from the New York Times. Let's now come across to the pink paper, the Financial Times. Pink paper, the Financial Times has this image of President Biden and Narendra Modi on its cover. This talks about stronger ties. Modi and Biden commit to a defining relationship between the two democracies. This again on the front page of the Financial Times, and they're talking about how Prime Minister Modi spoke of making this one of the defining relationship of the 21st century, saying that the India-America partnership is built on mutual trust, candor and respect. Let's now come to the Washington Post. The Washington Post features the visit prominently on its style section. This is the image. In fact, this is where we were last evening at the White House, where you've got this welcome now. So you've got people from the military of the United States. You've got Jill Biden, the Prime Minister, all the pomp but light on the glee. Fed for India's Modi, a key US ally, features business as the main course. And then it talks about the dinner. Despite dearth of celebrity wattage, event becomes an unlikely celebration of fashion, and goes on to talk about what all happened at the state dinner, which featured really some of the biggest names in Indian and American business and members of the Indian American community. I come now to the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal has it on the bottom fold. Warm welcome for Modi. This image is from the White House earlier in the day, where the Prime Minister met with the American President. And this, let's go to page 8, which is where the full story is. Just give me a minute. Okay, so here it is. This talks about the toast from the state dinner in the evening. Biden, Modi hailed strong ties during the state visit. And it talks about the relationship and, by and large, most sections of the American press have taken note of this visit, brought out the significance of the India-America relationship and its changing contours as well. This is from the Washington Post. Biden defends India's democracy as Modi visits. Again, the Washington Post has been raising several questions around the way the Modi government has been running India. So this one talks about Biden defending India's democracy, referring to the question that was posed in the press conference. And one of the reasons that I believe the US-China relationship is not in a space as it is with the US-India relationship is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other, and also because we're both democracies, and it's a common character of our democracy. And that's and it talks about how Biden spoke about the state of India's democracy and announcing agreements on technology defense. There's a full page coverage here in the Washington Post on Prime Minister Modi's visits. They've given this space to all the agreements, and then at the top they highlight the Prime Minister's address to the US Congress, where Modi focused on growth. So always a good idea to look at what's being featured, what's not being featured, what's in, what's out in the headlines of the press in the country where the Prime Minister is visiting.
What was it like at the state dinner? India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal also caught up with some of the guests at the White House dinner last night.
For a sense of how members of the Indian American community are viewing Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit and the evolving ties between India and the United States, we are currently with members of the Diaspora body that looks at ties between these two countries and tries to foster equations in different ways to take India-America ties into the future. So I want to introduce you to some people who are with us. I'll start with Sunil Wadhwani, founder and chair of the Wadhwani Institute for Artificial Intelligence. With us also is Grammy Award winner Ricky Cage, musician. He's here. We've had him on the show before he came here, and it's good to have him back once again. I want to introduce Vijay Rajwaidya, managing director of India Currents, and we've got Nalini Saligram with us as well. So welcome. I want to start by asking Sunil Wadhwani about the state dinner last evening and what stood out to you as being the highlight of the manner in which the whole program was brought together.
I tell you, the dinner was very impressive, and as you probably know, President Biden in his entire 3-year term so far, this is only his third state dinner. So I think that speaks to the fact that US-India relations are getting elevated. They were strong to begin with. They are becoming stronger. And in listening to both Prime Minister Modi yesterday as well as President Biden, it's very clear that A, they see a great strategic partnership developing over here on a variety of fronts. Everything from defense cooperation to business cooperation to arts, culture, science, research, and so on. What was also striking was not just that the relationship between the countries is getting elevated to a higher level, but also what came out was the personal rapport between the Prime Minister and President Biden is very strong and getting stronger, and that is, again, so important for relations between the countries. The turnout and the quality of the audience at the state dinner was really striking. CEOs of all the top companies in the US, Indian CEOs, American CEOs, like the CEO of Microsoft and Google and Boeing, GE and so on. And beyond the relationship between, again, the Prime Minister and the President, what was also striking was the camaraderie between all the people who were there at this dinner, at this state dinner. All, again, very eminent people, but all talking about how to strengthen their relationships, how to do more work in India, and so on.
Ricky Cage, you were at the United Nations earlier, now you're at Washington, D.C. You want to give us a sense of how you're seeing ties between India and the United States evolve and how this whole experience has been for you?
Of course, this is a very important two nations to come together. As it is mentioned so many times, one of the world's oldest democracies and the world's, by far, the world's largest democracy. So I was there at the World Yoga Day event, which happened at the United Nations headquarters. And it is absolutely amazing to see that how Prime Minister Modi, brought into effect this World Yoga Day in 2014 for June 21st, and and pretty much popularized yoga all over the world, gave so much credibility to this amazing form, and brought yoga as a very strong form of soft power from India to the world. And also I was there at the White House lawns for the welcoming of Prime Minister Modi, and that was a spectacular event. It was quite surprising for me, and actually not so surprising to see that on the White House lawns of the United States of America, everybody is shouting, Modi, Modi, Modi. And he's, with 1.4 billion people in India, I think what we need is a world leader, not just a leader for India. And that's what Modi represents. He's definitely leader of the global south for sure. And in addition to that, he's pretty much a world leader that we all really need.
There was lots of interesting peppy music playing as well. So it was in some senses a festival, a celebration of sorts in comparison to some of the events that we have at official events of this nature, which are far more serious and could do with a little bit of revelry.
Even the speeches also, if you look at the speeches, were not super serious as you would imagine them to be, and that showed the camaraderie, as Sunil said, that showed the camaraderie between these two amazing presidents and how they were almost finishing off each other's sentences and both them agreeing on so many important issues and important things. So it's a very, very good time for a collaboration between India and America, and I think it's a collaboration that has been happening for a while now, but right now it's going to go from strength to strength.
Vijay, sorry to interrupt, but speaking of music and collaboration, one of the interesting things that happened at the state dinner yesterday was I happened to be at a table with Mr. Anand Mahindra, major industrialist from India. The US Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, was sitting at the same table. Sundar Pichai of Google was there. So the US Marine Corps band was playing, and they were playing some Beatles songs. So Anand Mahindra happened to mention that I play this song. I play guitar and I sing to this song. I said, fascinating. I play the drums, and I play with two bands in Pittsburgh. And then Mrs. Raimondo, the U.S. Commerce Secretary, said, well, I play piano and keyboards. So we said, let's form a band. So then President Biden comes up, and I said, Mr. President, we're forming a band over here for high-end government events. You may want to invite us. He said, absolutely. Then I said, we won't come cheap. I said, each time you call us, the U.S. budget deficit may go up another 10%. He said, not a problem. It's a good investment. So
another way of investing in ties between India and the United States. That would be interesting. Some of the musicians, though, will feel, hey, we suddenly have competition. And then you can get Ricky Cage to bring all music together. And for all you know, you may
award-winning.
You may win a Grammy as well, given the run that
following big shoes to fill over here behind Ricky.
Okay, so let's ask Vijay Rajwadi about the manner in which ties between India and the United States are evolving. Your sense of how the Indian-American community here is looking at the heightened interest with which everything to do with India is being seen here in DC.
So, I have lived here for 40 years. Most of us are here for a long time. And I have a perspective on this. We two democracies, last 70 years since India got independence, have been trying to get together because our foundation is same, the value system is same. But every time this effort was thwarted, because what happened is that there's a space to get into that space, the door is always defined by the current alignment of interests. And that door was not materializing, call it a portal. And suddenly it has happened now that that portal has opened up and we are able to walk in. What do you need now? You need a leader to see the door and be able to walk through that and take the massive humanity through it, and then get those greatness that we can achieve by having two democracies work together. Indian Americans, there are over 4 million Indian Americans living here. They span the whole spectrum of population, right from the person working, driving a truck, to the CEO of major corporations over here. And they all want these two nations and democracies to come together somewhere and at least make a start. Yesterday was a magnificent start, and I would credit both the leaders for that.
How do you think things have changed in the way that you've seen Indians being perceived, or the India story being perceived in the past several decades to now? What changes are you seeing?
So with all the information around, there is a lack of information. So what I have seen is that particularly people living in America have not been so much knowledgeable about the value that this ancient country brings to not just America, but the whole globe, the whole universe. It brings that. And that education, I think, was lacking all the time, which is being now exposed by the current leadership of the country in a very humane way. And I think that should further go down, and we should have some chairs, study chairs in the major universities, which should be funded properly, and we should have people who come out and who study that where is the value of this ancient civilization coming from, that we are surviving and we are still making our lives great, not for ourselves, for the whole world. And during the pandemic, that is the result you have seen. We have sent out the vaccine all over the world, not asking for money, sending it out.
Nalini, how do you think equations between India and the United States have changed over the years and brought us to the point where we are, where the Prime Minister came for this big state visit yesterday?
Yeah, so it has been for me so exciting. I watched the speech to US Congress on TV, and it was really exciting for me to see the perception shift for the ordinary American.
How do you think it's shifting?
I think it's a lot more positive. The old picture of India has changed. This is a dynamic India, ready to conquer the world stage, and it showed that. Prime Minister Modi really conveyed a sense of optimism and a sense of pride and growth and hope, and it was all there. I run a non-profit called Arogya World. So for me, I'm really interested to see what this visit can do to advance the field of diabetes and its prevention. And, it is one of the biggest scourges of our time. It's the biggest challenge. And now there are 100 million diabetics living in India, 136 million with pre-diabetes. Hey, we've got to do something. So I would love to see a collaboration going between the United States.
Prime Minister Modi and Joe Biden are very different personalities, and despite their differences in personalities and style of functioning, they seem to have hit it off well and seem to be speeding up the pace of acceleration of ties between the two countries.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Here's the thing. They both may seem like different personalities on the surface. I think what drives them on the inside is very similar. They see the potential within their countries in terms of progress that can be made. They both respect each other's countries, and like Nalini was just saying, the dynamism of India, the potential of India, etc., I think is now very visible, much more so than in the past. And both of them want to get things done. They want the world to be more stable. They want the partnership between US and India to grow from strength to strength. So there's a lot of commonality between the two. And I think that also helps to drive the personal rapport between them.
Well, let me not hold you all back. There's lunch waiting inside at this Diaspora event. Really appreciate you taking time, because initially the focus was on yoga, then on ties between India and the United States. The meetings in the White House this morning is about tech, business, and the diaspora. Thank you all very much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers.
A quick break, but there's lots more coming up. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has more engagements, many more engagements lined up in the United States of America, including a community outreach and interaction with the diaspora. All that and much more here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Introducing Apple Vision Pro.
Apple unveiled its hotly anticipated augmented reality headset on Monday, its riskiest and biggest bet since the iPhone debuted more than a decade ago. The Vision Pro poses a direct challenge to Meta's line of mixed and virtual reality devices. And with a price tag that will start at $3,499, the Vision Pro will cost more than 3 times Meta's priciest headset when it launches next year. Apple CEO Tim Cook.
It's the first Apple product you look through and not at. Vision Pro feels familiar, yet it's entirely new. You can see, hear, and interact with digital content just like it's in your physical space.
Apple said that users of the Vision Pro will be able to select content inside the goggles with their eyes, tap their fingers together to click, and gently flick to scroll, while also using a 3-dimensional camera and microphone system to capture videos and pictures that can be viewed in 3D later. In its most striking difference from Meta's headsets, the device also has an exterior display that shows the user's eyes to people in the outside world.
So in the same way that Mac introduced us to personal computing and iPhone introduced us to mobile computing, Apple Vision Pro will introduce us to spatial computing.
The exterior screen goes dark when a user is fully immersed in a virtual world. When a person approaches a user who is in a full virtual mode, the headset will show both the user and the outside person to each other. For work uses, Apple showed how the headset can be used with a trackpad and keyboard to work like a traditional computer with multiple displays. The Vision Pro has 2 hours of use with an external battery, similar to Meta's top-of-the-line Quest Pro mixed reality device. Besides the headset, Apple also displayed a raft of new products and features, including a 15-inch MacBook Air, a powerful chip called M2 Ultra, and improvements to its iOS software and autocorrect feature. Shares of the iPhone maker rose 2% to hit a record high ahead of the launch, but shares ended slightly lower after the announcement.
Hello and welcome. We are broadcasting live from Washington, D.C. and I want to go across now to a very special guest, the president of the Eurasia Group, one of the world's top experts on political, geopolitical, strategic risks. Ian Bremmer now joins us. He tracks the India-US relationship very closely, but also can put this in a global context, given all the global factors that are currently at play. Ian Bremmer, welcome to India Today and thank you for taking out time. I want to start by asking you about your reflections on Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington, D.C., his first state visit, only the third state visit thrown by the Biden administration, and the manner in which the Biden administration seems to have gone out of its way to roll out the red carpet for the Indian head of state at this moment in time. What do you think is at play and why?
Well, first I want to say that this was probably the best bilateral meeting that Biden has had since he's become president. The trajectory of the U.S.-India relationship is warm and strong. Some of that is, of course, because of mutual concerns about the rise of China, but a lot of it is because of how well India is doing. India's own trajectory, Modi's popularity, India's growth, its technological growth and capabilities, 5 million Indians in the diaspora in the United States in positions of great significance and popularity. All of those things, I think, come together at this point in time to make this a great opportunity for the relationship between these two countries. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention that it's very clear that Prime Minister Modi personally wants a much stronger relationship with the U.S. and sees that as part of his own legacy on the global stage. I think all of those things have really helped.
You know, you're a top expert on risk. You advise companies, countries on risks that they should be mindful of. So if you were to look at this from a risk prism at this moment, what, according to you, are the key risks that India and the United States need to be watchful for at this moment?
Well, one risk that they don't have to worry about as much is the future of the U.S. political system. I mean, think about it. Modi is perhaps the only major strategic partner of the United States that doesn't really care if Biden or Trump wins the next election. They're comfortable either way. Not true for Japan, South Korea, UK, the Europeans, the Gulf states, even Israel. There's some strong preferences. Maybe Israel's in the closest position, much smaller than India. So that's less of a problem. I think the bigger question in the relationship has to do with India's being a very poor country. It's structurally being a part of the global South at a time when so much of the global South is being challenged because of climate change and the transition to a post-carbon energy environment, challenge because of high inflation costs for food, for energy, made only worse because of the war in Russia. I think those are risks that make the largest population country in the world with a much smaller per capita income than the United States. Those interests are obviously, they see the world very differently. And that implies that the relationship can only get too close because there are going to be some real hard constraints in terms of the actual policy orientations of the two governments.
China is the unspoken gorilla in the room whenever India and the United States meet. President Biden tried to play down the differences with China and play down him calling Xi Jinping a dictator. In the best way you understand it, what do you think would be Beijing's decoding of what we're seeing play out at Washington, D.C.?
Well, I think the fact that the United States and India both have democracies that they want to keep, even though they're democracies that are under challenge, and Xi Jinping is president for life. I mean, let's be clear, part of Modi's strength on the global stage is that he's not Putin. It's that he's not Xi. His strength comes from the fact that he wins elections. His strength comes from the fact that most of the people in India support him. And Biden's rule, of course, is reflected by that as well, even though the U.S. political system is much more divided and the elections are coming up real soon. The concern about China, I mean, some of that, of course, is China's military, growth in capabilities in Asia, the South China Sea, the Taiwan Straits, its relationship with Pakistan. Some of that is about China's economic dominance in trade through Belt and Road with almost all the countries that are around India, in strategic infrastructure investments over the long term, which potentially are seen as problematic. But some of it is because that China is promoting a very different model, a model of state capitalism and authoritarianism that turns out to be quite stable, but is not democracy. And neither the Americans or the Indians are fundamentally comfortable with that. And so in that environment, India doesn't want to have to choose between the United States and China. It wants an independent foreign policy, of course, but India also knows that from a military and national security perspective, increasingly it is aligned with the United States. And there was nothing that showed that more clearly than the announcements being made on producing new advanced jet engines with classified systems with American corporations. I mean, the military-industrial complex is going to be much closer to India, and America's is the biggest in the world.
How much of that is pure play transactional? GE would ordinarily guard its IPR very dearly. This is very high-end military technology which isn't available. Commonly just a handful of countries have the capacity to make this. It's agreed to transfer of technology. It's agreed to selling at lesser than normal market prices. Is that something that you think could possibly be suggestive of a growing trend to try and wean India away from Russia's embrace when it comes to weapon purchases?
I don't think the Americans need to try very hard. I think that these alignments are quite strong. It's very clear that Russia's not going to be able to produce the kind of spare parts and military equipment for export going forward that they had historically. And, you know, the Indians are going to have a problem with that. The Russians can barely produce the military equipment they need for themselves, fighting and losing a war in Ukraine. Then beyond that, as India becomes wealthier, they're going to want more capable and more sophisticated weapons that the Russians aren't going to have. So I think for all of those reasons, never mind the sanctions, never mind the geopolitical challenges of a Russian invasion and all the war crimes, which the Indians don't care as much about. But the fact is that the Indians have very good reasons to want to work more closely with the United States. They're not going to get their weapon systems with Chinese chips and Chinese surveillance. That's not a possibility. And the other alternatives are really small. I mean, I'm sure, you know, you can work with France, you can work with the UK, but these are not replacements for Russia. So, I mean, actually, this is a really big strategic move. The U.S. spends more on defense than the next 10 countries in the world combined. India is the 5th largest economy in the world, but soon it's going to be the 3rd. And its military complex is increasingly going to be aligned with the United States. It's going to be interoperable, and it's going to be a lot of business. And when you combine that with semiconductors and technologies, artificial intelligence, 5G, and new apps, you know, these have national security and dual use purposes too. So, I mean, the areas where you have the greatest level of new cooperation between the U.S. and India really are on this national security front, broadly defined.
No, twice in recent official meetings, President Xi Jinping has spoken of exceptional circumstances, risk. You know, he makes it seem as if something terrible is going to happen. Obviously, not defining what that is, or basically suggesting that you need to brace for extreme eventualities. As a top expert in probability and risk, what do you think are the eventualities that he could be thinking of? How could this likely play out from here?
Well, I mean, in the near term, the biggest risk is that we end up in a war with Russia. The Russians were very close to knocking down a British surveillance aircraft in international waters with 38 British airmen on board. If that had happened, they fired. They locked the missiles on. They fired because the fighter pilot misunderstood the order from his superior, his commanding officer. And fortunately, the missile didn't fire. It misfired. If it had fired, we're in a Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, you've got mining of the nuclear plant in Zaporizhia, the biggest in Europe. God forbid that blows. That could happen. And, you know, the Russians are in a war with Ukraine that NATO is supporting as hard as they possibly can. The possibility of that becoming a hot war with NATO is real. So I think Xi Jinping is clearly talking about that. He would like to see an end of that war. So far, he's not been able to have any impact. Maybe that'll change going forward. He's also talking about Taiwan, and he's talking about specifically the potential for a new Taiwanese government to move towards independence. He's also talking about TSMC, the semiconductor producer, and the export controls from the United States and its allies on this Taiwanese critically important plant, which means that the Chinese have to build their own. And it also means Taiwan becomes less interdependent from China, and therefore potential for risk goes up. That's another one. But there are others. I mean, we are in an environment with artificial intelligence, with hundreds of billions of dollars being invested by the most powerful technology companies in the world, and literally no regulatory oversight, almost no government officials that know anything about how the technology works, and no international architecture on governance of AI. Now, there are a lot of people that are trying to fix that real soon, but for the next year or two, I mean, this is basically the Wild West. And the potential for disinformation, for the proliferation of these dangerous technologies, to have geopolitical import, to lead to crises suddenly, I think is very real. So, I mean, I actually agree with Xi Jinping. I've been a political scientist for 30 years now. I've never seen an environment that has had so many structural geopolitical risks as the one that we're facing right now.
You tracked the war in Russia and Ukraine very closely. Ukraine just started a counter-offensive of sorts. It doesn't seem to have made very rapid headway, and maybe that could build or maybe not. And then where do you see the war go from here? How long do you see, Ian Bremmer, this conflict continue from? Do you at all see any ways in which this could possibly end? And do you have any vague sense or any way of understanding how long it could be?
Well, the counteroffensive is not going well so far. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, you'd probably give it about a 2 or a 3. The Ukrainians are losing a lot of people. They're losing a lot of material. They haven't taken much land. We'll see if that continues to be true in the next 1-2 months. I think it's still early days, but you're right. It's not going very well for the Ukrainians. What is going well for the Ukrainians? You've got 27 European Union states that voted unanimously for an 11th round of sanctions against Russia, including very clear statements on secondary sanctions. So the alliance, the coalition is holding together very well. The Americans, of course, are moving towards providing F-16s. Lockheed Martin saying that they'll prepare the training that is necessary as well for Ukrainians to be able to use that. You've got long-range missiles that are coming from the UK. You've got advanced tanks that are coming from Germany and soon the United States, other countries. So, I mean, Ukraine is becoming the most advanced military and most capable military in Europe. They're going to get lots of money for reconstruction. They're going to get lots of support to be a part of the European Union. So, I mean, even if the Ukrainians can't take much territory back in the counteroffensive, in the next 3-6 months, the Ukrainian government will be in a better position to help ensure that Russia will not be able to take another bite at that apple, that their defense will be much more secure, their government will be much more secure, their opportunities going forward will be much more bright. Now, none of that, of course, makes up for 8.5 million refugees and the tens of thousands of civilians killed and all of the war crimes they faced. I'm not trying to make light of that. But I am saying that the Ukrainian government may well be in a position by the end of this year that they would be willing to freeze the conflict for a period of time, especially once they get all those security guarantees from the West. Now, that means that the impact of the war on the world will go down. And obviously that means less inflation, and that'll be good for, commodities, consumers all over the world, including India. But on the negative side, that's not leading Russia to feel like they're being reintegrated into the West. They're the big losers. And NATO has expanded, and Ukraine's so powerful, and the West is giving them all these weapons, and the Russians they can't send their gas anywhere, so they're going to have to flare it, and they've got 1 million Russians that have fled the country, capable young men that they need in the economy, not to mention the devastation of Russia's military. I mean, that's a very dangerous thing. So, if you ask me, can I see an end to the Ukraine war? Yes, but I can't really see an end to the conflict with Russia. And this is enormously dangerous. Russia as a rogue state for the G7, for the U.S. and its allies, and they've got 6,000 nuclear weapons. I just don't know what that means for Putin and for the future of Russia and the way they will engage with the rest of the world. I mean, they don't have many friends out there. Belarus, Iran, that's about it. I mean, even China, China's not providing them any weapons, right? And they really need them. So China must not be that much of a friend, right? It's a real problem if you're Putin.
Last question, Ian, before I let you go, about the future of Indo-US ties from here. I saw in a couple of mainstream newspapers this morning the word ally used in the context of India and the United States. India isn't a formal alliance partner of the US, unlikely to ever want to be a formal partner. And yet sensitive defense technology is being made available to India to help muscle India out against China. Where do you see things go from here when it comes to Indo-US ties?
Look, I think that the relationship is on a very strong trajectory. The Americans are the dominant military power, and they're the dominant technology power among democracies. Those two things are going to make India closer to the United States and the U.S. closer to India going forward. So I think this relationship will continue to grow. But it was very interesting. Goldman Sachs put a piece out a few hours ago, the investment bank, projecting global economic growth to the year 2075. And there were 3 countries that dominated the global economy at that point: India, China, and the United States. They were all pretty close. And then there's this huge drop-off for the next country. We're not heading into a world that is going to have a Chinese century. India is going to be a huge global economy. It's going to be a global power in its own right. And I don't think it's going to need to have to make a firm decision about having an alliance with the United States and not doing business with other countries. I don't think India is going to have to make that decision. But I do think that in certain areas of national security, there's going to be more trust and integration between the two countries, and it may feel much more friendly than what we've had for the past generation.
Well, always interesting to hear your perspective. Ian Bremmer, thank you very much for taking our time and joining us to talk about Prime Minister Modi's state visit to Washington, D.C. and what to expect next on the India-America counter. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Good to see you.
With this, I'm going to slip into a quick break, and we'll have more for you when we come back on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching a special edition of the News Track. We are broadcasting this morning from Washington, D.C. This is day 3 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States yesterday. The focus was on President Biden and the meetings at the White House. Today, it's Business and Diaspora Day, and that's my top focus on the news track.
A visit transforming India-US ties. A visit forging a partnership for future. The world's oldest and largest democracies.
Great democracies, India and the United States.
Prime Minister Modi and Biden toast to two great powers.
Two great friends, two great nations, and two great powers. Cheers.
Namaste America, live from Washington, D.C.
One of the questions that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been asked in the build-up to the state visit to Washington was questions around human rights in India, democratic backsliding. This question was posed by Sabrina Siddiqui of the Wall Street Journal in the Prime Minister's press conference with the American President. The Prime Minister taking that question head-on, not just in the press conference, also later at the US Congress, reaffirming once again his commitment to constitutional values, his commitment to human rights, his commitment to democracy, and saying that every single time every action of his is measured and compared and tries to live up to everything that's written in the Indian Constitution. So there was no ducking and weaving in private conversations from what we're told when this issue came up, and in public. The Prime Minister reaffirming once again very emphatically India's commitment to human rights and to democratic values.
As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है.
Asked on India's democratic credentials and rights of Muslims, the Prime Minister made an emphatic answer at the joint briefing with President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Modi was answering to Wall Street Journal's Sabrina Siddiqui. The Prime Minister's body language said it all. He removed his earpiece to make his point with full authority.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है. और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है. और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं.
Prime Minister Modi made it clear that his government will not let go of India's democratic credentials at any cost. In a massive pushback to silence critics who have trained guns on India over the issue of minority rights, President Biden also rubbished claims by former US President Barack Obama on India's track record in safeguarding Muslims. Publicly defending India and the Modi government, Biden repeated Modi's claim that democracy is in India's DNA.
And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Modi, while speaking at the US Congress, made it a point to underscore his government's Sabka Saath policy to uphold minority rights.
Our vision is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts.
Sought to silence its.
This was Modi's biggest counter ever to a powerful voice, which has been critical of his government.
जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है. लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है. लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है.
Will Modi's forceful assertions silence his detractors? With Rahul Kanwal and Gita Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
The most glitzy, glamorous event of the Prime Minister's state visit was the state dinner at the White House. We were at that state dinner. You had the likes of Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Mukesh Ambani, Anand Mahindra, and several of the biggest names from India and the United States in that tent at the White House. It was raining outside, but a very high-powered gathering inside. Both the heads of state raising toasts. Interestingly, neither of them drink any wine, so both were raising their toast with some water in their glasses, but raising a toast to Indo-American friendship. An evening full of great conversations, an evening full of warmth, laughter, and some entertainment as well.
It was all pomp and grand at the White House in honor of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The USA reserves this special treatment for its closest allies. The titans of business, fashion, entertainment and more, with the likes of designer Ralph Lauren, filmmaker M. Night Shyamalan, rubbing shoulders with tech leaders from Apple, Google and Microsoft in a state dinner hosted by the first couple of USA, where the who's who of American politics stood in attendance while India was celebrated and honored.
Welcome to Prime Minister Modi's Washington home. I've been doing it. Please have a seat. I've been doing this a long time, but I don't ever remember anybody getting a warmer welcome than this man right here. Good evening, everyone. 20 years ago, as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I made clear that the United States and India grew to be the closest friends and partners in the world would be a safer place. I believe that even more today, now that I'm president.
कल शाम आपने अपने घर के दरवाजे मेरे लिए खोले. स्पेशल जेस्चर के लिए, आपकी मित्रता और गर्मजोशी भरे आदर सत्कार के लिए भी मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत-बहुत आभारी हूं.
But before this grand dinner, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held high-level talks with US President Joe Biden at the Oval Office on not-so-comfortable issues like differences over human rights and India's stance on Russia's war in Ukraine. At the dinner party, bilateral ties and friendship were toasted too, with no alcohol.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership and your friendship. And to all, please join me in a toast. Mr. Prime Minister, I had an Irish grandfather named Ambrose Finnegan, and he used to say that when you give a toast and you don't have any alcohol in your glass, you must do it with your left hand. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
Prime Minister Modi quipped with his own rejoinder.
मैंने देखा है कि आपकी मेहमान नवाजी से प्रभावित होकर कई बार आपके मेहमान गाना भी गाने लगते हैं. काश मुझ में भी गाने की कला होती तो मैं भी आपको कुछ सुनाता.
Not particularly known for his humor, but the Indian Prime Minister's comment hit home. He was referring to South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol, who surprised guests when he got up on stage during a White House state dinner, honoring him in April, and belted out a rendition of American Pie, one of his favorite songs, to raucous applause.
Something touched me deep inside the day. Wow. The music died.
On Thursday, the honorable state guest on his second state dinner at the White House praised India and USA's deepening bond as the Bidens held an extravaganza, a historic state dinner.
And may we always remember that it's our people that give our partnership strength. From all the backgrounds and beliefs, they inspire us, challenge us, tell us the truth, and push us forward. They're the reason our democracies endure, evolve, reflect, and renew generation after generation.
जैसे जैसे समय गुजर रहा है, हमारे लोगों में और एक दूसरे के प्रति समझ और बढ़ रही है, एक दूसरे के नामों का सही उच्चारण कर पाते हैं, एक दूसरे के एक्सेंट को समझ पाते हैं। भारत में बच्चे हैलोवीन पर स्पाइडरमैन बनते हैं और अमेरिका के युवा नाटू नाटू पर डांस करते हैं।
The 400 distinguished guests dined on a plant-based menu of millet and corn salad, portobello mushrooms, and strawberry shortcake, catering to the Indian Prime Minister's vegetarian tastes.
Toast to our partnership, to our people, to the possibilities that lie ahead, to two great friends, two great nations, and two great powers. Cheers.
A toast to our wonderful hosts, President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. A toast to good health, prosperity, and the pursuit of happiness, to liberty, equality, and fraternity, and to the everlasting bonds of friendship between India and the United States. Cheers.
Cheers.
Indian national flower, the lotus, was visible throughout the pavilion, along with saffron-hued floral arrangements that differed from table to table at the south lawn of the White House, as the most powerful head of state of the world admired and showed respect to the growing, most powerful head of state from Asia. It was an evening of dazzling brilliance of India on Uncle Sam's soil.
Hello and a warm welcome. We are broadcasting live from Washington DC, and to get a sense of the historical context in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to DC, his summit meetings with President Biden, we're joined at the World War I Memorial by some very sharp think tankers, academic voices, people who study India-America relations very, very closely. So welcome to all my guests. I just want to start by introducing them. I'll start from the left. So Michael Kugelman joins us. He is the director of South Asia Institute at the Wilson Center. We've had you on many of our shows, so it's great to see you in person, Michael. Welcome. Flanking him is Daniel Marquis, senior advisor, South Asia at the U.S. Institute of Peace and senior fellow at the SACE Foreign Policy Institute. Welcome. Thank you. On my right is a man who is very actively involved with what's happening in India in many of the states. Richard Russo joins us, senior advisor, holds the chair in US-India policy studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome. Tanvi Madan back with us. Tanvi, thank you so much for taking out time and joining us early in the morning. Senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. She's tracked India, America, China very closely. And for a political perspective, we have Professor Irfan Nuruddin, Professor of Indian Politics at Georgetown University. Thank you all so much. It's a bit windy and wet, but I guess this is DC and you're all used to this weather.
So a little cooler than we usually have this time of year.
But it's fantastic to have you with us. Richard Russo, I want to start by asking you about the historical significance of what we're seeing, because a lot of people wondering, is this just hype? Is the media and the government just trying to blow this out of proportion because they've got an election coming up? Or are we truly seeing something which is historic, which will be spoken of many years from now?
Well, you see an acceleration. India, of course, faces tremendous challenges from China across a range of domains. The United States looks at those challenges as well, and we find that as an area for cooperation. But also, India just surpassed China as the most populous nation, relatively high per capita economic growth rate right now. So companies looking at it excitedly as well. So things that were almost impossible a few years ago on technology transfer, defense cooperation are happening a lot faster. And these summits help make sure that they move. It really sharpens the mind and gets people active behind the scenes.
Tanvi Madan, we saw at the White House and through this visit, the Biden administration seems to have really rolled out the red carpet. The Economist described it as the world's biggest transaction. Is this really seen as a transactional relationship, or are you seeing something transformative in terms of the relationship between India and the US?
I think, you do see that this is a strategic relationship. If you look at both the joint statement and the fact sheet, which I think people should, because you really get the details, there's definitely a strategic aspect driving this. And you see it in the sense that the focus is on security and prosperity as objectives, but doing that through building resilience through technology and talent development. So as I think President Biden put it well, where he said this is about unlocking a shared future, the Prime Minister used the term a new dawn. But I actually think people should stop making such a big fuss about transactionalism. It is good to have a certain amount of transactionalism. To me, that suggests both sides are getting something out of the relationship. It is mutually beneficial, which is the case. So I don't think, people should say, oh, this is transactional. In every relationship, there's a certain amount of transactionalism. That's normal. That's good. That's actually natural.
Professor Nuruddin, the Biden administration faced some pushback from within the Democrat camp on issues of human rights in India. We saw that question being raised in the press conference yesterday. Do you think that issue is adequately settled, or do you think this is something which will keep festering in a way that it puts some pressure on the government to taper its actions accordingly?
I don't think it will taper the actions, but I don't think the question is settled. And it's up to India to decide how that question gets asked and answered in the coming years. If there are unfortunate incidents at home, the question will continue to arise over here. You can't both be in the limelight, get the red carpet rolled out, and expect there not to be the attention even on the negative things. So the best case scenario over here is that India makes it a non-issue, that the election in 2024, as we would all expect, is free and fair, that the rhetoric that surrounds the election is civil and competitive, messy, right? But nothing that crosses the lines. And then I think the issue goes away. For some people, of course, democracy and human rights, including for Mr. Biden, is supposed to be a defining issue of the foreign policy. As long as that rhetoric is key in Washington, D.C., India should expect for there to be scrutiny, but hopefully it will continue to pass that test with flying colors.
No, but the Prime Minister took those questions head on, and I think even in his address to the US Congress and in that press conference, Tanvi, he basically kept referring to democracy being the answer, that this is a democratic government, we're answerable to the Constitution, and suggesting that there is no way in which anything that's written in the Constitution will be violated, and reaffirming his commitment publicly to trying to ensure that India lives up to all constitutionally enshrined values.
Well, in India has regularly invoked democracy. And you saw this even in the Prime Minister's departure statement, where he talked about shared values of diversity, democracy and freedom. But that's also why you are going to hear people then hold India to that standard, because India holds itself to that standard. And so when the Prime Minister said at the press conference that, where there is no human rights, there is no democracy, you will hear that being invoked by others. I think there's another aspect as well, right? This democracy isn't just a values thing here. It is about today, about the contrast, that it is about strategy. And, it was for some reason controversial, but President Obama's remarks yesterday, it's actually a bit of a no-brainer, right? Both the US and India should care that each country should not be so riven with internal differences that you focus internally and aren't able to play that strategic role. Second, if the theory of the case on the economic and technological side is we can be trusted partners, hint, hint, China is not. What makes India different? It's open, it's transparent, it follows the rules of the road. So democracy in its various aspects is something that both countries have invoked, and both countries will be held up to in terms of that standard.
Let's spend a moment on President Barack Obama's comments yesterday. In an interview to Christiana Manpo, Michael Kugelman, he talks about wanting President Biden to do more in his conversations with Prime Minister Modi. Is that something that did the timing strike you as being slightly odd, given the fact that Biden is a Democrat president? He used to be Obama's vice president, and this is Biden's big jamboree. He's invited a guest over, and here pops out President Obama making the kind of comments he did.
Well, let's keep in mind that President Barack Obama, when he was president, speaking in New Delhi in 2015, had made some very similar comments. So one could argue that perhaps he's had these views before and that he didn't just decide to use the opportunity of President Biden meeting with Modi to invoke them. I think that's an important point to put out there. Clearly, President Biden was not going to take his former boss's advice and bring up the issues in that way. I mean, clearly, the administration is concerned about these issues in India, and I think that for the administration, one of the goals was simply to convey that concern in private conversations, but not to push it, to broach it, but not to push it that hard. It's because at the end of the day, that issue likely didn't figure very heavily in the various meetings between Biden and Modi and others. The strategic issues loom larger.
So let's spend a moment on some of those strategic issues, particularly the transfer of technology on a deal as critical as jet engines, Michael Kugelman, which wouldn't have been conceivable some time back. So you've got a private company agreeing to give these kind of technology, make it available to another country, another company. How significant is this, and what do you think is spurring this new move towards America agreeing to transfer technology which wouldn't have been on the table earlier?
It's a combination of several factors. I think we have to remember that President Biden himself has long had a strong interest in a deeper U.S.-India partnership. Going back to his days as a senator, as a vice president, he's long been a strong advocate for partnerships. So his own personal desire to move things forward in a big way must have figured to some extent. Also, you have to look at ISET, this major initiative that was concluded some months ago, which is overseen by the national security advisors. And so that suggests a particular strong desire to really push past the bureaucracy and do whatever's necessary to move things forward.
Now, one of the critical questions is whether there'll be any congressional delays on the technology that America has agreed to transfer to India. We saw, for example, David Markey, with the nuclear submarine deal as part of AUKUS, which was to be given to Australia. That got held up about whether such technology should be transferred at all. Do you see adequate bipartisan congressional support even beyond what the administration is saying, or do you think this is, at some level, there's a possibility that there may be some bureaucratic congressional delays?
Look, there's always the possibility of various delays. They can certainly happen on the congressional side to some degree. This is also a complicated deal, and it requires a private company, GE, to go ahead with a major transfer of intellectual property to India. This is something that, the details matter. This won't happen overnight. You mentioned AUKUS. I don't think the problem so much on AUKUS is a political barrier or even a bureaucratic barrier. I think it's an incredibly complicated thing to transfer high-end, really cutting-edge technology to a partner which may or may not be ready to implement it immediately. In both cases, I think it will take time. In the AUKUS deal, we're talking about years, possibly decades before this comes to full fruition, but that's not a political or congressional problem. That's a practical problem of cooperation.
Just getting into the weeds and the amount of time it takes to get past those weeds. Let's spend a moment on China, Richard Russo, because China wasn't spoken of in any derogatory way at all. Far from. In fact, when the president was asked this question, he tried to calm things down by saying this has got nothing to do with China, but of course it's got a lot to do with China. And despite everything that's being said formally, what do you think is the message that Beijing would likely be drawing from what's being witnessed here in DC?
Well, you do see the United States and India finally finding areas to cooperate on strategic technology. Defense has been on there for quite some time, although fits and starts, but strategic technology in the last couple of years has become prime. It's not just in the bilateral, but also in the Quad. So when we talk about China's ability to intimidate others and use commercial coercion in areas like we're talking about quantum, we're talking about AI, we're talking about semiconductor production, if two massive economies like the United States and India can find areas to cooperate and help to blunt China's ability to dominate these spaces in the future, that's going to be powerful, not just for commercial relations, but of course, many of the same technologies are going to have massive military application in the future as well. So important for today, important for tomorrow. Hopefully we can get it right, because getting commercial entities to cooperate, it's not always easy for governments to spoke and to stir.
Oh, and in fact, what you're mentioning is true, because one of the reasons why there was a problem with the Rafale deal in its original avatar was because the French simply didn't trust Hindustan Aeronautics to be able to manufacture cutting-edge aeroplane fighter jets back home, and now it's the same HAL that now needs to deal with GE. So there are genuine complications, as you said, in just getting it done despite all the intent.
Well, I think a lot of the great technology talent that exists, is there with companies like HCL and TCS and Wipro and others. They haven't always been to the first ones to the table, because when we started talking about India really stoking defense companies, delicensing and privatizing, you saw a lot of the big conglomerates setting up those operations first. Not the technology leaders, but manufacturing leaders. But the tech ability, if you really want to transfer technology, you need the engineering firms to step in, the ones that are already doing back office work for a lot of these companies, and help them produce high-end equipment there. So I think India's got to get that mix together, but I also like what's happening with the startup environment there as well. I mean, ultimately, developing technology at the root is going to be a lot easier than transferring mature technology and hoping to upgrade it. So getting our startups and our universities to work together in tech areas, that's going to be but it's going to take a long time to gestate.
Tanvi, let's spend a moment on China and what China is likely to see. I mean, India and the United States are seeing what they are. What do you think China is seeing from what's happening in DC?
I suspect they wouldn't like, and they do watch these visits closely, I suspect they wouldn't have liked the fact that even if they're not, mentioned explicitly, you see again in the speech where the Prime Minister to Congress talked about the confrontation and coercion that is being seen in the Indo-Pacific. Hint, hint, the sea he's talking about that wasn't mentioned was China. But he also talked about that very explicitly as the basis for cooperation between the two countries in the Indo-Pacific. China doesn't like to see a U.S.-India relationship that's closed. Some in China have convinced themselves that India is, so strategically autonomous, so interested in non-alignment that it would nothing they could do would push India closer to the U.S. Well, they're realizing that India, when they're concerned about China infringing on India's strategic autonomy in a bigger way, suddenly thinks about the U.S. very differently. And I think you saw that. Other thing that you saw very interestingly, which they will read into it even if it wasn't mentioned explicitly, is the statement in the joint statement about tougher language on pushing back on unilateral actions using force that destabilize the region. They will see that as not just about the border, but Taiwan as well, even though the Taiwan Strait wasn't mentioned. It was tougher language than usual. But I think they'll also be seeing that this entire set of kind of initiatives that you see in the fact sheet, this is essentially about enhancing deterrence, de-risking, and providing alternatives, high-quality alternatives in the region. That is entirely about competition with China for both sides. And so, you see in the Chinese media and the state media as well, constant denigrating. India will not be able to do this. It's not going to be able to be that subject of, or where the U.S. and the West can diversify. Well, this is the U.S. saying, we think India, even if not now, we're going to build the ecosystems together. And I think that's been missed. This is not about one deal or another. Underlying almost every one of these things is the two countries investing in each other's ecosystems. And in the U.S. case, helping India build its ecosystem in certain places like advanced technology.
Very useful, make no mistake about it. We've spoken so far about how the Biden administration is seeing the India relationship, but we also saw, Michael Kugelman, that there was a lot of interest from top American corporates at the state dinner where we were last evening. We had, you had the likes of Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, which were also of Indian origin, so there's that. But General Atomic, General Dynamics, GE, all these big companies coming, Micron making an announcement of an $850 million investment. Do you see this could accelerate the prospects of India being the destination for the China plus one realignment of global supply chains?
Well, absolutely, India wants to capitalize on this moment with this desire of so many companies to relocate production to India. It has a long way to go on that route. Let's keep in mind the broader context that every trip, pretty much, so far as I know, that Prime Minister Modi has made to the U.S. since he became Prime Minister has involved meetings with corporates. So this is not necessarily new, but certainly that engagement has been intensifying. But indeed, I think that a big part, one of Modi's goals, one of the broader goals of the U.S.-India relationship is to position India to play a bigger role in these diversifying global supply chains, particularly focused on critical and emerging technologies, to try to drive global reliance away from China to some extent. So I think that there's clearly a strategic dimension to this engagement that Modi is having with these corporate CEOs.
What's your sense about the mood in America? Because that's way outside congressional control or even the Biden administration's nudges and pushes, they'll make their own minds if they think it would be profitable to invest in India. Are U.S. corporations at this moment in a let's see how it goes, dip our feet in the Indian water and then build on it? Or do you think they're more and more convinced that India could be the one place, A, because of the domestic market, B, because of geopolitical factors at play, where they should really start now building some roots?
Look, I can't speak for American corporates, but my broader sense is sort of on the one hand, on the other hand. On the one hand, there's certainly an openness to India. There's an enthusiasm about India. This isn't a partisan issue. This isn't just a congressional issue. There's a broader openness and an interest in India that I think we'll see in the private sector as well. On the other hand, there's lots of other places that the United States is looking to invest, and it's really up to India to capitalize on this moment. You know, you opened this conversation with a question about whether this is really a historic meeting, and the answer will be if in a few years from now we can look back and say this was the moment that the United States said yes, and India then moved forward on a variety of cooperative measures and ventures, both state to state and private sector, and really seized that opportunity, the opportunity provided by the conflict with China, and also the opportunity on the defense side provided by questions about Russia as a reliable supplier of Indian equipment, and whether the United States could fill some of those gaps. When we begin to see that, then we'll look back at this moment and say, yeah, that was historic. But that's up to India. A lot of the action will be on the Indian side.
Mm-hmm. Let's spend a moment on politics, because there's a big election both in India and the US up next year. And American politics are more fractious at this moment than Indian politics, which seems a bit more settled. But of course, things can change, and who knows? It's a election, and things happen in elections. But do you think that has any bearing at all? Because if you see President Biden, when he came in, there were concerns that given that Prime Minister Modi had been part of that Howdy Trump mega jamboree, and that Kamala Harris was on the vice presidential ticket, that there may be concerns. He seems to have aced navigating this relationship and building on it, despite being a very different public personality from Prime Minister Modi.
I think, we've seen in the United States, you can't find two candidates that are probably more different than President Trump and President Biden. And yet, President Trump really recreated the Quad. President Biden doubled down on it. The concept of Indo-Pacific has remained throughout. So if you see continuity on policy towards India between, successive presidents that are this different from each other, I have high confidence that whoever is going to be next will maintain that as well. In India, you think of the Modi government and expectations that they've got a pretty good chance at returning to power. If they don't, if they're brought in for a coalition, that's again where the United States needs to make sure that we're constantly engaging a lot of these regional parties that we've seen in times past. I mean, those that have been on the India beat for just 8 or 9 years, they think single-party majority is the norm in India. Those of us that have been doing it a little bit longer realize coalitions are common, and coalition moments have actually been the biggest obstacle sometimes to getting big things done. So even if Modi government comes back but loses a few seats, they're forced into a coalition, it could be a lot of these regional parties that could be king and queen makers on big things happening. So engaging those is going to be important for us to keep in mind as well.
The India-US relationship, Tanvi, has been marching forward at different speeds, regardless of who's in power in India or in Washington. Do you think the election next year and the fact that you've got two personalities who seem to have hit a particular moment just at this instance, does that make any difference in terms of accelerating the speed of building on this relationship? Or do you think there's enough of an institutional framework where whoever it is in power, it doesn't really matter, it only is tangentially consequential?
So I think it's quite clear that both sides, recognizing that after many years you're going to have India and the US go to election in the same year, that they wanted to try to get as much done in this visit, in President Biden's visit for the G20, but potentially also for a Quad summit that will be held in India, to try to get as much done before both sides start getting involved in their election years. And then momentum just slows from the government side. But I think the test of this relationship, when it'll become truly natural, so to speak, is when you don't need the governments constantly facilitating, that they just create the enabling environment and the private sector takes on, the labs take on, the civil society, universities. And so if you go back and look at what they have, all these initiatives, it's about saying, look, we've done our work as much as possible. Our bureaucracies will continue to work. We've sent them the signal. But look, we are going to be involved in other, our elections, our domestic politics. You guys now need to move this forward.
What's your sense of President Biden's re-election chances at this moment in the manner in which American politics is shaping up?
If I get this right, you got to buy me dinner at Bukhara in Delhi. I think at this point you'd have to say that Mr. Biden's in a good position. The economy has done much better than everyone expected, and the Republican Party is about to go through a nomination fight that's going to be extremely bruising. Right, and so anytime an incumbent is running for election, the odds are in their favor in the American context. The 2020 election where Mr. Trump lost was the exception that in some ways proved the rule. It was really unusual. So Biden has the advantage, but it's going to be a really ugly campaign, regardless of what happens. America, as you pointed out in your lead into this conversation, is as fractious as it's been in a long time. And key to that is a real debate about what America's role in the world is. You can't both have America sort of go out, be a force for good in the world, and have America being made great again with a very internal isolationist bent. India could be collateral damage in that fight. And look, one of the reasons that you might see a sense of not caution, a lot of enthusiasm for what's happened over the last 24 hours is because, well, some of us are older than others, but I mean, we remember 2007. You want to talk about two leaders putting a lot of personal political capital into getting the US-India civil nuclear deal. That was the game changer. It was supposed to be the same announcements that we're talking about today, the same language. But 16 years later, we know that that just never came to fruition. And as my colleagues have pointed out, that's because governments can put us on the right strategic path. But if you can't get private sector buy-in at every level, you don't deliver on the full potential. And we are going to have to see, I love the way Dan put it, we'll know whether this was a historic moment a decade from now, right, when we'll know whether or not many of these announcements really not only came to fruition, but generated even more investment, even more deep partnership, such that we're no longer wondering whether or not the two leaders have a personal rapport, because there's just so much else happening. So we're going to have to see. But right now, I'm betting on Biden coming back.
That's a very important point you make, because if you remember the amount of noise and hype there was around the US-India nuclear deal, at the end of it, there's very little tangible takeaway for either side from that deal, particularly here in the US. So in the last part of this conversation, I want to focus on where the relationship goes from here. Richard, we're seeing America and lots of American companies talking now about more de-risking than decoupling from China. Where do you see India and the United States go on the back of this statement?
Well, I think when we talk about corporates, there's a real tension in boardrooms, a place I spend a lot of time in with large companies. You've got top executives that they look at the numbers, the population growth, the economic growth, and they know they need a massive presence in India in the future if they don't have it today. But the tension lies with the fact that it is still really tough to do business. And a lot of the challenges that companies face, including some of those that had big announcements yesterday, getting reliable access to electric power, flexible labor regulations, these kind of basics that China and Vietnam and others provide in droves. And these are things controlled by state governments. It's not anything that Prime Minister Modi can snap his fingers. Even states controlled by the BJP don't always follow suit. So I think getting those engagements to be more subnational oriented, getting state governments to get a lot of this stuff right, to attract those investments. once we start hitting $200 billion, $300 billion in annual trade, then the momentum behind this becomes pretty unstoppable.
Daniel, what do you see as being the next step in this relationship between India and the United States? What would you be looking out for most closely?
Well, look, I don't know if it's the next big step, but you asked the question about whether the two sides are prepared to actually seize this moment and what is going to happen in the coming political year. And the question is whether the two bureaucracies can pick up on what's already been done and kind of keep the ball rolling while both President Biden and Prime Minister Modi go back to the polls and have to contest elections. That's the thing I'm going to be watching, because a lot of this, the tendency is you make huge announcements and then things kind of begin to fall apart when you leave it in other people's hands. To what extent do you need top-level, presidential level engagement to keep the momentum going? And if you need a lot of that, I'm afraid that the coming, 2024 is going to be a tough year.
Michael, you want to answer that? Because now beginning to rain quite heavily, so we'll just start winding down very quickly. Yes.
I think that this relationship is one with multiple tracks right now. That's very clear. And for me, the new partnerships in higher education, particularly those focused on STEM, are a really big deal. Going to what had been said earlier about how this relationship doesn't necessarily need or shouldn't need to be driven only by official-to-official relations. So I think that these higher education partnerships and all of that, that's something that I'll be watching. But absolutely, as was noted before, the momentum is key. There's a lot of momentum for the relationship. This state visit really puts it right right at the top, so to speak. But yeah, with both governments soon going into election campaign mode, it's important that you have momentum taken on by those outside of government and outside of politics.
Professor Nuruddin, I want to talk to you about the new education policy and whether you think American universities are seriously looking at coming and setting up campuses or collaborating, joint degrees. It's been spoken of a lot with hope. I spoke to the American ambassador to India and others. They're talking about it. But will it actually happen in reality?
It's going to be slow moving. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Anyone who teaches at American universities knows the pool of talent that exists in India, right? Indian Americans who are on the faculty like myself, and of course the incredible number of Indian students who come over here. There's a great interest among American students to go study in India. But Rahul, it's hard. Every part of that bureaucracy is still really complicated. The simple act of getting a student visa to go to India is complicated. We all know, if you've ever stood in line at the US Consulate to get a visa here, what a difficult experience that can be. There's a lot of progress to be made over there, but we've talked a little bit about the human rights situation. It's not worth dwelling on over here, but don't underestimate the degree to which a lot of universities look at the situation there and say, how do we think about academic freedom in this context? How do we think about what a genuine partnership will look like? But I think you're going to see a lot more announcements, including hopefully from my university, about partnerships that are serious about joint programs with credible Indian partners. The potential of the Indian higher education market is recognized by everyone in this space, and you're going to see that opportunity. And look, one thing we haven't talked about today is that the diaspora pushes this incredibly. Young people, young Indian Americans are keen to go home, they're keen to be more engaged, and education is a great pathway for that.
Well, we're fully committed to this equation and this relationship. As you can see, we're standing out in the rain. But Tanvi, you know both India and the United States very closely. Given everything that we've seen, what scares you the most? What do you think can go wrong?
Lots of things can go wrong, but I would say, if you don't implement, if you focus on, the strategic, that the words, the visit happens, and these kind of visits are called action forcing events. So they force the action where you get all the agreements, and then momentum falls. You get kind of involved in internal situations. You become more insular. That can happen because in either country that we start struggling with our democracies, that we are so involved in fighting each other that we don't focus on the path ahead. And frankly, countries like China would take advantage of that and actually tell the rest of the world, look, these messy democracies can't get anything done. I will say though, Rahul, and I do want to put this on the record, as the one historian around here, since we're talking about historic moments, I do think the US-India nuclear deal was historic. And it was because you would not see anything that happened today without what that represented, which was the first moment that the US actually lifted export control restrictions. So yes, there might not be Westinghouse nuclear reactors, but that moment encapsulated kind of a lot more. So, you say it's not successful. I'll tell you as the historian, the 10-year metric that Dan laid out, yes, as we look back, I'm the one who's going to write the history. I'm writing a book right now. That moment was historic. And if this moment is like that, you're definitely going to see a movement.
It paved the way for what followed. And that, in that sense, of course, it was massively consequential. I really want to thank all of you for joining us, braving the inclement weather. Really appreciate you taking out time. And thank you so much and wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Why does this happen?
Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
One of the big moments for Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his state visit to Washington DC was the address at the joint sitting of the US Congress, the second time the Prime Minister was invited there. Interestingly, there were more than a dozen occasions where the Prime Minister received a standing ovation. In fact, there were a lot of Indian Americans in the visitors gallery right above where the congressmen and the senators were sitting, and they were chanting Modi, Modi, and a lot of the American press that were there were quite shocked by the fact that you had these chants inside the US Congress, which obviously isn't a common sighting over there. Also, soon after the visit got over and before, the congressman greeted the Prime Minister very warmly. Lots of autographs being taken, selfies as well. And many of those congressmen, senators told us later, off camera of course, that they seemed quite envious of the kind of popularity the Prime Minister enjoyed in a distant country. These aren't necessarily his voters, they're his supporters, but not his voters. And they seem to be treating him with a certain adulation, which was quite the envy of all the American politicians who were gathered at the US Congress.
These are American lawmakers standing in a queue to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Capitol in Washington. As Modi becomes the first Prime Minister to address US Congress twice, his 57-minute long speech received 79 applauses.
15 standing ovations from the members of the Congress and the Indian American community in the galleries. During the address, Modi Modi chants were also heard from the galleries by the diaspora. And what followed after showed India's rising power in international corridors. Members of the US Congress rushed to click selfies with Prime Minister Modi. Some even waiting in a queue for an autograph from the Indian Prime Minister.
While we were in the press gallery, when that speech was going on, I saw a lot of the people who were there quite gobsmacked by the fact that in the visitors' gallery, there were chants of Modi Modi, which hadn't been heard typically. Typically it doesn't happen, right? So you got all these people almost as if it's some kind of an arena or a political rally chanting Modi Modi in the US Congress, and that also gave to the American politicians a sense of the deep popularity that the Prime Minister enjoys to this day.
At the state dinner at the White House hosted by the Bidens, Desi Musical Connect was on full display. Rendition of Shah Rukh Khan's Tara Chaiya Chaiya was performed by the Pen Masala group, while classical violin was also heard during the event. This was a significant meeting of world's largest and oldest modern democracies. In the high-profile guest list of 400 invited attendees, who's who from different industries was seen arriving for the dinner, adorning gorgeous attire, many showcasing the Indian Connect. Business tycoons Neeta and Mukesh Ambani, who called this a historic visit. Industrialist Anand Mahindra, Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, former chairperson of PepsiCo Indra Nooyi, film director M. Night Shyamalan, and many more. Also present were members of the Biden administration. Pichai was also seen obliging attendees at the state dinner with photographs. The second day of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States of America was clearly a star-studded affair, where he raised a toast to India-US friendship and ensuring that India cannot be ignored anymore in world politics. With Rahul Kamal and Gita Mohan in Washington, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where we wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. We're in Washington, D.C., tracking different aspects of the Prime Minister's visit. So we'll continue our broadcast over the next 24 hours from Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister doing the big Diaspora event in a few hours from now at the Kennedy Center. He'll be doing an address as well. He's meeting U.S. businessmen right now, several of the tech titans meeting the Prime Minister. So we're tracking his engagements and also what emerges from each of these meetings. Thank you for tuning in, and I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Goodbye. Good night.
sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा
Well, a very good morning. We're on a rolling coverage. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the United States. He's all set to meet with the Indian diaspora. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to take you through every update at this moment with the Prime Minister in attendance as he's just completed that very grand lunch with the Vice President Kamala Harris. And now the meeting with the Indian diaspora is really going to be the top focus. A lot of celebratory images that are already coming in. I'm going to take you through that. The headlines first. Prime Minister Modi attends the state luncheon hosted by American Vice President Kamala Harris. The Indian-American partnership, or the friendship itself, the Prime Minister raises a toast to. All eyes now on Prime Minister's big diaspora address. Prime Minister meets top honchos and CEOs at the India-US high-tech handshake event. Prime Minister says coming together of talent, technology guarantees a bright future. After a 5-day intensive hunt in the Atlantic Ocean, all 5 civilians on board OceanGate's Titanic submersible have been declared dead. Search on at this point to see if they can find the bodies of those who've succumbed. All right, now Prime Minister Narendra Modi attends the state lunch hosted by United States Vice President Kamala Harris. US Vice President Kamala Harris, Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Friday hosted this lunch for the Prime Minister. Just a little while ago, Narendra Modi was invited to by the State Department, and quite a grand lunch that took place there where Modi gave an address, and in our language, in Hindi, Modi spoke at that lunch extensively. In fact, this was an invitation itself that was sent out by President Joe Biden to Prime Minister Modi for that very special lunch. In a warm welcome for the Prime Minister, we saw Vice President Kamala Harris hailing India's global impact in this world. In fact, recalling her Indian roots, the Vice President has further gone on to appreciate India's long-standing partnerships and how this country together, both countries together in this alliance of sorts, will only prosper. And security was also on top focus while Vice President Kamala Harris addressed welcoming Prime Minister Modi. These are live images coming in as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with some business honchos has just begun. All right, this is the Boeing CEO. In fact, the Prime Minister meeting with the Boeing CEO. This is very significant also on the sidelines of Air India at this point, signing a deal with Boeing. We believe nearly 450 aircrafts that have been a deal that's been signed by the Tata Group with Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with that CEO. If I could introduce our guest here, joining us in the studio, Major General A.K. Sahai. A.K. Shivas, thank you very much for staying with us through this rolling coverage here on India Today. We see that Prime Minister Modi is meeting with the Boeing CEO. I'm taking you through this. Yeah, these are the live images that are coming in. Give us the significance of this as we see a huge opportunity for many of these big brands. Boeing looking to expand in India, in every sense looking to associate with India. We believe 450 aircrafts are all set to be sent to join the Air India fleet.
Absolutely. See, the point today is that aviation industry in India is now opening up and doing extremely well. And as on today, Air India has gone and signed a deal with Boeing for 450 aircraft. And now recently, Indigo has signed a deal for another 500 aircraft. So we are going to get almost about 950 aircrafts in future. And this will be a milestone for aviation industry. You will find it that the number of aircrafts in another 10 to 15 years are going to be almost double than what we have. So aviation industry is going to do extremely well in India, and that is the future of this. And you will find it now what has happened, especially in last 10 years. The number of airports which have increased, or the destination which were of smaller towns have now big cities also connected with the airports. That has been considerable, and now almost 180 more going to be opened in another about 5 years. So therefore, as far as India is concerned, the Indian skies are going to open up, and you will find it that the aviation industry is going to do extremely well. And therefore, there was a need of having the state-of-art aircraft. And initially, basically Tata Air India went and consulted, and thereafter signed a package with Boeing of 450 aircraft, and now recently the Indigo has gone and signed a deal for 500. So this is a milestone, and I'm sure that's why Prime Minister Modi is meeting the CEO of the Boeing, that the association which India will have with Boeing will be very considerably important.
You know, at this point, many of these top CEOs who are now hobnobbing with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, this is, of course, viewed as the India moment. Prime Minister is representing India, India's prospects, and really bolstering ties with not just America as a country, but also with these companies who are really looking at this point to find a way into India. And we believe that this meeting has really opened those doors.
Absolutely. See, we have to understand one thing, that as far as US is concerned, there are the private companies which play a major role. And same in the defense industry, if you see it, whether it is basically, you can say that we have signed a deal now with General Electric Aerospace. The deal has been signed between General Electric Aerospace and the HAL for manufacture of almost 350 the engine which are G414. And now these are going to be a milestone, because what is happening is that this will not only be that manufacturing jointly, transfer of technology, make in India, and in future that we will not only able to make it for India, but able to export. Now, remember that as far as the jet engines are concerned, there are only 4 countries in the world which were have that technology to manufacture basically the jet. That is basically US, UK, France and Russia. China also do not have. Our Kaveri project, which is progressing, work in progress, is still not able to succeed. So this G414 engine, which will be taking basically for our Tejas Mark II, which will be manufactured subsequently, will be a 5th generation aircraft. It will be a game changer, force multiplier, and we are going to make 350 aircraft, and also what we are going to do, AMCA, that is basically advanced medium combat aircraft. These are also going to be put as far as these engines are concerned. So overall, a very important deal of the jet engine. And the second very important deal is MQ-9 drones, which are called Sea drone and Predator. These drones are also very important for India, because we have taken 2 of these surveillance drones on lease from US, and we found that they were extremely powerful, very helpful, and that's why we have gone for another 31. 15 for Navy and 8 each for Air Force and Army. Now what will they do? This will change the whole landscape as far as Indo-Pacific concerned. There the surveillance can be carried out, and the submarines as well as the aircraft carrier and the frigates of not only US but also China are there in Indian Ocean. They will be able to keep a surveillance on that, also on a line of actual control and line of control, because they have endurance for 27 hours, and they can go up till range of almost about 2,000 to 3,000, and they have also Hellfire missile, and also they have an anti-submarine weapon system. Remember that as far Al-Jawari, who was killed in Afghanistan, was killed by the Hellfire missile, which was basically fired from the drone, and same way General Soleimani. So these again drones, MQ-9 drones are going to be game changer. What we are trying to now do it, unlike G414 engine, where the transfer of technology taking place, here there are still a lot of things to be done. Here what they are trying to convey is the basically the spare parts can be manufactured by India and the servicing can be done. So it is not complete transfer of technology as far as MQ-9B drones are concerned. But overall drones which are going to be a game changer and force multiplier in future. And the third deal which was there was M777 light ultralight howitzer. Remember, these are the ultralight howitzer which India is already having, and in India these are being manufactured by Mahindra Defence, And now they have become old, they required a servicing, and this is again a deal signed as far as India and US is concerned. So these three defense deals got a very, very important for us. In addition to that, what we have done is that semiconductor chips, Micron will be also making it in India. Then what we have done is that basically cyber space, more coordination, more cooperation. The supply.
State dinner, he was at the tech handshake this morning, he was at the State Department luncheon, so he's really moving and shaking just the right places. Nikhil Kama, thank you very much, and it's great to be here. It's a bit rainy, but it's fantastic to catch up with you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you.
So you must have been the youngest person who got invited because of what he's done, not because of any other association at the State Department. So there's Mukesh Ambani, Anand Mahindra, and you. A lot of people watching would be very jealous and saying, what's Nikhil doing? How's he getting these fancy tickets?
Well, I think they were very kind, and I have to say I was surprised too, but I don't know, maybe this is testament to show that the government wants to support youngsters, a newer, younger breed of entrepreneurs. So I think it's something to kind of like be excited by, and I really cherish the experience. I learned so much from so many people that I met. I'm exhausted because, like you know, it's been a tough 2-3 days, and I've been working nights because the Indian market's open like at midnight. And yeah, looking forward to getting back and sleeping.
Well, that's interesting that you said, because Modi ji is not tired. He's at it, bang, bang, right? And Nikhil, like the youngest guy in the room, is saying, I'm tired, mera ho gaya, mujhe neend chahiye.
I don't know how he's not tired. Like, I'll give you an example of this morning. We had a meeting which began at 9:30 a.m. and it finished at 12 something, where he spoke for a reasonable amount of time. And then from there we went to another meeting where he spoke again for a reasonable amount of time. Now at 4 p.m. he has gone to the Kennedy Center where he's making another speech. And his team was telling me they're going to go to Egypt later today, and then they're going to do the same thing all over again. I don't know where the energy comes from.
Sure. Do you want to talk a bit about the tech handshake? Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, all the movers and shakers there in that room. You were there too. How do you see this tech collaboration between India and the United States shape up from here?
Yeah, I think many possibilities, many opportunities. There is a friendship which has kind of formed between our Prime Minister and the US President, which was evident for all of us in the room to see. They were really pally with each other and, you know, like joking and stuff like that.
You got to see Biden's funny bone?
Yeah, and he is quite funny. And I think even from like when I was in the room, when they asked me to speak, I was talking about the India stack and all the opportunities of exporting exporting our India stack and many things in our banking ecosystem per se to the West. Because banking in India, I must say, is more efficient, cheaper and faster than Western countries. And I think we're trying that experiment with Singapore a little bit, but India stack abroad, I think, will be a very valuable product. It doesn't even have to be implemented in a manner where India has any of the data. The data can be localized in their geography. But I think that's a huge opportunity for us to work with them, wherein we not only transport services or we not only transfer services, but IP of some sort which has been organically created in India.
So you met up with Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman. You want to talk a bit about how it was meeting with them and your big takeaways from those meetings?
Well, each one of them had a different viewpoint, and so it was interesting talking to them about stuff I don't understand too well, maybe, like generative AI, but each one of them, like be it Microsoft, Google or Sam Altman, they seem to be on the forefront of it. So, you know, Keynes once said the biggest problem, if we didn't have work, what would we do? The problem of not knowing what to do is a problem in itself, and it feels like when productivity is going to be taken away by whatever AI transforms to into the future, and a large section of society necessarily need not work in the manner that they work today. It's a very interesting use case, and one has to ponder about how the world, the socio-economics, even the geopolitics of the world change by virtue of something like that. Do we shift to some form of socialism with UBI and a bunch of benefits at the bottom and optional capitalism for the people who opt into it on top? How do the incumbent winners of capitalism transition? Because I'm guessing the transition will be most painful for them. And if there is a transition, how long is the transition, and how painful is the transition? So there are many questions for the day when generative AI in a manner can truly think. But I guess nobody knows. Everybody had a different viewpoint, and I think nobody agreed with the other. But these are very interesting questions for even us to ponder, people who don't know.
Sure. One of the things the US is trying to help India with is developing a innovation ecosystem in India. And one of the realities is, and we're seeing that with generative AI, which you just spoke about, a lot of the cutting edge innovation continues to happen in the United States. What is it that you're going back with in terms of what can India, this government and young startups like you do to try and foster an innovation ecosystem which isn't just pandering to the Indian market in terms of e-commerce and social commerce, but actually at the very cutting edge of technological change?
Again, interesting question. I asked this to a bunch of people. Why is so much innovation happening in the US?
Why do you think that's the case?
Well, what people told me was things like culture, the rebellious attitudes, the American dream which has been sold for a long time. See, Rahul, innovation is happening in India, albeit in different forms. For innovation which needs a certain number of building blocks to align before which people can truly innovate, for innovations of that sort, I think India will get there organically. I think a lot is being done to improve education, the infra around education by the incumbent government in India. But I feel like maybe a good idea to kind of like, also not, in my own personal view, right? I might totally be wrong, but I think education systems should not have to be as conformist as they were. In my own life, like I've hated school growing up because partly because I was not very smart and a good student, but also because
so says India's youngest self-made billionaire.
Also because I think you're not given the option to figure out what your passion is and pursue it as much as you're told what you should learn. Historically, I don't think evolution worked like that. I think back in the day, I'm talking many hundreds of years ago, kids were brought up by societies at large, and their parents did not indoctrinate their belief systems upon their kids, and the kids had the option to learn from every member of the community. That allowed for people to be more philosophical, more creative, and I think going back to our roots, not our immediate roots, but our historical roots, in a manner might take us back to a point where education is not as conformist as the kids might see in school today.
It also seems interesting that you've been involved with the whole GIFT project, trying to get a lot of investment bankers to come to India, set up base in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. Do you see that working out well? I mean, the project has been in the works for a long time. Is it now finally achieving some level where it can take off?
So, Rahul, when I went to GIFT first, we were the first fund to set up there. I think like a couple of years ago. There were maybe a couple of hundred people, 5 cows, and a few like cycles on the street. When I went to GIFT the last time around, which was a month and a half ago, GIFT has transformed. I think it's hard to today get real estate in GIFT. There are like big companies like Bank of America with thousands of employees, and And structurally, the ease of business, I think GIFT has taken it very seriously that they're not competing with India anymore, but they're competing with a DIFC in Dubai or Singapore. And the regulators sitting in the same premise, and I happen to know the regulators there quite well, and they're doing an incredible job at engaging with people who want to set up at GIFT and helping them in any manner that they can. And I think the Prime Minister has kind of like conceived of creating this offshore location onshore in a manner, but I think in a couple of years, GIFT, if I were to be a betting man and if I were to bet, I would say we'll do better than DIFC in Singapore.
Well, you need some alcohol there. I know we're on TV, but no bankers coming and working in Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad. If at the end of a long day, when he's off his screen, he can't go to a nice pub, okay? So you need to keep that in mind.
I think it'll happen. I think people there are really forward-looking, and I think, like, if you look at the changes that have happened in GIFT, right, there have been a lot. And I know it's funny talking about alcohol, but I think it'll happen. I think everything that GIFT needs will happen.
No, so you're also developing the reputation of being an investor who thinks, right? And a young investor who thinks. What are the, and I'm not just saying this in the context of India and the United States right now, but what are the bets that you think you're thinking about very deeply, which if people thought about as well, they could potentially benefit from?
Yeah, so there are 2 or 3 themes. Like, I asked myself this question, what do I want to spend the next decade of my life doing, or the next 2 decades of my life doing? The sectors that I really like, if I'll narrow it down to 2. I think on top of my list is senior living. For the population of the planet to or population of a country to remain flat, the replenishment rate is about 2.1. So Rahul and his wife have to give birth to 2.1 kids. India used to be significantly higher than that, right? Like, I would say 4, 3.5, 4, not many years ago. If you look at states like Karnataka or Maharashtra today, we are under 2.1. So what happened in Japan for a long time when fertility rates or birth rates dropped drastically is you have that 30, 40, 50-year period where you kind of have like a aging older population. I think that will happen not just in India but across the world. Like, I was reading somewhere that in Hungary they're waiving off 25% federal taxes if a woman has 1 child, and they're waiving off 100% if the woman has 4 kids. In China, they tried forcing the 3-child policy because the 1-child policy created this demographical problem in China, but people don't seem to be buying it. And I think the challenge of tomorrow will be how to incentivize people to have more children. Notwithstanding the challenges, the world will have a significantly older population soon. So betting on anything that caters to that audience, it could be anything in geriatric care, it could be senior assisted living, it could be a hospital focused only on the old, it could be a whole host of services that the elderly need, both from a charitable lens and a non-charitable capitalistic lens. Both avenues, this is something I will probably spend a lot of time exploring and investing in, and hopefully operating as well in the next decade.
Yeah. And the second one?
And the second theme is, so this is a little hard for me to say because I have voiced my critique of real estate for such a long time. Like, anytime anybody...
You don't like houses. You don't want people to buy houses.
I still live in a rented house, and the only house I have ever owned is the house my parents live in and stuff like that. But so the evolution of a house is very interesting. I remember reading this book by Bill Bryson, if I remember it right. It's called House. It talks about how a dining table came into being, why a bathroom or a toilet came into being. The very early version of a toilet, before there was plumbing and flushing and all of that, was generally a cabinet where you could, do your makeup and, probably have some water and perfumes and stuff like that. people of back in the day did not bathe every day, but they did it like once in a week or a fortnight, right? So every element of your home has evolved in a certain manner because of some kind of innovation. Like the toilet changed so many things. Same goes for your dining table, your bedroom, your living room, your kitchen, all of that. As far as I can see today, I feel innovation on the housing side has kind of stalled for the last many years. We had the apartments and stuff like that, but nothing has changed drastically in the last 30-40 years. If I want to buy a new home tomorrow, I'm going to think how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, how big is the living room. I think that could change in the future. I think people will become more open-minded, and as I also feel personally, I feel like when families are becoming smaller and more fragmented per se, I feel like there is a huge opportunity in community living which people are not taking so seriously right now. But prop tech is a big theme for us. We have a company called Gruhas along with a partner of ours called Abhijit Pai, where we are investing into a lot of companies in prop tech, which also negate the effect of carbon in construction. Construction is the largest proponent of this, with about 30% of emissions coming from there. So things like smart water meters, brick companies made from fly ash and plastic. So this has become a parallel theme. It hasn't totally played out yet. I don't know how the house will change, but I think people will be willing to change the way they look upon their dwelling in a manner that they haven't in the recent past.
Okay, and finally, what to you was the highlight of the state dinner yesterday? What stood out as the most interesting thing?
Well, so the state dinner had, 300, 400 people. It was a big event. It was, it looks a lot more exclusive when there is a video of one person walking in somewhere and somebody shoots it. But it was a big event with many people. Whoever planned the event, whoever organized the seating, it looked like there were some Indians and some Americans on every table. There was a mix. It wasn't like this section is that and that section is this. So I was sitting next to somebody who was one of the economic advisors at the White House. And, that's like my jam, right? Like those are the people I love sitting next to. Like I was sitting next to the Secretary of Housing right now. So the economic advisor was talking to me about, what he thought of the debt and the fiscal deficit and what he thinks will happen to interest rates going forward. All the narratives about will there be a contest upon dollar supremacy and is the share of dollar trade and world trade coming down. So many varied interesting topics like that. Most of these questions do not have a yes or no answer. That's why talking to people in person becomes so interesting, because from their lens you get a different answer. And I think if you have two different answers, you can weigh and figure out which one you want to lean towards and which one you do not.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, and all the best, and more power to what you're doing, and enjoy the coffee. Thanks, Nikhil. Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you, Rahul.
All right, that's quite a long conversation there with Nikhil Kamath, the CEO of Zerodha. He's been invited as part of the Indian diaspora meeting with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the United States. Well, this is visual coming in that India Today has accessed from the White House, where there was this grand luncheon that was organized by Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States. This very lunch had a nice orchestra, a band, really lightening the atmosphere with Prime Minister Modi enjoying a nice good meal that was laid out specially for him. This is the kind of warmth that's been extended to the Prime Minister of India in many levels, is diplomacy to the next level. Let's listen in to that music, that song, and all the color.
Friends, on this note, I would like to raise a toast to your good health and well-being, to our friendship, and to the peace and prosperity of all our citizens. Thank you. पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एकमत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your role of leadership to help India emerge as a global power in the 21st century. You have helped to reinvigorate the Quad. Your leadership of the G20 is making new strides on climate finance, and you have been a proponent of international institutions and global solutions to global challenges. And as a point of personal privilege, as chair of the National Space Council, I thank you for your leadership in space and for our joint work on an Earth science satellite, which will help us address the climate crisis. Throughout history, India has inspired millions of people around the world, whether through philosophy and theology, the power of civil disobedience, or the commitment to democracy. Indeed, as I travel the world as Vice President, I have seen India's global impact firsthand. In Southeast Asia, Indian-made vaccines have saved lives and livelihoods. On the continent of Africa, India's long-standing partnerships support prosperity and security. And throughout the Indo-Pacific, India helps promote a free and open region. I also know of India's extraordinary impact with regard to innovation, medicine, and science.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Drupal Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga. In your address to our Congress yesterday, you highlighted the boldness of India's own ambitions, the remarkable advances that your country has made in recent years, expanding free medical care, empowering women, harnessing clean energy. The positive impact on the lives of the Indian people is immeasurable, and it will be lasting. And it underscores that these aspirations for a better future are ones that we share, and ones that we depend upon each other to help realize. That's why when President Eisenhower became the first American president to visit India, he told your parliament that the welfare of America is bound up with the welfare of India. Over the past several decades, the United States and India have been advancing the vision of greater interdependence, brought closer by administrations of different parties in both of our countries.
All right, that was a little earlier today. Antony Blinken, as he speaks, welcoming Prime Minister Modi into that very grand lunch that was organized for him. In fact, the Prime Minister now is going to be meeting with the Indian diaspora. There are 2 meetings, one in about 1 hour's time and the next in about 3 hours' time. He has, of course, a packed schedule, but a lot on the cards as India Today on top of that coverage. A short break. Be right back.
exfoliators, chemical peels, hydrofacials. The internet is abuzz with skincare treatments that celebrities like Jennifer Aniston, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Courtney Cox swear by and dermats advise. But what are these interesting ways to lift your skin and ensure the return of that glow? Chemical peels is one. These summers, doctors say chemical exfoliation is the best thing to do for your skin. Your skincare products work because they contain one kind of acid or another, which is why they produce effects. If you're into skincare and reading labels, you already know what AHAs and BHAs are and what they do for your skin. These are the two most popular kinds of skincare acids.
Basically, exfoliation is a process in which we remove the superficial dead skin layer. Now, this can be done by physical means such as microdermabrasion or dermaplaning, or it can be done by chemical means like various acids. These are alpha hydroxy acids or beta hydroxy acids. So, alpha hydroxy acids like glycolic acid or lactic acid or mandelic acid, these basically work for things like pigmentation to give you a refreshed, youthful glow. Beta hydroxy acids like salicylic acid, they are more preferred in patients who have oily skin, acne prone skin, because they reduce the oil production in the skin and thereby give a clearer complexion.
So what is new about this skincare acid, you ask?
Chemically, AHA stands for alpha hydroxy acid and BHA stands for beta hydroxy acid. Now, because of the difference in their chemical structure,
I want to start by asking you about your reflections on Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington, D.C., his first state visit, only the third state visit thrown by the Biden administration, and the manner in which the Biden administration seems to have gone out of its way to roll out the red carpet for the Indian head of state at this moment in time. What do you think is at play and why?
Well, first I want to say that this was probably the best bilateral meeting that Biden has had since he's become president. The trajectory of the U.S.-India relationship is warm and strong. Some of that is, of course, because of mutual concerns about the rise of China, but a lot of it is because of how well India is doing. India's own trajectory, Modi's popularity, India's growth, its technological growth and capabilities, 5 million Indians in the diaspora in the United States in positions of great significance and popularity. All of those things, I think, come together at this point in time to make this a great opportunity for the relationship between these two countries. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention that it's very clear that Prime Minister Modi personally wants a much stronger relationship with the U.S. and sees that as part of his own legacy on the global stage. I think all of those things have really helped.
You know, you're a top expert on risk. You advise companies, countries on risks that they should be mindful of. So if you were to look at this from a risk prism at this moment, what, according to you, are the key risks that India and the United States need to be watchful for at this moment?
Well, one risk that they don't have to worry about as much is the future of the U.S. political system. I mean, think about it. Modi is perhaps the only major strategic partner of the United States that doesn't really care if Biden or Trump wins the next election. They're comfortable either way. Not true for Japan, South Korea, UK, the Europeans, the Gulf states, even Israel. There's some strong preferences. Maybe Israel's in the closest position, much smaller than India. So that's less of a problem. I think the bigger question in the relationship has to do with India's being a very poor country. It's structurally being a part of the global South at a time when so much of the global South is being challenged because of climate change and the transition to a post-carbon energy environment, challenged because of high inflation costs for food, for energy, made only worse because of the war in Russia. I think those are risks that make the largest population country in the world with a much smaller per capita income than the United States. Those interests are obviously, they see the world very differently. And that implies that the relationship can only get too close because there are going to be some real hard constraints in terms of the actual policy orientations of the two governments.
China is the unspoken gorilla in the room whenever India and the United States meet. President Biden tried to play down the differences with China and play down him calling Xi Jinping a dictator. In the best way you understand it, what do you think would be Beijing's decoding of what we're seeing play out at Washington, D.C.?
Well, I think the fact that the United States and India both have democracies that they want to keep, even though they're democracies that are under challenge, and Xi Jinping is president for life. I mean, let's be clear, part of Modi's strength on the global stage is that he's not Putin. It's that he's not Xi. His strength comes from the fact that he wins elections. His strength comes from the fact that most of the people in India support him. And Biden's rule, of course, is reflected by that as well, even though the U.S. political system is much more divided and the elections are coming up real soon. The concern about China, I mean, some of that, of course, is China's military growth in capabilities in Asia, the South China Sea, the Taiwan Straits, its relationship with Pakistan. Some of that is about China's economic dominance in trade through Belt and Road with almost all the countries that are around India, in strategic infrastructure investments over the long term, which potentially are seen as problematic. But some of it is because that China is promoting a very different model, a model of state capitalism and authoritarianism that turns out to be quite stable, but is not democracy. And neither the Americans or the Indians are fundamentally comfortable with that. And so in that environment, India doesn't want to have to choose between the United States and China. It wants an independent foreign policy, of course, but India also knows that from a military and national security perspective, increasingly it is aligned with the United States. And there was nothing that showed that more clearly than the announcements being made on producing new advanced jet engines with classified systems with American corporations. I mean, the military-industrial complex is going to be much closer to India, and America's is the biggest in the world.
How much of that is pure play transactional? The GE would ordinarily guard its IPR very dearly. This is very high-end military technology which isn't available commonly. Just a handful of countries have the capacity to make this. It's agreed to transfer of technology. It's agreed to selling at lesser than normal market prices. Is that something that you think could possibly be suggestive of a growing trend to try and wean India away from Russia's embrace when it comes to weapon purchases?
I don't think the Americans need to try very hard. I think that these alignments are quite strong. It's very clear that Russia's not going to be able to produce the kind of spare parts and military equipment for export going forward that they had historically. And, you know, the Indians are going to have a problem with that. The Russians can barely produce the military equipment they need for themselves. fighting and losing a war in Ukraine, then beyond that, as India becomes wealthier, they're going to want more capable and more sophisticated weapons that the Russians aren't going to have. So I think for all of those reasons, never mind the sanctions, never mind the geopolitical challenges of a Russian invasion and all the war crimes, which the Indians don't care as much about. But the fact is that the Indians have very good reasons to want to work more closely with the United States. They're not going to get their weapon systems with Chinese chips and Chinese surveillance. That's not a possibility. And the other alternatives are really small. I mean, I'm sure, you can work with France, you can work with the UK, but these are not replacements for Russia. So, I mean, actually, this is a really big strategic move. The U.S. spends more on defense than the next 10 countries in the world combined. India is the 5th largest economy in the world, but soon it's going to be the 3rd. And its military complex is increasingly going to be aligned with the United States. It's going to be interoperable, and it's going to be a lot of business. And when you combine that with semiconductors and technologies, artificial intelligence, 5G, and new apps, these have national security and dual-use purposes too. So, I mean, the areas where you have the greatest level of new cooperation between the U.S. and India really are on this national security front, broadly defined.
No, twice in recent official meetings, President Xi Jinping has spoken of exceptional circumstances, risk. He makes it seem as if something terrible is going to happen. Obviously, not defining what that is, or basically suggesting that you need to brace for extreme eventualities. As a top expert in probability and risk, what do you think are the eventualities that he could be thinking of? How could this likely play out from here?
Well, I mean, in the near term, the biggest risk is that we end up in a war with Russia. The Russians were very close to knocking down a British surveillance aircraft in international waters with 38 British airmen on board. If that had happened, they fired. They locked the missiles on, they fired because the fighter pilot misunderstood the order from his superior, his commanding officer, and fortunately the missile didn't fire. It misfired. If it had fired, we're in a Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, you've got mining of the nuclear plant in Zaporizhia, the biggest in Europe. God forbid that blows. That could happen. And, the Russians are in a war with Ukraine that NATO is supporting as hard as they possibly can. The possibility of that becoming a hot war with NATO is real. So I think Xi Jinping is clearly talking about that. He would like to see an end of that war. So far, he's not been able to have any impact. Maybe that'll change going forward. He's also talking about Taiwan, and he's talking about specifically the potential for a new Taiwanese government to move towards independence. He's also talking about TSMC, the semiconductor producer, and the export controls from the United States and its allies on this Taiwanese critically important plant, which means that the Chinese have to build their own. And it also means Taiwan becomes less interdependent from China, and therefore potential for risk goes up. That's another one. But there are others. I mean, we are in an environment with artificial intelligence, with hundreds of billions of dollars being invested by the most powerful technology companies in the world, and literally no regulatory oversight, almost no government officials that know anything about how the technology works, and no international architecture on governance of AI. Now, there are a lot of people that are trying to fix that real soon, but for the next year or two, I mean, this is basically the Wild West. And the potential for disinformation, for the proliferation of these dangerous technologies, to have geopolitical import, to lead to crises suddenly, I think is very real. So, I mean, I actually agree with Xi Jinping. I've been a political scientist for 30 years now. I've never seen an environment that has had so many structural geopolitical risks as the one that we're facing right now.
You tracked the war in Russia and Ukraine very closely. Ukraine just started a counter-offensive of sorts. It doesn't seem to have made very rapid headway. Maybe that could build or maybe not. And then where do you see the war go from here? How long do you see, Ian Bremmer, this conflict continue from? Do you at all see any ways in which this could possibly end? And do you have any vague sense or any way of understanding how long it could be?
Well, the counteroffensive is not going well so far. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, you'd probably give it about a 2 or a 3. The Ukrainians are losing a lot of people. They're losing a lot of material. They haven't taken much land. We'll see if that continues to be true in the next 1-2 months. I think it's still early days, but you're right. It's not going very well for the Ukrainians. What is going well for the Ukrainians? You've got 27 European Union states that voted unanimously for an 11th round of sanctions against Russia, including very clear statements on secondary sanctions. So the alliance, the coalition is holding together very well. The Americans, of course, are moving towards providing F-16s. Lockheed Martin saying that they'll prepare the training that is necessary as well for Ukrainians to be able to use that. You've got long-range missiles that are coming from the UK. You've got advanced tanks that are coming from Germany and soon the United States, other countries. So, I mean, Ukraine is becoming the most advanced military and most capable military in Europe. They're going to get lots of money for reconstruction. They're going to get lots of support to be a part of the European Union. So, I mean, even if the Ukrainians can't take much territory back in the counteroffensive, in the next 3-6 months, the Ukrainian government will be in a better position to help ensure that Russia will not be able to take another bite at that apple, that their defense will be much more secure, their government will be much more secure, their opportunities going forward will be much more bright. Now, none of that, of course, makes up for 8.5 million refugees and the tens of thousands of civilians killed and all of the war crimes they faced. I'm not trying to make light of that. But I am saying that the Ukrainian government may well be in a position by the end of this year that they would be willing to freeze the conflict for a period of time, especially once they get all those security guarantees from the West. Now, that means that the impact of the war on the world will go down. And obviously that means less inflation, and that'll be good for, you know, commodities, consumers all over the world, including India. But on the negative side, that's not leading Russia to feel like they're being reintegrated into the West. They're the big losers. And NATO has expanded, and Ukraine's so powerful, and the West is giving them all these weapons, and the Russians they can't send their gas anywhere, so they're going to have to flare it. And they've got 1 million Russians that have fled the country, capable young men that they need in the economy, not to mention the devastation of Russia's military. I mean, that's a very dangerous thing. So, you know, if you ask me, can I see an end to the Ukraine war? Yes, but I can't really see an end to the conflict with Russia. And this is enormously dangerous. Russia as a rogue state for the G7, for the U.S. and its allies, and, you know, they've got 6,000 nuclear weapons. I mean, I just don't know what that means for Putin. And for the future of Russia and the way they will engage with the rest of the world. I mean, they don't have many friends out there. Belarus, you know, Iran, that's about it. I mean, even China, China's not providing them any weapons, right? And they really need them. So China must not be that much of a friend, right? It's a real problem if you're Putin.
Last question, Ian, before I let you go, about the future of Indo-US ties from here. I saw in a couple of mainstream newspapers this morning the word ally used in the context of India and the United States. India isn't a formal alliance partner of the US, unlikely to ever want to be a formal partner, and yet sensitive defense technology is being made available to India to help muscle India out against China. Where do you see things go from here when it comes to Indo-US ties?
Look, I think that the relationship is on a very strong trajectory. The Americans are the dominant military power, and they're the dominant technology power among democracies. Those two things are going to make India closer to the United States and the U.S. closer to India. going forward. So I think this relationship will continue to grow. But it was very interesting. Goldman Sachs put a piece out a few hours ago, the investment bank, projecting global economic growth to the year 2075. And there were 3 countries that dominated the global economy at that point: India, China, and the United States. They were all pretty close. And then there's this huge drop-off for the next country. We're not heading into a world that is going to have a Chinese century. India is going to be a huge global economy. It's going to be a global power in its own right. And I don't think it's going to need to have to make a firm decision about having an alliance with the United States and not doing business with other countries. I don't think India is going to have to make that decision. But I do think that in certain areas of national security, there's going to be more trust and integration between the two countries, and it may feel much more friendly than what we've had for the past generation.
Well, always interesting to hear your perspective, Ian Brahma. Thank you very much for taking out time and joining us to talk about Prime Minister Modi's state visit to Washington, D.C. and what to expect next on the India-America counter. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Good to see you.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose traditional Hindu culture of Das Danam for an octogenarian who has witnessed 1,000 full moons as his gift concept for the US President Joe Biden. In a sandalwood box handcrafted by a master craftsman from Jaipur, 10 different objects of Das Danam were aesthetically placed. The sandalwood for the box was sourced from Mysore and had intricately carved flora and fauna patterns. For the Das Danam, Bhu Danam or land donation is an important gift. Sandalwood was offered in place of Bhutan. In fact, each item of this gift box is handcrafted from different parts of India. There was a silver idol of Ganesha, the Hindu deity considered as the destroyer of obstacles and the one who is worshipped first among all gods. It's handcrafted by a family of 5th generation silversmiths of Kolkata. A diya or oil lamp occupies a sacred space in every Hindu household. The silver diya in the box has also been handcrafted by artisans from the family of 5th generation silversmiths in Kolkata. A delicately handcrafted silver coconut by the skilled artisans of West Bengal was offered in place of a cow for Godan. Til or white sesame seeds sourced from Tamil Nadu offered for Tildan. Handcrafted in Rajasthan, this 24-carat pure and hallmarked gold coin is offered as Hiranyadan or donation of gold. Ghee or clarified butter sourced from Punjab is offered for Achiyadan. A hand-woven textured tushar silk cloth sourced from Jharkhand symbolized Vastradan. Long-grained rice sourced from Uttarakhand are offered for Dhanyadan or donation of food grains. As Gurdan, jaggery sourced from Maharashtra was offered. A 99.5% pure and hallmarked silver coin, aesthetically crafted by Rajasthan artisans, was offered as Ropyadan or donation of silver. Lavan or salt from Gujarat made for Lavandan or donation of salt. All these gift items were placed on the copper plate or the Tamrapatra sourced from Uttar Pradesh. A shloka has been inscribed on it. In ancient times, Tamrapatra was widely used as a medium for writing and record keeping. Other than this, the Prime Minister also gifted President Biden a copy of the first edition print of the 10 Principal Upanishads published by Faber and Faber Limited of London and printed at the University Press, Glasgow. It was one of the final works of W.B. Yeats.
Welcome back. You're watching India Today, our continued coverage on Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the United States. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi attends the state luncheon that was hosted by the American Vice President Kamala Harris. India and America raise a toast to friendship. All eyes on Prime Minister's big diaspora address. Prime Minister meets top honchos and CEOs at the India-US high-tech Handshake event. Prime Minister says coming together of talent and technology really guarantees a bright future for both countries. Prime Minister's business push continues in America. Boeing and Amazon CEOs meeting with the Prime Minister in Washington. These are images that surfaced from just moments ago. All right, we saw those images there of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with the CEOs on his last day of his US tour, his state visit, his last leg in the United States. Prime Minister Modi has already met with several Indians who are part of the Indian diaspora. In fact, he's also met with US business leaders and CEOs in the presence of President Joe Biden. And those are the images that came up from a little earlier of those with the Prime Minister, with the Boeing CEO as well as Amazon CEO. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as we believe, has hobnobbed with a bunch of these businessmen who are looking for an inroad into India. The meeting has come right after, in fact, this very meeting with the Boeing CEO has come right after Air India's historic agreement with Boeing to acquire over 200 American Boeing aircrafts. In fact, more than 200, over 450 odd Boeing aircrafts that have been, a deal has been signed between India. In fact, Tata Group has signed it with Boeing. Prime Minister Modi has also met with Google CEO Sundar Pichai as well as Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy. Earlier, CEOs of top brands, including renowned names like Mukesh Ambani of Reliance Industries, astronaut Sunita Williams, Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, Apple and Microsoft CEO Tim Cook, Satya Nadella, along with Anand Mahindra and Nikhil Kamath of Zerodha, were all present during the India-US high-tech handshake event that was held at the White House. Earlier speaking at the event, US President Joe Biden has said that cooperation of Indian and the United States firms is certainly important for the world. Expressing his gratitude towards President Biden, the Prime Minister has highlighted that coming together of talent and technology guarantees a bright future for this world. This is Biden's words. Of course, Prime Minister Modi being welcomed into the country with the kind of reception that he's received that's been really awarded to very few. These are the images of just moments earlier. Sundar Pichai of Google, that Prime Minister Modi has met, multiple CEOs who have come as part of the diaspora event. Many of the Indian Americans and Americans themselves, people who have different origins, in fact, who have business set up in the United States, who are keen to get an inroad into India, have really taken a beeline to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was all, of course, prior appointments, or rather a prior understanding that they will be meeting him at this very time, just a few minutes given to each one of them to meet with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi at the state luncheon just a few few hours earlier. This is what he said. Let's have a listen.
अमेरिका ने टेक्नोलॉजी में जो प्रगति की है वो, और भारत का युवा विशेष करके टैलेंट के कारण आज विश्व में अपनी पहचान बनाता है। तो टैलेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी का ये मिलन मैं समझता हूँ कि अपने आप में एक उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए गारंटी लेकर गया है। ये सुबह कुछ ही मित्रों के बीच की है, लेकिन ये सुबह उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी लेकर गए। एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सब को लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. He would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And, at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
All right, even as a bunch of those business leaders who are meeting with Prime Minister Modi at this during the state visit, there's a lot of questions being asked in India. If India is now going to be that destination where businesses of such kind will be opening up, Tesla has already committed. Elon Musk is committed to open up its factory in India. They're also wanting to start off Starlink, the internet service in India as well. So the huge boost as Prime Minister meets with many of those business honchos. Major General Sawant, who's joining me right here in the studio, how would you really look at this diaspora diplomacy, sir?
No, very encouraging. See, the point is, what we have to know is that as far as the supply chains are there from China, they are moving. And there is now uncertainty as far as China is concerned. Because after COVID-19 and after Russia-Ukraine war, you find a lot of companies moving out from China. They are going to Indonesia, going to Vietnam, also few of them coming to India also. Now, what has happened is that after Prime Minister Modi has taken over, there is a complete change as far as India is concerned. The environment is very conducive for new companies to come and invest in India. It's a huge market. India is a huge market there, and I suppose this is what it has been exploited by the US top notches and also the top industry owners. They want to now coordinate and cooperate with India because not only that India is a huge market, it is a cheap labor, there is a qualification of IT, there is also the complete environment and you can say ecosystem which has changed. Now, as you know, not only one, that Boeing, which is now likely to got a contract of almost 950 aircraft, 450 from Tata Air India and 500 from Indigo. So this is itself a very encouraging news. The other issue which are coming is that all these companies which were earlier hesitant to come in India are now lining up to come in India. The reason is simple, that the complete environment has changed. The ease
Is
of
that
doing business.
is that, sir, because is that because China's economy right now is seeing a slump? China's relationship with the United States is now seeing a strain post-COVID. Is that the reason, or was India anyway on a path to glory? India was booming, and we were heading towards that direction, and right now we're at that cusp. Whether China's economy is hit or not, India was anyway reaching that point. Would you believe so?
No, it is. I suppose that it's a combination of both the things. One is that there is a slowdown as far as China is concerned, and especially uncertainty prevail after COVID-19, and people have seen it the way you can say supply chains have become very vulnerable in China. So this is a realization in the world today that China is not a stable country and they need to shift from there, and that's why most of the companies are shifting. One, but at the same time they may be shifting to Indonesia, Vietnam, any other country. Why to India? Because India is now giving them that sort of space. India is now a destination for all these people who want to invest in Asia. Because one is that there is a cheap labor, there is a government which is pro for investment, the ecosystem is also conducive for the investment to come in, and also the main thing which is coming is we are a hub center of IT.
Right.
We have a soft power, and therefore combination of all these things makes India an attractive destination for the new industry to come and invest. Tesla now want to start their car manufacturing in India. But as far as India is concerned, India has done 2-3 things very right. One is they have made an environment which is conducive. Second thing, as far as defense industries are concerned, we have made it very clear, and especially when government to government, now G414 will be manufactured by General Electronics Aerospace in collaboration with HAL. You have to transfer the technology. It can't be a business as usual.
Correct.
And that is what is the crunch point. So basically General Electricals Aerospace will be transferring technology to HAL and joint production make in India. As far as MQ-9 drones are concerned, there is a doubt. They are not shifting everything. They are only giving you permission for servicing as well as spare parts.
In every sense, but it's whether it's part make in India or full make in India, we're still stepping up towards looking at manufacturing in our country.
Yeah, very correct. You see, a very important point is that before COVID-19 we were fastest growing economy.
Right.
And after COVID-19 also we are fastest growing economy. It means we have done something very right during COVID days also, that the environment which was not conducive in the world is conducive for India. The people are coming, the companies are coming, they are having confidence.
Right. We're delighted, and I think this is the road set. Prime Minister Modi has really paved that path at this point during this very official state visit, and this diaspora diplomacy we see in full swing as that big diaspora event is going to take place in just an hour odd from now. India Today is really tracking every image coming in from the United States, that very event in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, General Sevaj, for joining us on that. Now, India Today has spoken to CEO of Zerodha, Nikhil Kamath. In fact, he was a part of that Indian diaspora event that was organized with President of the United States, Joe Biden. Let's listen in.
Do you want to talk a bit about the tech handshake? Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, all the movers and shakers there in that room. You were there too. How do you see this tech collaboration between India and the United States shape up from here?
Yeah, I think many possibilities, many opportunities. There is a friendship which has kind of formed between our Prime Minister and the US President, which was evident for all of us in the room to see. They were really pally with each other and, like joking and stuff like that.
You got to see Biden's funny bone?
Yeah, and he is quite funny. And I think even from like when I was in the room, when they asked me to speak, I was talking about the India stack. And all the opportunities of exporting exporting our India stack and many things in our banking ecosystem per se to the West. because banking in India, I must say, is more efficient, cheaper and faster than Western countries. And I think we're trying that experiment with Singapore a little bit, but India Stack abroad, I think, will be a very valuable product. It doesn't even have to be implemented in a manner where India has any of the data. The data can be localized in their geography. But I think that's a huge opportunity for us to work with them, wherein we not only transport services or we not only transfer services, but IP of some sort which has been organically created in India.
So you met up with Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman. You want to talk a bit about how it was meeting with them and your big takeaways from those meetings?
Well, each one of them had a different viewpoint, and so it was interesting talking to them about stuff I don't understand too well, maybe, like generative AI, but each one of them, like be it Microsoft, Google or Sam Altman, they seem to be on the forefront of it. So, Keynes once said the biggest problem, if we didn't have work, what would we do? The problem of not knowing what to do is a problem in itself, and it feels like when productivity is going to be taken away by whatever AI transforms to into the future, and a large section of society necessarily need not work in the manner that they work today. It's a very interesting use case, and one has to ponder about how the world, the socio-economics, even the geopolitics of the world change by virtue of something like that. Do we shift to some form of socialism with UBI and a bunch of benefits at the bottom and optional capitalism for the people who opt into it on top? How do the incumbent winners of capitalism transition? Because I'm guessing the transition will be most painful for them. And if there is a transition, how long is the transition, and how painful is the transition? So there are many, many questions for the day when generative AI in a manner can truly think. But I guess nobody knows. Everybody had a different viewpoint, and I think nobody agreed with the other. But these are very interesting questions for even us to ponder, people who don't know.
All right. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi attends the state lunch. A few hours ago, it was hosted by United States Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken as they hosted this luncheon for Prime Minister at the State Department. The luncheon took place during Modi's state visit to Washington, which was extended by an invitation from President Joe Biden. Now, in a warm welcome for the Prime Minister, Vice President Kamala Harris hailed India's global impact in the world, recalling her Indian roots. The Vice President further went on to appreciate India's long-standing partnerships and the support prosperity support prosperity as well as security in the country. State Secretary Antony Blinken too has said that whether we call it American dream or Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. Prime Minister Modi, in his reply, has expressed gratitude for the honor and the grand welcome. He's further gone on to say that after attending several meetings in the last 3 days, just everyone agreed that friendship and cooperation should further deepen between India and the United States.
Friends, on this note, I would like to raise a toast to your good health and well-being, to our friendship, and to the peace and prosperity of all our citizens. Thank you. पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your role of leadership to help India emerge as a global power in the 21st century. You have helped to reinvigorate the Quad. Your leadership of the G20 is making new strides on climate finance, and you have been a proponent of international institutions and global solutions to global challenges. And as a point of personal privilege, as chair of the National Space Council, I thank you for your leadership in space and for our joint work on an Earth science satellite, which will help us address the climate crisis. Throughout history, India has inspired millions of people around the world, whether through philosophy and theology, the power of civil disobedience, or the commitment to democracy. Indeed, as I travel the world as Vice President, I have seen India's global impact firsthand. In Southeast Asia, Indian-made vaccines have saved lives and livelihoods. On the continent of Africa, India's long-standing partnerships support prosperity and security. And throughout the Indo-Pacific, India helps promote a free and open region. I also know of India's extraordinary impact with regard to innovation, medicine, and science.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Drupal Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga. In your address to our Congress yesterday, you highlighted the boldness of India's own ambitions, the remarkable advances that your country has made in recent years, expanding free medical care, empowering women, harnessing clean energy. The positive impact on the lives of the Indian people is immeasurable, and it will be lasting. And it underscores that these aspirations for a better future are ones that we share, and ones that we depend upon each other to help realize. That's why when President Eisenhower became the first American president to visit India, he told your parliament that the welfare of America is bound up with the welfare of India. Over the past several decades, the United States and India have been advancing the vision of greater interdependence, brought closer by administrations of different parties in both of our countries.
All right, I'm cutting across to all the exclusive images that have just come in of that state luncheon at the White House, where Prime Minister Modi, Kamala Harris, Indra Nooyi, all of them seen enjoying this rendition of Mountain Game, a classic. Let's take a listen as we see this nice grand lunch that's been rolled out by the Vice President Kamala Harris herself, with this choir playing out. Well, how is the United States media now covering Prime Minister Modi's visit? Rahul Kanwal really sifts through all the American dailies in newspapers to try and understand what exactly are the references of Prime Minister's visit in the United States. How does the US look at this?
What we're going to do now is take a look at how the mainstream American media has covered Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Washington, D.C. So we've got the New York Times, the Financial Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal with me. So let's take it one by one and show you what the different papers are saying. I'll start with the New York Times, typically seen as a trenchant critic of the Prime Minister. So if My video journalist Kirpal Singh just comes across and will show you. So it's raining quite non-stop here in DC, but this is the front page of the New York Times. They're leading with this image from the US Congress joint address, which the Prime Minister had. Kamala Harris there, all the senators and the congressmen there. Their take is, for Modi's visit, abundant pomp and no friction. Biden hopes to make India an ally. Military deals, joint projects, but India is no closer on Ukraine, and that's the take from the New York Times. Let's now come across to the pink paper, the Financial Times. Pink paper, the Financial Times has this image of President Biden and Narendra Modi on its cover. This talks about stronger ties. Modi and Biden commit to a defining relationship between the two democracies. This again on the front page of the Financial Times, and they're talking about how Prime Minister Modi spoke of making this one of the defining relationship of the 21st century, saying that the India-America partnership is built on mutual trust, candor and respect. Let's now come to the Washington Post. The Washington Post features the visit prominently on its style section. This is the image. In fact, this is where we were last evening at the White House, where you've got this welcome now. So you've got people from the military of the United States. You've got Jill Biden, the Prime Minister, all the pomp but light on the glee. Fed for India's Modi, a key US ally, features business as the main course. And then it talks about the dinner. Despite dearth of celebrity wattage, event becomes an unlikely celebration of fashion, and goes on to talk about what all happened at the state dinner, which featured really some of the biggest names in Indian and American business and members of the Indian American community. I come now to the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal has it on the bottom fold. Warm welcome for Modi. This image is from the White House earlier in the day, where the Prime Minister met with the American President. And this, let's go to page 8, which is where the full story is. Just give me a minute. Okay, so here it is. This talks about the toast from the state dinner in the evening. Biden, Modi hailed strong ties during the state visit. And it talks about the relationship, and by and large, most sections of the American press have taken note of this visit, brought out the significance of the India-America relationship and its changing contours as well. This is from the Washington Post. Biden defends India's democracy as Modi visits. Again, the Washington Post has been raising several questions around the way the Modi government has been running India.
Conversation. And we shared, Google is investing $10 billion in the India Digitization Fund. And we are continuing to invest through that, including in companies working on AI. As part of that, we have a 100-language initiative. We are bringing BART to more Indian languages very soon. And we are also excited today that we are announcing the opening of our Global FinTech Operations Center in Gift City, Gujarat. And it'll cement India's FinTech leadership thanks to UPI and Aadhaar. And we're going to build on that foundation and take it globally. So we are very excited at the progress. And with the advent of AI, I think the opportunity for India to make more progress is definitely exciting, and we're going to support the Prime Minister's vision there. I mean, his vision for digital India, was ahead of its time. I now see it as a blueprint other countries are looking to do, and the follow through on the scaling up of India's digital stack, is a model other countries are thinking about. And I think it's something which will be important in G20 as well, which is obviously happening in India. So it's a real exciting to see the progress, his commitment towards the economic growth for India, and we are glad to be partners in that journey.
All right, that was Sundar Pichai of Google there, who says that India's vision of a digital India was far ahead of time, and that's the blueprint that many other countries wanting to adopt. Who other than Sundar Pichai himself to say something like this? He's just met with the Prime Minister as the Indian Diaspora meeting has begun. India Today on top of that story. A short break, we'll be right back.
These lethal long-endurance, medium-altitude drones may soon be the new weapons in the arsenal of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council gave its nod for the acquisition of the Sea Guardian drones. The Army, the Navy and the Air Force are looking at 10 drones each. The Indian Navy has already leased 2 MQ-9 Sea Guardians, the naval version of the drones, for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance operations since 2020.
ये जो डील है ये हमारे देश की मैरीटाइम और ओवरऑल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सर्वेलेंस सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि हम अपनी एरिया में जहाँ एरिया ऑफ ऑपरेशंस है वहाँ निगरानी रख सकें, और ये क्षमता इस कैपेबिलिटी से हमें मिलती है.
The MQ-9A Reaper drones were used for the precision targeting of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul. These unmanned combat aerial vehicles, apart from a number of sensors, cameras and radars, are also capable of carrying 4 Hellfire missiles for precision targeting of high-value targets. Both the Army and the Air Force are looking at these drones for high-risk operations to destroy strategic assets of the adversary without risking the lives of pilots. These hunter-killer drones can carry 4 Hellfire missiles. They're also capable of carrying 2 laser-guided bombs and 2 joint-action JDAMs. These drones can fly at an altitude of 40,000 feet and remain airborne for over 36 hours. They're also capable of loitering in the sky, scanning the ground below for the enemy. The MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones come with both maritime surveillance, reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. The drones are capable of providing over-the-horizon surveillance and
Welcome back. You're watching India Today, our continued coverage on Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the United States. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi attends the state luncheon that was hosted by the American Vice President Kamala Harris. India and America raise a toast to friendship. All eyes on Prime Minister's big diaspora address. The Prime Minister meets top honchos and CEOs at the India-US high-tech Handshake event. Prime Minister says coming together of talent and technology really guarantees a bright future for both countries. Prime Minister's business push continues in America. Boeing and Amazon CEOs meeting with the Prime Minister in Washington. These are images that surfaced from just moments ago. All right, we saw those images there of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with the CEOs on his last day of his US tour, his state visit, his last leg in the United States. Prime Minister Modi has already met with several Indians who are part of the Indian diaspora. In fact, he's also met with US business leaders and CEOs in the presence of President Joe Biden. And those are the images that came up from a little earlier of those with the Prime Minister, with the Boeing CEO as well as Amazon CEO. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as we believe, has hobnobbed with a bunch of these businessmen who are looking for an inroad into India. The meeting has come right after, in fact, this very meeting with the Boeing CEO has come right after Air India's historic agreement with Boeing to acquire over 200 American Boeing aircrafts. In fact, more than 200, over 450 odd Boeing aircrafts that have been, a deal has been signed between India. In fact, Tata Group has signed it with Boeing. Prime Minister Modi has also met with Google CEO Sundar Pichai as well as Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy. Earlier, CEOs of top brands, including renowned names like Mukesh Ambani of Reliance Industries, astronaut Sunita Williams, Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, Apple and Microsoft CEO Tim Cook, Satya Nadella, along with Anand Mahindra and Nikhil Kamath of Zerodha, were all present during the India-US high-tech handshake event that was held at the White House. Earlier speaking at the event, US President Joe Biden has said that cooperation of Indian and the United States firms is certainly important for the world. Expressing his gratitude towards President Biden, the Prime Minister has highlighted that coming together of talent and technology guarantees a bright future for this world. This is Biden's words. Of course, Prime Minister Modi being welcomed into the country with the kind of reception that he's received that's been really awarded to very few. These are the images of just moments earlier. Sundar Pichai of Google, that Prime Minister Modi has met, multiple CEOs who have come as part of the Diaspora event, many of the Indian Americans and Americans themselves, people who have different origins, in fact, who have business set up in the United States, who are keen to get an inroad into India, have really taken a beeline to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was all, of course, prior appointments, or rather a prior understanding that they will be meeting him at this very time, just a few minutes given to each one of them to meet with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi at the state luncheon just a few few hours earlier. This is what he said. Let's have a listen.
अमेरिका ने टेक्नोलॉजी में जो प्रगति की है वो, और भारत का युवा विशेष करके टैलेंट के कारण आज विश्व में अपनी पहचान बनाता है। तो टैलेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी का ये मिलन मैं समझता हूँ कि अपने आप में एक उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए गारंटी लेकर गया है। ये सुबह कुछ ही मित्रों के बीच की है, लेकिन ये सुबह उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी लेकर गए। एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सब को लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. He would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
All right, even as a bunch of those business leaders who are meeting with Prime Minister Modi at this during the state visit, there's a lot of questions being asked in India. If India is now going to be that destination where businesses of such kind will be opening up. Tesla has already committed. Elon Musk is committed to open up its factory in India. They're also wanting to start off Starlink, the internet service in India as well. So the huge boost as Prime Minister meets with many of those business honchos. Major General Sawant, who's joining me right here in the studio, how would you really look at this this diaspora diplomacy, sir?
No, very encouraging. See, the point is, what we have to know is that as far as the supply chains are there from China, they are moving. And there is now uncertainty as far as China is concerned. Because after COVID-19 and after Russia-Ukraine war, you find a lot of companies moving out from China. They are going to Indonesia, going to Vietnam, also few of them coming to India also. Now, what has happened is that after Prime Minister Modi has taken over, there is a complete change as far as India is concerned. The environment is very conducive for new companies to come and invest in India. It's a huge market. India is a huge market there, and I suppose this is what it has been exploited by the US top notches and also the top industry owners. They want to now coordinate and cooperate with India because not only that India is a huge market, it is a cheap labor, there is a qualification of IT, there is also the complete environment and you can say ecosystem which has changed. Now, as you know, not only one, that Boeing, which is now likely to got a contract of almost 950 aircraft, 450 from Tata Air India and 500 from Indigo. So this is itself a very encouraging news. The other issue which are coming is that all these companies which were earlier hesitant to come in India are now lining up to come in India. The reason is simple, that the complete environment has changed. The ease
is that, sir, because is that because China's economy right now is seeing a slump? China's relationship with the United States is now seeing a strain post-COVID. Is that the reason, or was India anyway on a path to glory? India was booming, and we were heading towards that direction, and right now we're at that cusp. Whether China's economy is hit or not, India was anyway reaching that point. Would you believe so?
No, it is. I suppose that it's a combination of both the things. One is that there is a slowdown as far as China is concerned, and especially uncertainty prevail after COVID-19, and people have seen it the way you can say supply chains have become very vulnerable in China. So this is a realization in the world today that China is not a stable country and they need to shift from there, and that's why the most of the companies are shifting. One, but at the same time they may be shifting to Indonesia, Vietnam, any other country. Why to India? Because India is now giving them that sort of space. India is now a destination for all these people who want to invest in Asia. Because one is that there is a cheap labor, there is a government which is pro for investment, the ecosystem is also conducive for the investment to come in, and also the main thing which is coming is we are a hub center of IT. Right. We have a soft power, and therefore combination of all these things makes India an attractive destination for the new industry to come and invest. Tesla now want to start their car manufacture in India. But as far as India is concerned, India has done 2-3 things very right. One is they have made an environment which is conducive. Second thing, as far as defense industries are concerned, we have made it very clear, and especially when government to government, now G414 will be manufactured by General Electronics, Aerospace in collaboration with HCL, you have to transfer the technology. It can't be a business as usual.
Correct.
And that is what is a crunch point. So basically, General Electricals Aerospace will be transferring technology to HCL and joint production make in India. As far as MQ-9 drones are concerned, there is a doubt. They are not shifting everything. They are only giving you permission for servicing as well as spare parts.
In every sense, but it's whether it's part make in India or full make in India, we're still stepping up towards looking at manufacturing in our country.
Yeah, very correct. You see, a very important point is that before COVID-19, we were fastest growing economy.
Right.
And after COVID-19 also, we are fastest growing economy. It means we have done something very right during COVID days also, that the environment which was not conducive in the world is conducive for India. The people are coming, the companies are coming, they are having confidence and
We're
faith.
delighted, and I think this is the road set. Prime Minister Modi has really paved that path at this point during this very official state visit, and this diaspora diplomacy we see in full swing as that big diaspora event is going to take place in just an hour odd from now. India Today is really tracking every image coming in from the United States, that very event in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, General Sevach, for joining us on that. Now, India Today has spoken to CEO of Zerodha, Nikhil Kamath. In fact, he was a part of that Indian diaspora event that was organized with President of the United States, Joe Biden. Let's listen in.
Do you want to talk a bit about the tech handshake? Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, all the movers and shakers there in that room. You were there too. How do you see this tech collaboration between India and the United States shape up from here?
Yeah, I think many possibilities, many opportunities. There is a friendship which has kind of formed between our Prime Minister and the US President, which was evident for all of us in the room to see. They were really pally with each other and, like joking and stuff like that.
You got to see Biden's funny bone?
Yeah, and he is quite funny. And I think even from like when I was in the room, when they asked me to speak, I was talking about the India stack. And all the opportunities of exporting exporting our India stack and many things in our banking ecosystem per se to the West. Because banking in India, I must say, is more efficient, cheaper and faster than Western countries. And I think we're trying that experiment with Singapore a little bit, but India stack abroad, I think, will be a very valuable product. It doesn't even have to be implemented in a manner where India has any of the data. The data can be localized in their geography. But I think that's a huge opportunity for us to work with them, wherein we not only transport services or we not only transfer services, but IP of some sort which has been organically created in India.
So you met up with Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman. You want to talk a bit about how it was meeting with them and your big takeaways from those meetings?
Well, each one of them had a different viewpoint, and so it was interesting talking to them about stuff I don't understand too well, maybe, like generative AI, but each one of them, like be it Microsoft, Google or Sam Altman, they seem to be on the forefront of it. So, Keynes once said the biggest problem, if we didn't have work, what would we do? The problem of not knowing what to do is a problem in itself, and it feels like when productivity is going to be taken away by whatever AI transforms to into the future, and a large section of society necessarily need not work in the manner that they work today. It's a very interesting use case, and one has to ponder about how the world, the socio-economics, even the geopolitics of the world change by virtue of something like that. Do we shift to some form of socialism with UBI and a bunch of benefits at the bottom and optional capitalism for the people who opt into it on top? how do the incumbent winners of capitalism transition, because I'm guessing the transition will be most painful for them. And if there is a transition, how long is the transition, and how painful is the transition? So there are many, many questions for the day when generative AI in a manner can truly think. But I guess nobody knows. Everybody had a different viewpoint, and I think nobody agreed with the other. But these are very interesting questions for even us to ponder, people who don't know.
All right. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi attends the state lunch. A few hours ago, it was hosted by United States Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken as they hosted this luncheon for Prime Minister at the State Department. The luncheon took place during Modi's state visit to Washington, which was extended by an invitation from President Joe Biden. Now, in a warm welcome for the Prime Minister, Vice President Kamala Harris hailed India's global impact in the world, recalling her Indian roots. The Vice President further went on to appreciate India's long-standing partnerships and the support prosperity support prosperity as well as security in the country. State Secretary Antony Blinken too has said that whether we call it American dream or Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. Prime Minister Modi, in his reply, has expressed gratitude for the honor and the grand welcome. He's further gone on to say that after attending several meetings in the last 3 days, just everyone agreed that friendship and cooperation should further deepen between India and the United States.
Friends, on this note, I would like to raise a toast to your good health and well-being, to our friendship, and to the peace and prosperity of all our citizens. Thank you. पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your role of leadership to help India emerge as a global power in the 21st century. You have helped to reinvigorate the Quad. Your leadership of the G20 is making new strides on climate finance, and you have been a proponent of international institutions and global solutions to global challenges. And as a point of personal privilege, as chair of the National Space Council, I thank you for your leadership in space and for our joint work on an Earth science satellite, which will help us address the climate crisis. Throughout history, India has inspired millions of people around the world, whether through philosophy and theology, the power of civil disobedience, or the commitment to democracy. Indeed, as I travel the world as Vice President, I have seen India's global impact firsthand. In Southeast Asia, Indian-made vaccines have saved lives and livelihoods. On the continent of Africa, India's long-standing partnerships support prosperity and security. And throughout the Indo-Pacific, India helps promote a free and open region. I also know of India's extraordinary impact with regard to innovation, medicine, and science.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Drupal Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga. In your address to our Congress yesterday, you highlighted the boldness of India's own ambitions, the remarkable advances that your country has made in recent years, expanding free medical care, empowering women, harnessing clean energy. The positive impact in the lives of the Indian people is immeasurable, and it will be lasting. And it underscores that these aspirations for a better future are ones that we share, and ones that we depend upon each other to help realize. That's why when President Eisenhower became the first American president to visit India, he told your parliament that the welfare of America is bound up with the welfare of India. Over the past several decades, the United States and India have been advancing the vision of greater interdependence, brought closer by administrations of different parties in both of our countries.
All right, I'm cutting across to all the exclusive images that have just come in of that state luncheon at the White House where Prime Minister Modi, Kamala Harris, Indra Nooyi, all of them seen enjoying this rendition of Mountain Game, a classic. Let's take a listen as we see this nice grand lunch that's been rolled out by the Vice President Kamala Harris herself with this choir playing out. Well, how is the United States media now covering Prime Minister Modi's visit? Rahul Kanwal really sifts through all the American dailies and newspapers to try and understand what exactly are the references of Prime Minister's visit in the United States. How does the US look at this?
What we're going to do now is take a look at how the mainstream American media has covered Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Washington, D.C. So we've got the New York Times, the Financial Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal with me. So let's take it one by one and show you what the different papers are saying. I'll start with the New York Times, typically seen as a trenchant critic of the Prime Minister. So if my video journalist Kirpal Singh just comes across and we'll show you, so it's raining quite non-stop here in DC. But this is the front page of the New York Times. They're leading with this image from the U.S. Congress joint address, which the Prime Minister had. Kamala Harris there, all the senators and the congressmen there. Their take is, for Modi's visit, abundant pomp and no friction. Biden hopes to make India an ally. Military deals, joint projects, but India is no closer on Ukraine, and that's the take from the New York Times. Let's now come across to the pink paper, the Financial Times. Pink paper, the Financial Times has this image of President Biden and Narendra Modi on its cover. This talks about stronger ties. Modi and Biden commit to a defining relationship between the two democracies. This again on the front page of the Financial Times, and they're talking about how Prime Minister Modi spoke of making this one of the defining relationship of the 21st century, saying that the India-America partnership is built on mutual trust, candor and respect. Let's now come to the Washington Post. The Washington Post features the visit prominently on its style section. This is the image, in fact this is where we were last evening at the White House, where you've got this welcome now. So you've got people from the military of the United States, you've got Jill Biden, the Prime Minister, all the pomp but light on the glee. Fed for India's Modi, a key US ally, features business as the main course. And then it talks about the dinner. Despite dearth of celebrity wattage, event becomes an unlikely celebration of fashion, and goes on to talk about what all happened at the state dinner, which featured really some of the biggest names in Indian and American business and members of the Indian American community. I come now to the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal has it on the bottom fold. Warm welcome for Modi. This image is from the White House earlier in the day, where the Prime Minister met with the American President. And this, let's go to page 8, which is where the full story is. Just give me a minute. Okay, so here it is. This talks about the toast from the state dinner in the evening. Biden, Modi hailed strong ties during the state visit. And it talks about the relationship and, by and large, most sections of the American press have taken note of this visit, brought out the significance of the India-America relationship and its changing contours as well. This is from the Washington Post. Biden defends India's democracy as Modi visits. Again, the Washington Post has been raising several questions around the way the Modi government has been running India.
Conversation. And we shared Google is investing $10 billion in the India Digitization Fund, and we are continuing to invest through that, including in companies working on AI. As part of that, we have a 100-language initiative. We are bringing BART to more Indian languages very soon. And we are also excited today that we are announcing the opening of our Global FinTech Operations Center in Gift City, Gujarat. And it'll cement India's fintech leadership thanks to UPI and Aadhaar. And we're going to build on that foundation and take it globally. So we are very excited at the progress. And with the advent of AI, I think the opportunity for India to make more progress is definitely exciting. And we're going to support the Prime Minister's vision there. I mean, his vision for digital India, was ahead of its time. I now see it as a blueprint other countries are looking to do, and the follow through on the scaling up of India's digital stack, is a model other countries are thinking about, and I think it's something which will be important in G20 as well, which is obviously happening in India. So it's a real exciting to see the progress, his commitment towards the economic growth for India, and we are glad to be partners in that journey.
All right, that was Sundar Pichai of Google there, who says that India's vision of a digital India was far ahead of time, and that's the blueprint that many other countries wanting to adopt. Who other than Sundar Pichai himself to say something like this? He's just met with the Prime Minister as the Indian Diaspora meeting has begun. India Today on top of that story. A short break, we'll be right back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attends the state luncheon hosted by American Vice President Kamala Harris. India and America raise a toast to friendship. All eyes on Prime Minister's big diaspora address. Prime Minister meets top honchos and CEOs at the India-US high-tech Handshake event. The Prime Minister says coming together of talent and technology guarantees a bright future. And Prime Minister's business push continues in America. Boeing and Amazon CEOs meet with the Prime Minister in Washington, D.C. All right, I'm cutting across to the first images coming in from the Kennedy Center as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting with a bunch. In fact, a strategic dialogue is due to take place right there at the Kennedy Center. Those are the first images that we bring to you. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's fourth day. It's his final day where it's going to be filled with meetings with the business community. A strategic dialogue at the Kennedy Center is what we're told. In fact, India Today's Shweta Singh has chatted with the Indian diaspora, who are eagerly waiting for Prime Minister's address. She's also spoken to George Marley, a Modi fan who's composed a song dedicated to Prime Minister Modi. Let's have a listen as the stage now set for that event to begin.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब भी भारतीय समुदाय के बीच, भारतवंशियों के बीच विदेश में जाते हैं तो वो समा अद्भुत होता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर कुछ और ज्यादा अद्भुत चीज हम आपको दिखाने वाले हैं। आपको भारतवंशी दिखेंगे, लेकिन साथ में एक अमेरिकी भी दिखेंगे। और यहाँ पर क्या होने वाला है?
यहाँ पर हम लोग मोदी जी को वेलकम कर रहे हैं और जहाँ मोर देन 1000 पीपल यहाँ पर हैं जो कि मोदी जी को वेलकम करेंगे। हम हमारा एजेंडा बताएंगे मोदी जी को क्या है, स्पेशली वो हमारे लिए मिलने आ रहे हैं। और यहाँ पर हमने एक स्पेशल, इनका नाम है जॉश मॉर्लिन, जिन्होंने मोदी जी के ऊपर एक गाना बनाया, बहुत मोदी जी के ऊपर गाना बनाया, और ये यहाँ परफॉर्म करेंगे आज, ये सिंग करेंगे। इज अ गुड, वेरी गुड सिंगर, और आप इनसे ही मुलाकात करिए और इनसे ही बातें करिए।
Can we hear a few lines?
Here we go. Modi ji, pass the torch and I'll go there. Trust my word, I'll take the dare. From stone to stone, from heart to heart, I'll give my last, even if I die. I'll do all I can. I'll take on the world with my bare hands. I'll do all I can. I'll take on the world with my bare hands. Modi ji, Modi ji.
Have you heard of him? What are the things you like about him?
I love that he has a big heart, and he loves his country, and he loves everybody around the world, and he's always going to do his best to fight for everybody, you know, and just keep people inspired and keep people just moving forward. Just his presence alone gives us hope. So,
excellent. ये चीजें सुनकर यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री को देखकर मन में कैसा इंतजार है?
हम लोगों को बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है। कल हम लोगों ने उनकी वेलकम सेरेमनी अटेंड की, जिसमें उनको 19 गन्स का सैल्यूट दिया गया। उस टाइम राष्ट्रगान बज रहा था हिंदुस्तान का, तो हमारे रोंगटे खड़े हो गए, गूज बम जिसको बोलते हैं वो हुआ। एक और चीज उन्होंने की, जब मोदी जी स्पीच दे रहे थे, उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छी बात बोली, जिसको सारे कांग्रेसमैन ने अप्रिशिएट किया। इंडिया हैज सो मेनी लैंग्वेजेस, सो मेनी डायलेक्ट्स, बट स्पीक्स वन वॉइस। सारे कांग्रेसमैन को ये बहुत पसंद आया, और वी आर प्राउड ऑफ मोदी, वो हमारा अभिमान है।
आप लोगों को भी?
जी, मैं बॉस्टन में हूँ 28 साल से, लेकिन अगर आप यहाँ देखेंगे तो हम लोग हिंदुस्तान को अपने दिल में लेके आए हैं, और मोदी जी ने उस हिंदुस्तान को अभी पूरी दुनिया के ऊपर शीर्ष पे पहुंचाया हुआ है। तो जब उनको सम्मान मिल रहा था और वहाँ पर हमारा तिरंगा व्हाइट हाउस की सीढ़ियों पे और सभी जगह जब था, तो हमारे 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों को, और यहाँ जो 4 लाख हिंदुस्तानी रहते हैं, 40 लाख, तो इनके सबकी प्राउड मोमेंट है। और एक लीडर के लिए यही सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बाकी लोगों में एनर्जी भर सके। काम करते लोग करते हैं, लेकिन एनर्जी जो है वो एक लीडर डायरेक्शन देता है।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम संजीव गुप्ता है, मैं अटलांटा से आया हूँ, और मोदी जी का ये तीसरा इवेंट है जो मैं अटेंड कर रहा हूँ, तो बहुत ही खुशी हो रही है। खासतौर से जिस हिसाब से हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर का व्हाइट हाउस के अंदर स्वागत किया गया, और इंडिया अमेरिका के जो रिलेशंस इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर जा रहे हैं, उसको देख के काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है। उसमें कहीं ना कहीं हमारी इंडियन कम्युनिटी का भी हाथ है, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जिस हिसाब से अपने फॉरेन पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है, वो कमेंडेबल है। उसके अलावा जिस हिसाब के डेवलपमेंट्स, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट्स और इंडिया में
फायदा कर रही है।
जी, डॉक्टर वासुदेव पटेल, आई एम जनरल सेक्रेटरी फॉर ओवरसीज बीजेपी, national general secretary, and my work is to establish more and more new chapter for the BJP and making that. And if you see whatever he said in the हिंदी में करते हैं, तो कल जो वो लॉन में बोले, व्हाइट हाउस की लॉन में खड़े कि 30 बरस पहले मैंने बाहर से देखा था, आज मैं मेरे 5000 भाइयों बहनों के साथ हूँ। दैट मेक्स पीपल को ऐसा कर दिया मंत्रमुग्ध कि भाई हमारा कोई भाई बोल रहा है हमारे लिए। दैट सेम थिंग आप जॉइंट सेशन की मीटिंग में भी उन्होंने इसी तरह से सबको संस्कृत के श्लोक, हिंदी की कविता सुना के लोग, और वंस इट इज डन, आप देखो तो पहले हमारे बड़ा प्रधान आते थे, आई एम हियर लास्ट 42 years इन दिस कंट्री, तो तब कैसे पीछे पीछे घूमते थे, कल सारे सेनेटर कांग्रेसमैन उनकी सिग्नेचर लेने के लिए उनके पीछे घूमते थे. दैट इज अ बिग अपसाइड डाउन फॉर इंडिया एंड वी आर रियली प्राउड ऑफ मोदी जी एंड फॉर इंडिया. थैंक यू.
हेलो. भारतीयता में आप भी तैयार?
बिल्कुल जी, क्यों नहीं, आज का दिन बनता है, ये तो दिन बनता है, इसका तो इंतजार कर रहे थे हम लोग यहाँ पर इतने दिनों से.
इंतजार करते हैं
त्योहार की तरह एकदम, जितना भी बोलूं उतना कम है. स्पेशली इंडिया के फ्लैग लगे हुए हैं, वो एक प्राउड मोमेंट फील होता है अमेरिकन स्ट्रीट पे. सो जितना भी बोलूं उतना कम है.
यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आने वाले हैं और हर जगह जो उनका भारतीय समुदाय के बीच जो इवेंट होता है वहाँ पर तो आप दीवानगी प्रधानमंत्री की देख ही लेते हैं. यहाँ पर जितने भी लोग आपको यहाँ नजर आ रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि बड़ी मुश्किल से सबको यहाँ पर निमंत्रण मिल पाया होगा. हाँ,
registered. They are officially registered.
And we are volunteering you guys. कितने लोग यहाँ पर अप्लाई किया था कि वो आना चाहते हैं?
700.
यहाँ पर 700 आ रहे हैं, पर आना कितना चाहते हैं?
That is only for the volunteering.
अच्छा.
But real people were more than 6,000 people.
अच्छा, जो आना चाहते थे. अब यहाँ पर देखिए, यहाँ पर लोग सुन सकते हैं जरूर प्रधानमंत्री को, लेकिन जो अलग अलग हॉल्स में ये होगा. कहाँ से आई है मैम आप? यहीं से हैं, वॉशिंगटन से?
नहीं, रिचमंड वर्जीनिया. रिचमंड वर्जीनिया. हाँ.
अच्छा, कितना टाइम लगता है वहाँ से?
2 घंटे.
2 घंटे.
हाँ.
आप यहाँ आई हैं पीएम को देखना है बस?
मुझे तो दर्शन करना है, वो तो भगवान ही है हमारे लिए, गुजरात, इंडिया के लिए, गुजरात के लिए स्पेशली.
आप कहाँ से?
सेम रिचमंड वर्जीनिया. हाँ.
यस वर्जीनिया.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी दरअसल एक प्रवासी भारतीय के लिए क्या मायने रखते हैं वो समझना लोगों की जुबानी ही जरूरी हो जाता है. कितने साल से आप हैं?
मैं 22 साल से इधर रहता हूँ, रिचमंड वर्जीनिया में.
बदलाव दिखता है?
मुझे बहुत बदलाव दिख रहा है. मैं मोदी साहब का बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ. मैं कल भी व्हाइट हाउस में भी गया था, उसके आगे संडे को यूनिटी मार्च में भी गया था उनके लिए. तो मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, वो स्लोगन मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है. और सबका विकास सबका साथ, वो भी मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मुझे बहुत बड़ा बदलाव की अभी भी अपेक्षा है कि आगे के इलेक्शन नेक्स्ट ईयर में वो फिर से आए और फिर से देश के लिए करे. क्योंकि अभी हम, वो जब 2014 में आए थे तब हम, इंडिया 10वीं बिग इकोनॉमी थी पूरे वर्ल्ड में, अभी वो 5वीं आ गई है. तो अभी हमारा है आगे का टारगेट 3री वर्ल्ड में सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी होनी है. तो मोदी है तो अभी ये वो मुमकिन है. तो इसीलिए मोदी का आना बहुत जरूरी है.
कहाँ से आई?
रिचमंड वर्जीनिया.
यस. सुनने के लिए.
यस.
मैं आपको एक मैसेज मोदी जी के को देना चाहता हूँ आपका थ्रू, कि आप वो मोदी साहब अपनी टेक केयर करें, क्योंकि हम उसको लूज करने के लिए अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते हैं. इंडिया कैन नॉट अफोर्ड टू लूज मोदी, कैन नॉट. अदरवाइज इंडिया विल बी too much in because he has a lot of enemies, so he have to have lot of security. So India cannot lose him.
I'm Dr. Sudhir Parikh, Padma Shri. I own the ITV channel here. Yeah. Hi, I'm Dr. Sudhir Parikh. Really, this is a very historical and अच्छा, ये बहुत historical visit है. ये विजिट में ओल्डेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी एंड लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी दोनों बातें कर रहे हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी एज वेल एज प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन, एंड दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट यूएस इंडिया रिलेशन, हाउ टू मेक इंडिया मोर पावरफुल.
अच्छा रहा ये दौरा?
ये दौरा बहुत अच्छा रहा.
बहुत अच्छा रहा. हम वी वर इन व्हाइट हाउस आल्सो एंड अटेंडेड द सेरेमनी एंड इट वाज फैबुलस.
हिंदी में बोलो.
हाँ, वो बहुत ही अच्छा था. व्हाइट हाउस व्हाइट लोन में जो फंक्शन था बहुत ही अच्छा था. अगर
दौरा अच्छा रहा है, ऐतिहासिक या एक तरह से कहें मित्रता बढ़ाने वाला?
बिल्कुल एकदम. वी आर ऑल एक्साइटेड टू गेट मोदी जी ओवर हियर एंड वी आर ऑल लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू दिस इंडिया डायस्पोरा मीटिंग. वी होप दैट दिस पर्टिकुलर स्पिरिट we will be able to send this spirit from here to India in the coming days. Thank you.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का जो पूरा दौरा, स्टेट विजिट एक रहा.
Minister Narendra Modi, who's just arrived at the Kennedy Center. This is going to be a big affair as he's going to be possibly speaking. That's Anthony Blinken right beside him.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome Secretary of State Blinken to make some remarks on this historic occasion.
Patch that back again, but those are live images we bring to you from Kennedy Center. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome Secretary of State Blinken to make some remarks on this historic occasion. But as a longtime friend of India, Secretary Blinken really needs no introduction to the people in this room. When President Biden nominated Secretary Blinken to serve as the 71st Secretary of State, a role first occupied by Thomas Jefferson himself, it was clear he had chosen someone of deep knowledge, experience, and skills. As a career diplomat in the Clinton and Obama administration and senior foreign policy advisor to Senator and then Vice President Biden, Secretary Blinken developed the extensive strategic vision and political acumen to guide our nation through diplomatic challenges around the globe. Over the past 2 years, Secretary Blinken has focused these significant skills on navigating new challenges.
While the introductions are being done, I'm going to quickly cut across to Gita Mohan, who's right there outside the Kennedy Center as Prime Minister Modi has arrived at that event. Gita, tell us more. We see Prime Minister Modi's arrival. What's really on the agenda this hour? Lots of people there were waiting for him to speak. What exactly do you think he might be addressing today?
The Kennedy Center is where the business meeting is going to take place. I'm here at the Ronald Reagan Center where the Indian Diaspora event is to take place. Waiting for the Prime Minister over here are...
I have to say, Mukesh, it's a little bit intimidating to be in the same sentence with Thomas Jefferson, but I appreciate it. And I also have to say, as a one-time aspiring musician, I especially appreciate being able to take the stage here at the Kennedy Center. It's probably the closest I'll get to actually performing on it. Mr. Prime Minister, this has truly been a historic visit to Washington. To Dr. Mukesh, to the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum, to the members of the Indian American diaspora, and we've noticed that you're here this week, to all the friends of the U.S.-India cooperation here with us, thank you. Thank you for your work to bring our countries and our citizens ever closer together. You are, as Prime Minister Modi put it, the real engine powering our relationship. Over the last several decades, we have seen a transformation in U.S.-India ties, driven by private sector and civil society leaders like you, by governments of different parties in both of our countries. Today, guided by the vision of President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, the U.S.-India partnership is closer, it's broader, it is more dynamic than it has ever been. And as President Biden said yesterday, we are two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century. The many deals, the agreements, the exchanges that are coming out of this state visit illustrate just how comprehensive our partnership has become. It reaches quite literally from the seas to the stars, from promoting public health to bolstering peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. And at its heart is our economic engagement between entrepreneurs, investors, researchers, and others that is expanding opportunity for both of our countries and beyond. Together, we are facilitating greater trade and investment, building on what is already a record $191 billion in bilateral trade. We see the mutual benefits of this relationship when Air India purchases 200 Boeing aircraft, supporting over 1 million American jobs in 44 states. And we see it when Boeing, in turn, commits to training Indian pilots and building regional hubs in India. This partnership is also defined increasingly by efforts to advance technology and innovation, 5G, quantum, artificial intelligence, and to ensure that they are shaped by our values. Building on the initiative on critical and emerging technologies that was launched in January, we announced an innovation handshake yesterday to further connect our startup ecosystems. And the landmark agreement to jointly manufacture advanced GE fighter jet engines in India will facilitate greater tech transfer while strengthening our shared security. We're also de-risking and diversifying our supply chains, from Micron investing $800 million to assemble semiconductors in Gujarat, to India joining the Mineral Security Partnership. And that partnership is helping to develop and ensure trusted sources for vital energy minerals. India's Epsilon Carbon is investing $650 million and creating more than 500 good-paying jobs to build electric vehicle batteries here in the United States, the largest ever Indian investment in the U.S. EV battery industry. And of course, we're investing in our people. Our country's education systems have collectively trained the leaders of trailblazing companies in both the United States and India. Infosys, IBM, FedEx. And we're committed to continuing to create new success stories, streamlining visa processes, opening new consulates to facilitate travel, expanding student exchanges, research collaborations, addressing skills gaps, promoting economic empowerment of women, ensuring that all our people have access to opportunity. You know, if we were gathered together 50, 75, 100 years ago, and we were asking ourselves the question, what constitutes the wealth of a nation? Probably the answer you get back then is maybe the size of its landmass, its population, the strength of its military, its abundance of raw materials. And all of those things remain important. But I think what the United States and India recognize powerfully together is that in this 21st century, the true wealth of our nation is our people. And our ability to maximize their potential is what sets us apart. President Biden often likes to say that America can be defined by a single word: possibilities. These past few days have underscored how that spirit of possibility, defines now the U.S.-India relationship. Our governments will continue to do our part. But I'm asking all of you in this room to continue to do yours. Forge new ventures and partnerships. Invent game-changing products and services. Create unimagined opportunities. Visit friends and family in India. Host them here in the United States. Maybe even right here at the Kennedy Center. Continue to be that engine powering our progress. If we do all that, I truly believe that the U.S. and India will shape together a more peaceful, a more prosperous, a more connected future. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome USIS-PF Chairman Emeritus of Cisco Systems, and CEO of JC2 Ventures, Mr. John Chambers.
Thank you, my friends. It is one of the biggest honors of my life today to introduce a leader that I think grasps where the future is and is able to enable a country, partner with other countries, and change the world. I have met probably 40 of the top leaders around the world over 35 years in leadership. And the very first time I met the Prime Minister, he was different. He had an energy that was amazing. He had an understanding of technology and how technology was going to enable a country. And then he did something that is really unusual. He connected a vision to a strategy, to what are the priorities to get it done, to outcomes. And when he outlined his digital India strategy to me and asked for feedback, it was perfect for the future. He based his economy, inclusion of all the people in India, 1.4 billion today, on the ability to bring the power of technology to them, to change their lives, to enable them to participate in what would be the largest economic growth of any country over the next decade. I want to be very upfront. As most of you know, I have been the biggest optimist, the biggest bull on India's future, not in 1 or 2 years, but for the last decade since he came into the leadership. I am the Prime Minister's biggest supporter, and I always have been. Honored to be his friend, but also watch a man who has the ability to outline a strategy and then make it happen. People often ask, what was so unique? What is so unique about this person that changes countries, and I believe will change the world over time? He has an ability to inspire hope, to make us believe on what's possible. He then has the ability to build confidence on what the future can be. Then he is amazingly good on execution and getting his team and other teams to pour toward a common goal. And then most important, he gets results. Many in America have a very positive view of India and the Prime Minister, but they really don't understand how far this country's come in the last decade. The country has moved from a very slow follower, where the government was very bureaucratic and very, very slow moving and rigid and not a dreamer, to the most innovative country in the world. It shows up in the economic results, where the country has moved from number 10 in the world to number 5, and as the Prime Minister said, in the next couple of years, number 3. However, I'm usually pretty good at getting market transitions and being accurate on connecting the dots for the future. India will become the number 1 economy in the world. And it will do so under the plans and programs the Prime Minister is putting in place. When you look at really leadership is made up of 3 component parts, in my opinion. It's your currency. It's first about your track record. And the track record of the Prime Minister in India over the last decade is an envy of the entire world, an example and a model for us to follow. Secondly, it's the ability to form relationships. This leader can form relationships with leaders around the world, with Democrats and Republicans. A little bit of Southern humor there. But also, he instills trust. And often when people come together and say, here's what we can do together in the future, it is all about trust. Do you trust me? Do you trust the other side that both of us will deliver? When people ask me that question, I have one simple answer. I would trust this leader with my life. So today you're going to hear one of the great visionaries of the future who also knows how to execute. You're going to hear he'll be very humble. He's a very kind person. But you also hear a vision for what I believe will make India the number 1 economy. You're going to hear a vision of how 2 countries can partner together in a way that no 2 countries ever have in history to work toward a common goal that will be to the benefit of every one of our citizens in India and in the United States, but also the benefit to the world. It is my pleasure to introduce one of the great leaders in the world, Prime Minister Modi. Please come and address us, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. मेरे मित्र सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन, गवर्नर ऑफ डेलावेयर, congressmen, other elected representatives, my old friend John Chambers, my always great companion, I can say, Mukesh Agiji, industry campaign, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, good evening. अपनी अमेरिका विजिट के दौरान इस कार्यक्रम का मैं बहुत बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहा था। आप सभी अमेरिका की विकास यात्रा के मजबूत स्तंभ है, मजबूत पिलर्स हैं, और इसलिए मैं आपसे मिलना भी चाहता था, आपसे बातें भी करना चाहता था। कांग्रेसमैन हो, बिजनेस लीडर्स हो, डॉक्टर्स हो, इंजीनियर्स हो, साइंटिस्ट हो, दूसरे प्रोफेशनल्स हो, आप सभी अपनी मेहनत से अमेरिका को इस ऊंचाई पर लाए हैं। आप सभी अमेरिकन ड्रीम का हिस्सा है। आपने अमेरिकन ड्रीम को जिया है। आपने दिखाया है कि संकल्प लेकर उसे सिद्धि कैसे पहुंचाया जाता है। मैं आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं इस कार्यक्रम में मुझे निमंत्रित करने के लिए। मैं आगे जी का, जॉन का, आप सबका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, मुझे अमेरिका आए 4 दिन हो गए हैं। इन 4 दिनों में मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन समेत बहुत से लोगों से मिला हूं। मेरी कितने ही सीईओज के साथ, यहां के दिग्गजों के साथ मुलाकात हुई है। जिस एक बात ने मुझे सबसे ज्यादा आत्मविश्वास दिया वो है भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप। और मैं बहुत विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, दावे से कह रहा हूं, ये पार्टनरशिप सिर्फ कन्वीनियंस की पार्टनरशिप नहीं है, ये पार्टनरशिप है कन्विक्शन की। ये पार्टनरशिप है कंपैशन की, और ये पार्टनरशिप है एक बेहतर विश्व के लिए शेयर्ड कमिटमेंट की। और इस पार्टनरशिप की बुनियाद, इसकी नींव आप है। अमेरिका के और भारत के नागरिक है। इस पार्टनरशिप की एक और खास बात है, अक्रॉस द पार्टी लाइन अमेरिका में भारत के लिए जबरदस्त समर्थन है। कल अमेरिकी कांग्रेस में जिस तरह बाय पार्टीजन सपोर्ट भारत को मिला है, वो वाकई अभूतपूर्व है। इसलिए मेरा ये विश्वास और गहरा हो गया है कि हमारी पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया का भाग्य बदल सकती है। फ्रेंड्स, हर देश की विकास यात्रा में एक ऐसा टाइम पीरियड आता है जब एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ एक नया लक्ष्य तय करता है। आज भारत भी एक ऐसे ही टाइम पीरियड से गुजर रहा है। कुछ समय पहले ही हमने अपनी आजादी के 75 साल पूरे किए हैं और हमने संकल्प लिया है, मोदी ने नहीं, 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों ने संकल्प लिया है। और ये संकल्प है विकसित भारत का, डेवलप इंडिया का। हम भारत में दशकों से चली आ रही समस्याओं का स्थायी समाधान कर रहे हैं और हम चुनौती को भी चुनौती देते हैं। हम भारत के गरीबों को सशक्त कर रहे हैं, उनके ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहे हैं। 10 साल में भारत, जैसा अभी जॉन ने कहा, दुनिया की 10वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी से 5वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी बन गया है। कोरोना काल में जिस तरह भारत ने इस महामारी का मुकाबला किया, वो भारत के सामर्थ्य को दिखाता है। आप जानते हैं कि आज पोस्ट पैंडेमिक वर्ल्ड में इकोनॉमी, इन्फ्लेशन और सप्लाई चेन क्या हालत है। इन सब के बीच भारत आज 7% से अधिक से भी ग्रोथ लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। और ये ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ है दोस्तों। आज भारत में रिफॉर्म्स का एक अभूतपूर्व दौर चल रहा है। इकोनॉमिक वर्ल्ड के आप लोग जानते हैं कि हाई ग्रोथ, लो इन्फ्लेशन का कॉम्बिनेशन आसान नहीं है, लेकिन आज भारत ये भी करके दिखा रहा है। हम फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रित रखते हुए कैपेक्स में लगातार वृद्धि कर रहे हैं। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है, फॉरेक्स बढ़ रहा है और एफडीआई का नया रिकॉर्ड बनता चला जा रहा है। पिछले 2-2.5 साल में ही अमेरिकी कंपनियों ने $16 बिलियन से ज्यादा भारत में निवेश किए हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की सफलता का आधार, भारत के विकास की सबसे बड़ी ड्राइविंग फोर्स भारत के लोगों का एस्पिरेशन है। ये अमेरिकन ड्रीम से बहुत अलग नहीं है। आज भारत की जीडीपी में प्राइवेट कंजम्पशन का शेयर 1.5 दशक में सबसे अधिक हो गया है। और जिस बात को लेकर हम सबको समाधान होगा वो है भारत में एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी तेजी से खत्म होती चली जा रही है। भारत में नियो मिडिल क्लास एक ऐसा ब्लॉक है जिसका लगातार विस्तार हो रहा है। भारत के लोगों की यही एस्पिरेशन भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप की सबसे अहम दूरी बनने जा रहा है। इस बहुत बड़े वर्ग की आकांक्षा पूरी करने के लिए भारत जो कर रहा है उसने अमेरिका के लिए भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोल दिए हैं। अब जैसे भारत में एविएशन सेक्टर में डिमांड लगातार बढ़ रही है, भारत का डोमेस्टिक एयर ट्रैफिक, हमारा पैसेंजर्स ग्रोथ नया रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। इस डिमांड की पूर्ति के लिए भारत की एयरलाइंस कंपनियां सैकड़ों एयरक्राफ्ट का ऑर्डर दे रही है और इसका लाभ, जैसे सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन ने भी कहा, इसका लाभ यहां अमेरिका की कंपनियों को हो रहा है। यहां भी जॉब्स क्रिएट हो रही है। साथियों, डिफेंस सेक्टर में भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप को मेरी इस विजिट में एक नई ऊंचाई मिली है। कल जब मैंने कांग्रेस में इस बारे में बात की थी तो पूरे सदन में तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रही थी। ये स्वागत हो रहा था। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन की दीर्घदृष्टि, फोरसाइटनेस, पूरा सदन उछल उछल करके बधाई दे रहा था कल। भारत अमेरिका डिफेंस पार्टनरशिप अमेरिका के करीब करीब हर स्टेट के लोगों के साथ एक विशिष्ट प्रकार का नाता बना रहा है। एक मदद का नया एक आयाम खुल रहा है। एरिजोना में बनने वाले अपाचे हेलीकॉप्टर, जॉर्जिया के C-130 के सुपर हरकुलिस, अलाबामा के M-860R हेलीकॉप्टर्स, वाशिंगटन और साउथ कैरोलिना के सिविलियन बोइंग एयरक्राफ्ट, पेंसिल्वेनिया के चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर, ये भारत के साथ ही अमेरिका के डिफेंस और एरोस्पेस सेक्टर को भी मजबूती दे रहे हैं। टेक्सास, न्यू मैक्सिको, नॉर्थ डकोटा और अलास्का को भी भारत की तेजी से बढ़ती इकोनॉमी से मदद मिल रही है। टेक्सटाइल हो, फूड हो या फिर टूरिज्म, करीब करीब हर सेक्टर में भारत के एस्पिरेशंस अमेरिकी अर्थव्यवस्था को ताकत दे रही है। और मुझे एक बात की और खुशी है, भारत की कंपनियां भी अमेरिका में बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स का इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही हैं। भारत की कंपनियां ग्लोबल बन रही हैं। न्यू जर्सी, टेक्सास, न्यूयॉर्क, कैलिफोर्निया, जॉर्जिया, इलिनॉय, मिशिगन, यहां बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय कंपनियां ऑपरेट कर रही हैं। उसमें से कुछ महानुभाव यहां मौजूद भी है। इन सब का फायदा कि यहां की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री अमेरिका के युवाओं को हो रहा है, अमेरिका के किसानों को हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की ये पार्टनरशिप दोनों देशों के हित में है, दोनों देशों के लोगों के हित में भी है और इसलिए इसको मजबूत करना भी उतना ही आवश्यक है। प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन के नेतृत्व में यहां की सरकार इस दिशा में बहुत बेहतर काम कर रही है। आप देख रहे हैं कि कैसे बीते 3 दिनों में इस पार्टनरशिप को मजबूती देने के लिए कई ऐतिहासिक कदम उठाए हैं। डिफेंस से लेकर एविएशन सेक्टर तक, एप्लाइड मटेरियल से लेकर के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक, आईटी सेक्टर से लेकर स्पेस सेक्टर तक, भारत अमेरिका अब मोस्ट रिलायबल पार्टनर की तरह आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अब आप सभी साथियों को, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को आगे बढ़कर इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभ उठाना है। साथियों, भारत के हर डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट में अमेरिकी ड्रीम को और मजबूती देने की क्षमता है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, आज भारत इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर रिकॉर्ड $125 बिलियन से ज्यादा का इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहा है। भारत की इस ग्रोथ स्टोरी में अमेरिका के लिए, आप लोगों के लिए असीम संभावनाएं हैं। आपके लिए ये फर्स्ट एंड फास्ट मूवर एडवांटेज लेने का ये समय है। साथियों, बीते 3 दिनों में मेरी प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन से, यानी एक प्रकार से 3 दिन हमें साथ बिताने का अवसर मिला है। बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक मसलों पर बातचीत हुई है। इन मुलाकातों में भारत अमेरिका के भविष्य को लेकर ठोस बातें हुई हैं। हमने एक स्पष्ट रणनीति पर चलना तय किया है। आज व्हाइट हाउस में हुआ टेक्नोलॉजी हैंडशेक भी दोनों देशों की कंपनियों को, बिजनेस को, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को, इनोवेटर्स को सीधा संदेश है, दिस इज द मोमेंट। दिस इज द मोमेंट। थैंक यू दोस्तों, थैंक यू। भारत अमेरिका की सरकारों ने आपके लिए ग्राउंड वर्क कर दिया है। खेत जोतने का काम हमने कर दिया है। इसमें जो जरूरी होगा वो हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे, लेकिन अब इस ग्राउंड पर खुलकर खेलने और खिलने की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है। और जो खेलेगा वो ही खिलेगा। मुझे विश्वास है आप कोई मौका नहीं छोड़ेंगे, इस अवसर का पूरा लाभ उठाएंगे। और मैं आपको इस बात का भरोसा देता हूं कि आपको भारत में एक बेहतर माहौल मिलेगा, बेहतर अवसर मिलेगा। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस हमारी सरकार का कमिटमेंट है। साथियों, इतिहास साक्षी है कि जब जब भारत मजबूत हुआ है तब तब पूरी दुनिया का लाभ हुआ है। 100 साल के सबसे बड़े संकट काल में, इस पैंडेमिक में भी हमने यही देखा है, जब दुनिया को दवाइयों की जरूरत थी, भारत ने अपना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाकर 150 से ज्यादा देशों को दवाइयां भेजी। और वो समय याद कीजिए, घर से बाहर निकलने के लिए भी दुनिया डरती थी, तब दुनिया के 150 देशों को दवाइयां भेजी थी। जब दुनिया को कोरोना वैक्सीन की जरूरत थी, भारत ने अपना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाकर 100 से ज्यादा देशों को वैक्सीन पहुंचाई थी। हमारा दिल बड़ा है। विश्व शांति के प्रति हमारा कमिटमेंट उससे भी बड़ा है। साथियों, आप इस बात के भी साक्षी हैं कि कोरोना वैश्विक महामारी ने ग्लोबल साइकोलॉजी को कितना नुकसान पहुंचाया है। हर कोई एक दूसरे पर शक कर रहा है। हर देश सोच रहा है कि मुझे जब जरूरत होगी तो कौन सा देश मेरा साथ देगा। यानी कोरोना ने शरीर के साथ ही मन पर भी गहरा आघात किया है। और हमें इस बात को कम नहीं आंकना चाहिए। शंका आशंका के इस दौर में भारत अपने हजारों वर्ष के डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के साथ आगे बढ़ा है, दुनिया के साथ खड़ा है। साथियों, भारत के पास आने वाले समय की एक और चुनौती का सबसे बड़ा समाधान है। ये चुनौती है एजिंग की। हम इससे इनकार नहीं कर सकते कि एजिंग से सिर्फ मैन पावर ही प्रभावित नहीं होती, बल्कि ये कंजम्पशन, प्रोडक्शन और इनोवेशन को भी प्रभावित करती है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा युवा टैलेंट पूल भारत के पास है। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्किल और प्रोफेशनल फोर्स भारत के पास है। इसलिए जो भी देश इस समय भारत से जुड़ेगा, उसका उतना ही फायदा होगा। साथियों, आप जानकर के खुशी होगी, भारत कितनी तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। स्पीड, स्केल। आज भारत में हर सप्ताह एक नई यूनिवर्सिटी बन रही है। आज भारत में हर तीसरे दिन एक अटल टिंकरिंग लैब खोली जा रही है। आज भारत में हर दो दिन में एक नए कॉलेज बन रहा है। आज भारत में हर दिन एक नई ITI की स्थापना हो रही है। आज भारत में हर साल एक नया IIT और एक नया IIM बन रहा है। इन संस्थानों से निकला टैलेंट आज पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए काम कर रहा है। आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कंपनियों में, फॉर्च्यून 500 कंपनियों में भारतीय हमें अहम भूमिका में नजर आते हैं। और इस हॉल में भी बहुत से ऐसे महानुभाव मौजूद हैं। मुझे विश्वास है भारत अमेरिकी साझा ड्रीम, भारत अमेरिकी साझा डिटर्मिनेशन 21वीं सदी में दुनिया की डेस्टिनी बदलने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। मैं आपको भारत की इस विकास यात्रा में एक साथ आगे बढ़ने के लिए फिर एक बार आमंत्रित करता हूं। लेट अस कम टुगेदर फॉर अ बेटर वर्ल्ड, बेटर फ्यूचर। लेट अस ग्रो विथ इंडिया। और मैंने एक बार लाल किले से कहा था मेरे भाषण में, और मैंने कहा था यही समय है, सही समय है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साथियों।
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seat.
All right, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's very powerful, a power-packed speech that he gave at that Kennedy Hall for the Indian diaspora. This was certainly a big booster for the Indian diaspora as they've come from far and wide to witness Prime Minister Modi's speech yet again, 9 years after that first grand Indian diaspora event that took place. In fact, in 2014, his visit, we saw the kind of Modi euphoria that happened back in 2014, and now yet again in 2023, Prime Minister receiving this kind of roaring welcome by the Indian diaspora, and he's given quite a spirited speech there, speaking of India's growth, its success story, the fact that India, the youngest country in the world today, is all set to achieve great feats. He's spoken about the Indian diaspora's efforts to build the to build America itself, about the work that the Indians have put in to escalate the success story of the United States. And of course, he's mentioned on the kind of values that these Indians bring to America, almost crediting India for throwing up such intelligent, successful, hardworking people who are now all across the globe. This is the Indian diaspora in the United States who have come by to have this very, to witness this euphoria around Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and of course his speech now, a very spirited one as he speaks on India's growth story and the kind of success that India is due to see. Let's take you through the speech yet again. At the Kennedy Hall, Prime Minister Modi, the Kennedy Center, he speaks with the business leaders, the Indian diaspora at large. I'm going to play that out for you once more.
हम भारत के गरीबों को सशक्त कर रहे हैं, उनके ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहे हैं। 10 साल में भारत, जैसा अभी जॉन ने कहा, दुनिया की 10वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी से 5वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी बन गया है। कोरोना काल में जिस तरह भारत ने इस महामारी का मुकाबला किया, वो भारत के सामर्थ्य को दिखाता है। आप जानते हैं कि आज पोस्ट पैंडेमिक वर्ल्ड में इकोनॉमी, इन्फ्लेशन और सप्लाई चेन क्या हालत है। इन सब के बीच भारत आज 7% से अधिक से भी ग्रोथ लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज भारत में रिफॉर्म्स का एक अभूतपूर्व दौर चल रहा है। इकोनॉमिक वर्ल्ड के आप लोग जानते हैं कि हाई ग्रोथ, लो इन्फ्लेशन का कॉम्बिनेशन आसान नहीं है, लेकिन आज भारत ये भी करके दिखा रहा है। हम फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रित रखते हुए कैपेक्स में लगातार वृद्धि कर रहे हैं। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है, फॉरेक्स बढ़ रहा है और एफडीआई का नया रिकॉर्ड बनता चला जा रहा है। पिछले 2-2.5 साल में ही अमेरिकी कंपनियों ने $16 बिलियन से ज्यादा भारत में निवेश किए हैं। भारत की सफलता का आधार, भारत के विकास की सबसे बड़ी ड्राइविंग फोर्स भारत के लोगों का एस्पिरेशन है। ये अमेरिकन ड्रीम से बहुत अलग नहीं है। आज भारत की जीडीपी में प्राइवेट कंजम्पशन का शेयर 1.5 दशक में सबसे अधिक हो गया है। और जिस बात को लेकर हम सबको समाधान होगा वो है भारत में एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी तेजी से खत्म होती चली जा रही है। भारत में नियो मिडिल क्लास एक ऐसा ब्लॉक है जिसका लगातार विस्तार हो रहा है। भारत के लोगों की यही एस्पिरेशन भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप की सबसे अहम दूरी बनने जा रहा है। इस बहुत बड़े वर्ग की आकांक्षा पूरी करने के लिए भारत जो कर रहा है उसने अमेरिका के लिए भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोल दिए हैं।
All right, that was Prime Minister's spirited speech there at the Kennedy Center. I'm going to cut across to Gita Mohan, who's joining us right outside the Kennedy Center. Gita, another round of speech that Prime Minister has given, this time really listing out India's achievements so far, the roadmap, India's success story, where the country is due to reach in no time, and also credited the Indian community all over the globe for really, building this image of India that it is today worldwide. Tell us more on the kind of euphoria that surrounds Modi's visit and at this Indian diaspora event.
I want to say thank you to the U.S. Indian Community Foundation.
Well, the people over here are quite excited. They stood in a long queue to come in, went through security. This is an area, Nabila, we're at the Ronald Reagan Center, an area that has been made because the auditorium is not large enough to accommodate everybody. But are you guys excited, even being outside and waiting for Prime Minister Modi to listen to him on the screen? Are you excited?
Yes, we are so excited. I'm coming all the way from Doha, from
Doha?
Doha, from, towards Europe, then London, then US, and I was desperate to be in this program, so
all right.
Thank God I made it.
What about you? How excited are you? What do you expect the Prime Minister to say when it comes to the Indian community?
Yeah, I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're expecting Prime Minister Modi to provide some details of the conversation with President Biden and the changes that are going to happen in the next few years and strengthen our relationship between India and
Gita,
America.
If you could hold on for a moment, stay with us for just a moment. I'm going to quickly cut across to Rahul Kanwal, who's also at the Kennedy Center, joining us. Rahul, this very spirited speech, Prime Minister Modi really crediting the Indian community for bringing this kind of name and success for India on that global platform. He speaks of India's roadmap, the success story that India is charting out for itself, the youngest country, and a long way to go for us.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that so many members of the Indian American community who've done very well for themselves here in the United States were present at the Kennedy Center for this meeting. And these Indian Americans are really in the propellants of the relationship between India and the US. They're phenomenally successful, those people who are here at the Kennedy Center this evening. And they're beneficiaries of the American dream. And what they see in the Prime Minister is someone who they believe can help set up an equivalent Indian dream. And that I think is significant because it gives the India-America relationship more fuel. I was speaking to some American politicians, and they were talking about how there's so much pressure or conversation around India that comes from these 4 million plus Indian Americans who are all politically active. They could be divided amongst Republicans and Democrats in terms of their political support, but in terms of their fondness or fascination for Prime Minister Modi, it's overwhelming. And I think that is the community that the Prime Minister was speaking to this evening here at the Kennedy Center, telling them to come and be part of the India story, saying that this is India's moment, that this is when, sorry, some people just also wanted a selfie while we do this. I'm actually live on TV, yes, if you don't know. So basically making the point, Nabila, that this is your moment. Don't let the moment go, and come and invest in India as quickly as you possibly can. I think there's a rousing reception the Prime Minister had. Lots of people standing up, applauding a lot of what he was saying. And the other thing that's really interesting, Nabila, is the fact that even youngsters like Nikhil Kamath, he was in 5 meetings with the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister was the one doing most of the talking. He said, dude, I'm tired. I need to sleep. I need a break. I want to go to London. I need to just, relax after what's happened over the past 48 hours. And the Prime Minister, the moment somebody says this, it seems like, oh, this is some kind of unbhakti or just unnecessary fandom towards the Prime Minister. But this is a real aspect of the Prime Minister's being, his ability to maintain the schedule. Just after the Kennedy Center reception has just gone over, he came out, met people who were here at the back. This is the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts, a stunning venue. He'll now be going to the next Diaspora event where he'll be meeting members of the Indian American community. And from there, right away, that same night to Egypt, where he has a whole different schedule packed up. If somebody thinks this is common or this is not something which is, something that should be highlighted, I think that is very unfair, because this is quite remarkable what you're saying. It's not common, it's quite uncommon, and it's quite remarkable.
I don't think there's a concept of jet lag for the Prime Minister. All of us could get tired. We're working through the night, Rahul, to cover this very euphoria that we see there in the United States over Prime Minister Modi's visit. It's tiring as it is, but Prime Minister seems as spirited, energetic, and on point with his speech, even while he spoke, crediting the Indian diaspora, the kind of roadmap that India is charting out for itself. And this really is such a moral booster for the Indian community in the United States as of now. They've come from far and wide. We heard Gita speaking to some of them. They've really come driven hours to just be part of this event and get one look and listen to Modi live.
And it's, the nasty or negative way to describe it is that most of these are upper caste Hindus, and therefore very naturally the constituency of the BJP, they're the ones who in larger numbers have migrated abroad, and therefore if we poll upper caste Hindus in any state, there's a chance that disproportionately will support Prime Minister Modi. That's the negative way of looking at it. But the positive way is that these are also beneficiaries of the American dream. They've come here, they've worked hard, they made a name for themselves, and they'd like that in their home country there be an ecosystem which enables similar success, which is why they believe in the man, which is why they're making the effort that they are, and which is why they've come the distance that they have from California, from Texas, from all over, from far distances, to be a part of this moment and to give back in some way. To give back in some way. You think of this also in part as being their mission. They want to give back to the India story, and they believe he's the man who can deliver.
Tell us.
The stuff, we heard from John Chambers, former head of Cisco. He's one of the organizers of this function. He was introducing the Prime Minister. He said that in years to come, he thinks of India as becoming the #1 economy in the world, and that is still some distance away. But that's the confidence which is being exuded, and is often the case. Waiting for the stars will possibly hit the treetop. And then another thing the Prime Minister highlighted was that when he started out, India was number 10 in a couple of years. By 2027 to 8, India could potentially be number 3. And number 3, the PM said, it's taking a lot of effort to make this happen. And in the next few years, he thinks that some of the effort that's being made in a structural way will start seeing results.
Rahul, absolutely. India is right now on its way up and possibly even taking China's place entirely. This is India's moment, no doubt, and Prime Minister Modi asserting that on that stage. But the place you're at, what exactly does the audience comprise of? Who are these people who've been given this very special invite? We believe that this is a much sought-after event. A bunch of them who've really waited for hours or days to manage a ticket and travelled. Gita brings us people who've travelled all the way from London, Europe to come for this very diaspora event.
Oh, absolutely. These are highly successful businessmen, CEOs who are here to listen to the Prime Minister. And you're right, it is a very sought after ticket. It's a very tough to come by ticket. And these are also people who, like for example, this afternoon I was at the Indian Diaspora event. These are members of the Indian Diaspora who've set up their own organization. And talking to them, these are people who've done really well for themselves in the US. And talking to them, I got the sense that they want to contribute that in some way. They think that, India could do and should do much more than it has done in the past. And they're really trying to make a difference. They're very, very charged up. If these people were the voters of India, obviously they're not, but if they were, Prime Minister Modi will win by a landslide majority next year. But that's not the only India. This is not, it's not just rich, it's not just affluent, it's not just Indian American. There's a real election out there. But this would give the Prime Minister some confidence as he goes back. We are speaking to Ian Bremmer at the Eurasia Group, top risk expert, top American political scientist. He said this is the most successful bilateral meeting that President Biden has had. These are people who track American politics. Here, when Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, is speaking, and even the Prime Minister is talking about India and America being the defining relationship of the 21st century. Now, those are healthy words. And of all the countries that America has relationships with, if they think that the one with India is special and they're investing their equity, they're investing their capital, that is a very significant achievement that the Prime Minister will be leading with when he takes off from DC for Summit.
Rahul, sure, there is an election in India that is independent of all this frenzy outside, but at the end of it, this kind of craze that we see all the way from 2014, when Modi addressed the diaspora, Indian diaspora, with nearly 20,000 people in New York's Madison Square Garden, all the way to 2023, something like this cannot be staged managed. This kind of love and craze for him is authentic.
No, far from being staged managed, the fact is that these are people who come by spending their own hard-earned money. They've taken time off. Some of them were here for a couple of days. You don't just do that. Many of them are businessmen. You don't just do that for no reason. They obviously believe in the man. They believe in what he's saying. And they think that by being here, they're showing their support to the Prime Minister. And more importantly, their support to the India story, which is why they're here. These are things we cannot, as we said, stage manage. You can get a couple of hundred people, sure. That can be organized. But given the distances that these people have traveled, given the kind of people that these are, that's not easy to pull off. And also remember, each one of them, in some way, oftentimes is influential in their own local community. So they have American politicians who, they vote as for and stuff. There is funds for some of these American politicians. And a lot of what they're telling here, what they're telling us here, is also what they tell those American senators and congressmen, which is also one of the reasons why in the joint session of the US Congress yesterday, we saw the kind of applause and the kind of adulation that we did, not from members of the Indian American community. That was they were in the gallery up above the Congress, but amongst the senators and the congressmen, and some of whom I was speaking to some of the Washington embassy officials, and they were pointing out images of senators and congressmen being very critical of some of the past actions of the Prime Minister and of the Modi government, who seemed very enthused to come out and take selfies, get an autograph, etc. So maybe he's won some friends and influenced some people while he's been here in DC.
You know, Rahul, at this point, we're seeing the United States, of course, wanting to ink many deals with India, and those talks have already happened, defense, bilateral talks and whatnot. But the business community at large, some of them who you've spoke to as well, post this event, post Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the United States and his chat with a bunch of business leaders, do you think, or do you see doors opening up to a stream of companies now flowing into India?
But it doesn't work like that, Nabila, as you know well. This is all talk. Ultimately, any company that wants to invest will do a full evaluation of whether that investment will have the right kind of return on capital employed. All the matrices that they need to be looking at before taking the call will be evaluated. You know, money doesn't move on top. Money moves when there is belief that the rate of returns justify the investment. And I think which is why one of the things that's being attempted is to create an enabling framework, create an ecosystem which allows these American companies to come in, have a good experience, invest in the India story and actually benefit, because then one becomes a bellwether for the other and others jump in and will do the same and be part of the same bandwagon, which is why the micron investment in semiconductors in Gujarat is so significant, because if that investment is successful, then it kind of encourages other companies to do it. Governments can't move money for private companies. Those companies can, which is also why so many CEOs have been met. Just before he came here, he met with the CEO of Alphabet, Vijay. He met with the Amazon CEO. He met with the Boeing CEO. So he's really, apart from meetings, the congressmen and senators, really trying to convince America into this is the moment. This is when you must invest in the India story. There is a global tailwind on account of the fact that companies are looking beyond China, but just that factor itself is not enough, because there are other countries trying to get this money as well. The countries like Indonesia, countries like Vietnam, they're trying to get companies to come to them. So it's a global contest, and the Prime Minister is doing what he does best, be the best salesman for the India story, which is kind of what he's trying to do over the past 3 days, first in New York and now in DC.
Absolutely, but India's sheer scale, the numbers, I think we're certainly hoping for the best. Final word, Prime Minister Modi is going to be having another meeting with the Indian diaspora. Rahul, if you could tell us the final event as he ends this US tour today.
Oh, that's true. You know, and just imagine, we just wrapped up this long address, and you have another one to go to. I mean, this is quite, that'll be different. You know, there'll be more Nach Gana, Tamasha over there. This is very proper. They've got their suits on, many in their Dutch-Guineas. So this is a very different kind of event. I mean, this is the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. Let me just turn the camera around while you edit and show you what's happening. So this is where some of the greatest musicians, greatest operas perform. So this is a very different kind of event from the one that you're about to see, which is where my colleagues Gita, Mohan and Shweta Singha, and they'll take you through the, you know, that's a different kind of audience. I suppose that will be a different kind of speech. This was more about trying to attract investment, trying to get all these CEOs charged up about investing in India, so moving from top to active. That's what the Prime Minister focused on. That'll have a different vibe, that'll have a different energy. It's not going to be Madison Square Garden, but it's going to be on similar lines, but at a much smaller scale.
All right, Rahul, thank you very much. I'm going to let you go enjoy some time out in your time in the United States on the final day of Prime Minister Modi's visit. Thank you very much. Well, those are the images that came in from a little earlier with Prime Minister addressing that huge crowd, the Indian diaspora who've come in from far and wide just to hear Prime Minister Modi speak, a huge moral booster for that Indian community who Prime Minister, like he says, has worked really hard to achieve that American dream, which the Prime Minister called, in fact, an Indian dream. This is nothing short of an Indian dream of the Indian community moving to different parts of the globe and making the country so proud. Well, we hear the Prime Minister is now going to be meeting with the Indian diaspora at another event. This is also going to be an event where you have invite-only guests who will be arriving, and all the top business leaders and honchos who will be meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Is he expected to speak or not? Gita Mohan is joining us to give us a little more on that. Gita, would you tell us, Prime Minister Modi's event just took place here. We heard him speak at that Kennedy Center where he addressed the Indian diaspora. We believe there's another event now to follow where he's going to be meeting with more people of the Indian diaspora. Is he going to be speaking there as well? How is this? Give us the plan of this last leg of his event. of his tour?
Well, the fact that he's meeting Indian diaspora in every meeting that he's going to, where the themes are different, Nabila, goes to show the kind of contribution the Indian community has made in America and American society, American economy. Over here, we are looking at the Indian diaspora event, where the theme is Indian diaspora's contribution to America and to Indian-America relations. Sir, if I could come to you. You've been waiting over here. We know that it's going to take a while for Prime Minister to come, and everybody's waiting patiently. Are you excited?
Yes. It is actually a truly unique event, and we are very excited to welcome Modi to the United States. Yes.
Okay. A lot of others over here, but it's not absolutely crowded, because this is not the auditorium where the event is taking place. The auditorium where the event is taking place is behind the wall over there. But let me go across to the ladies who were waiting a long time to speak to us, and we did not go to them. So I'm just walking across to the ladies who waited a while. Ladies, can you just get up now and start talking as to how excited are you for being over here? And you've waited long for Prime Minister Modi. So how excited are you?
We are very excited. We were here yesterday. We've been here since last 2 days. We're from Illinois, Chicago.
Oh, you're not from DC?
No, we're from Chicago, just to came to see the Modi.
Okay. So you travel every time Prime Minister Modi comes, or is this the first time?
This is the first time for us to come to see Modi. Okay. So we were so exciting to done that.
And what about you? Where are you from?
We from Chicago.
All of you are from Chicago. So the ladies are here from Chicago, waiting for the Indian Premier. What do you want Prime Minister Modi to say in terms of the connect between India and US through the diaspora?
We would like to make him connect and just make more connecting, more merge to the India and US.
What about you?
Same thing, and technology-wise and everything for the new generations. We want him to move. He, as what he's doing a very good job for everyone. We want him to be out in 2024.
Okay. So they not only are talking about the contribution of the Indian diaspora when it comes to India-America ties that has been there so far. Now the conversation also has moved to the next generation. Speaking of the next generation, let's talk to a few people over here. Are you from DC?
No, we are from Fairfax, Virginia.
Okay, from Virginia.
Yeah.
Not so far away. But are you excited? Is this the first time that you've come to an event of Prime Minister Modi?
Yeah. I mean, actually, we've seen him day before yesterday near the hotel.
Oh, you were there? Yeah. So we all got drenched together outside the hotel? Okay.
Yeah. But it's been an honorable experience altogether, meeting him, seeing him and everything.
Did you get to shake hands with him outside the hotel?
I got to shake hand with the Prime Minister after full drenching in the rain. So we were excited at the time. So after meeting, we were all so excited, and we got videos of the Prime Minister, and now we are lucky to got the passes here.
Okay, but you're not going to the main auditorium because that would be full. Is that disappointing, or you're still happy that you're here? You're going to see him on the big screen?
Really happy. At least we got here.
Okay.
So
all right. Happy that at least they're here. The room is not completely packed, but the auditorium, we're told, was registered, and there was overwhelming registration, which is why there is a spillover. Although this auditorium was also not a very big one. It's a smaller one, smaller capacity, but nonetheless, you're seeing a lot of people travel from various parts of the United States of America just to come over here. Sir, how excited are you that Prime Minister Modi is going to be here? Any expectations from the Indian Premier when it comes to what he's going to say and his address?
I think we're just all very excited about the visit, the budding and growing and strengthening of the relationship between India and the U.S. and where that relationship can go, both in the defense and technology and people-to-people exchanges.
Okay. And what about you, sir?
Yeah, this is quite historic. I mean, he's been here before, but I think the relationship is at a new frontier, and I think we can do much with it.
Okay, much more to achieve. The relationship has hit a new frontier, and we are seeing kids over here say no, they don't want to come on TV, but certainly they've waited long enough. You don't see them patiently wait this long, but over here they are waiting. What about you? You excited? Are you from DC?
We are from California.
So you flew from West Coast to East Coast?
Yes.
Just for this event?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, because we are excited about how Modi and Biden are meeting together, and this is something not happens every day, and we are proud of our country.
They're proud of our country meaning India or our country meaning America?
India, from where we are belong, and this country as well, where we are now citizens. Yeah.
Okay. And what about you?
So we are from the Bay Area, California, and this is a very amazing moment because the state dinner is happening for the second time for an Indian Prime Minister. This pulls everybody into this great city of Washington, where we have been for the first time in several years. We've been in US since over 20 years now.
Were you there in on the South Lawns when the ceremony? You were there as well?
Yeah, we were there.
So you actually traveled for the state visit.
Correct.
And you've covered the state visit like us.
Yes.
Okay. It's not just us who have traveled all the way to the United States of America to cover Prime Minister Modi's visit. There are people over here who have traveled far and wide to just come to Washington DC, or for that matter New York, only to attend and be a part of the celebrations. So that's a very different new. We have seen in the past as well people traveling from within, but this time around when I talk to people, there are quite a few who have traveled from outside of the United States of America. One gentleman said Doha, there was another one who said London, a group of... So all right, why are you here?
I'm honored to be here to see Modi. I mean, he's such an inspirational leader, especially compared to the leadership we have today. I mean, it's amazing to hear him speak, and it's more importantly, it's amazing to hear others speak about him, because they do so with extreme reverence, and that is very rare in America these days.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do you have friends, Indian friends, who told you that there's an event happening? How did you?
This is my Indian friend Nanda.
Okay. And you informed him about the event?
Yes,
and so he turned up?
See, he wanted to meet Modi. I told him you have two choices. Either you go to India and meet him. I can take him to his house or office, have one-on-one, or you try here. There's a 50-50 chance because there are 10,000 people ahead of you. You either get in a line here or let's go to India, and we will make sure.
Okay, there are a lot of people who say that one-on-one with Prime Minister Modi might not always be actualized, but the fact is that this talks about accessibility as well, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi does meet a lot of the people from the Indian diaspora. In fact, when he's meeting, he actually sometimes, the people he knows, he inquires about them, or if the spouse is not present, he'd inquire why the spouse is not present. So another group of people over here. Let's just go across to. You're here from DC, or are you also traveling from someplace else?
We're here from DC. We're locals.
Okay. And you wanted to be part of the event. Why so? What is it that you want Prime Minister Modi to speak about?
We want to speak about his vision. He already has done so much, but I'm sure he's thought of the next 10 years or 20 years hence, and it would be so nice to see what else he has in mind to take everyone with him.
I suppose the music has become very loud. If you could just push a little, move a little away from the speakers, that should help. Now, so yeah, what were you saying?
We being a scientist, and we see the progress, the science and technology, how Modi ji is really envisioning the future of India, because science and technology is very essential for the progress and economy. So Modi ji is doing fantastic things, and we wish he can do further, and looks like he's already having all this signed up, and kind of a cooperation with the USA in science and technology that can bring the fantastic future.
So it's not just the Indians over here. We've had a very important and a special guest we spoke to a while ago, Milben, a singer, who has been a part of a lot of state visits with the White House. And today, this evening, she will be singing the Indian national anthem over here in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A rare honor again. But it's not just the national anthem. She sung for us. Listen in to this lovely aarti that she sang. Here's one of the chief guests at the Indian Diaspora event, singer Mary Milben. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. What you are going to do is special. She is going to sing the national anthem, the Indian national anthem, in front of the entire audience. How excited are you for being here?
Well, first let me say hello to all the India Today audience. Namaste. I'm so excited to be here. It's such a great honor to be a part of the Prime Minister's historic state arrival visit. I've had the great pleasure to sing our national anthem, the American anthem, for 4 consecutive U.S. presidents. But this is probably, I'll tell you, this is icing on the cake to be here tonight to celebrate the Prime Minister and to raise the Indian national anthem. An anthem and a song that I personally have come to love, and certainly that is very meaningful to all of your audience and so many.
So Mary, I've learned from somebody that you really practice your Hindi. How did that come about?
Well, I give a lot of credit to my great Hindi coach, Dr. Mokshraj, who's based in Rajasthan. We met during 2020 a year when we were preparing for some performances, and he's really, I tell you, my love for the language, my love for the culture, I give Dr. Mokshraj a lot of credit.
All right. And what do you make of the buzz, the Indian community? Have you ever seen a world leader come to the United States of America and get this kind of a welcome?
Well, I've been fortunate to be involved in a lot of state arrival visits for multiple administrations, but I have to say this particular week for the Prime Minister has been truly just beautiful and remarkable to see all of the love for the Prime Minister, certainly what he is doing in India, but certainly his leadership as it relates to the U.S.-India relationship. And so I have certainly been honored to be a part of this week, and it's going to be a beautiful night in celebration of the Prime Minister and certainly of a country and of people that I love.
All right. And you also performed yoga right beside the Prime Minister.
Yes.
How was that?
Well, I was a little intimidated. I said, the Prime Minister is quite fit. And so I need to go take a few more classes to probably keep up with the Prime Minister. But we had a wonderful time. It was such a historic day, certainly, for International Yoga Day. I want to thank the ambassador for her wonderful invitation. And it was a joy to share that moment with the Prime Minister.
So you have traveled to India.
I have.
Tell your American friends, why should they be traveling to India, which is what Prime Minister Modi always asks.
I tell you, India is such a special place, and I hope that every person watching that lives in the United States or across the world go visit India. There's so much of who we all are in the context of humanity has origins in India. And so my experience in India was just truly memorable. It was remarkable to finally experience the culture, the people, the wonderful cuisine, and I tell you, and the patriotism. I loved being in India during the time of the anniversary because you saw love of country and love for freedom fighters and the patriotism at its highest. And so I really enjoyed being there during that time.
But you're also learning Indian music.
Yes.
So before I let you go, you will have to do a little bit for us and the audience watching back home.
Okay, just a little bit. You're going to sing it with me, right?
No, no, not at all. So if you have Mary Milben over here, it's not possible for anyone else to really sing along.
This is a song that you grew up learning
and singing, but I'd suggest you sing and let the world see how Americans and people across the world are now taking to Indian classical or Indian bhajans for that matter.
So, Om Jaya Jagadish Hare, Swami Jaya Jagadish Hare, Bhakta Jano ke Sankata, Das Jano ke Sankata, Shana me Dora Kare, Om Jaya Jagadish Hare, Om Jaya Jagadish Hare.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you.
All right, that was so lovely. Milben, who's going to be singing right at this very Ronald Reagan Center, the business center, where Prime Minister Modi will be arriving. In fact, this is going to be the last and final event, the last leg of the Prime Minister's state visit to the United States. Gita Mohan is still with us. Gita, what a lovely, voice that lady has, Milben, who's going to be singing. Tell us a little more about this kind of honor that Prime Minister Modi gets with performers. They're performing every day for all of the state events that have been organized. He has one performance to greet him. How many world leaders really are awarded this kind of reception?
Well, the fact that she sang so beautifully, she insisted that I sing, and I knew that that's not going to happen. But the fact that she sang that beautifully and is so inspired by India, not new, Nabila, it's not a new feature. There are many people who've been inspired for years, for decades, and have been learning Indian classical. But to see Mary Milben sing so nicely and so beautifully, I look forward to the national anthem that will be sung in the auditorium inside. But people over here, if you see, if I could ask Kirpal to show, now this entire hall is filling up. There are a lot of people over here who you can see have now joined in over here. Let's talk to a few youngsters. If you could get up and just join me in a conversation. How excited are you? Are you here with your parents? Come on in. You here with your parents?
Yeah, here with my parents. We're super excited. Just such a momentous occasion, and we're here to commemorate it and be here in person for it.
Are you from DC?
I'm from Baltimore, originally from Boston.
Okay, and not so far away. But did you insist that you wanted to come over here? Did you ask your parents that I want to go and attend the event myself?
Absolutely. They said they were going, and I was like, Ma, you have to take me to this. And after a while, they relented. So yeah, I'm here. My friend is here.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from Buffalo.
Okay. And did you also insist? Did you tell him that if you guys are going, that I also should be a part of the...
Well, it was just kind of an invite, so I was like, yeah, sure, I'd love to go.
Okay.
And
is this the first time that you're looking at and seeing the diaspora, the Indian community like this come together?
Yeah, for me, yes, I would say so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see everyone together here.
And do you think that this really helps, this a diaspora event, the way it's done when Prime Minister Modi comes to show the India connect, that you're connected to a land far away?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because right now we're going from just India to like a global stage, so it's nice to see that everyone's connected at like such a big level, you know.
And are there more conversations now with your friends in college and school about India? Are they more curious?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And, you know, we're not shy about it. We hype India up. We talk about how it's coming up globally. We talk about the economy, how India is doing so much for the environment, for climate change, how Modi's pushing that forward at the United Nations, at the G20 summit. So, yeah, we have conversations all the time at this point. And it's amazing to see India's come up and how the United States is finally recognizing that.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's go forward and see there's a group of people over here as well. You guys weren't here when we were talking to others over here, but is it a very important moment for all of you who are here?
Absolutely, it is an once in a lifetime event and a great moment. And Modi ji ko milna, it's a great opportunity.
Sure. Then why aren't we showing some enthusiasm? Why is the spirit so low?
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Modi. Where are you from?
I am from Virginia.
Okay.
And we are the one of the culture. This is a.
So you're all traveling down to DC?
Yeah. Yes. The 4 people is volunteers. Since 2 months we are doing a lot of work, and I'm in the cultural, and she's also cultural. And we are in main group also. We are, doing estimated how many people the
band. You're part of the organizers, the team and all, and organizing.
Also because that one side एक तरफ से भारत का और दूसरा तरफ से अमेरिकन.
कैमरा में दिखाइए ठीक से. Okay, so they're all making a lot of these little souvenirs and mementos that I'm sure a lot of people will carry home. Yeah. Flags of India and America, we've seen through and through this state visit, not just from the street lining of flags, which is an honor accorded only to leaders who are given a state visit. From there on, I've seen India and America, the Indian and American flags fly high together on various occasions. How excited are you? You look quite well turned out for the event. So is this a very important day for the Indian community? He does this very often, but is this a very significant, important day this time around?
Absolutely. I don't think we have ever seen such kind of turnout from an Indian American community. I flew from Boston at 3 a.m. in the morning, leaving my kids. So it is definitely a big moment for all of us, for me, my family back in India, back here. So I think we have never seen such a good turnout. We are dressed up like, it's a wedding, and that just shows that how excited we are. I think we're just waiting for him to speak and share his heart with us, and I think we're all waiting for all that moment.
But is there also the theme this time around is the contribution of Indian community to America, to American society. Is that something that's very significant in terms of how America is looking at the Indian community and how the Indian community has become a big part of the American society?
So what I think is Modi's visit gives more opportunities for Indian investors over here. That ties the bond more stronger. That is where I think people come together. We all are from different places. We may not know them before, but this is an opportunity for us to come together, discuss, talk. We may not even know other person in the table, but this gives them a good opportunity, and that gives more importance for our community to grow in the U.S.
Again, a very important. Sir, do you have something to say? Sure.
Started about 30 to 40 years ago.
Sorry, wait.
As people migrated.
You'll have to start over.
Oh, the movement started about 30 to 40 years ago, where all the bright Indians came to U.S. And now you see Microsoft, you see Alphabet, all these are being headed by Indians. So the stage has been set, and it's kind of culminating with Modi coming on to take us to the next level. Okay. It's going to be a leapfrogging into the next century with Modi at the head.
See, what they are saying, Nabila, is exactly what has happened over here. The tech handshake, the CEO roundtable or meetings that Prime Minister Modi held in itself goes to show the significance the two administrations attached to how business communities, how the tech community has really brought India and the United States of America very, very close. Now, it is very important to see over here and note that there are a lot of Indians in the Silicon Valley, in the technology and software sector. In fact, the leading faces of the tech industry in America are actually Indian, or software and technology sector are actually of Indian origin. And that certainly plays very well into what India wants to achieve with America on the tech front, on the software front. So this emphasis over here that people are talking about business communities coming together in itself is quite significant. Yet another table over here. We see this time around we're also seeing a lot of youngsters who've turned out. Are you from DC?
No, I'm from New York.
From New York. So you traveled all the way to DC for the event?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I'm here with family, actually.
Okay. And any expectations from the event, from Prime Minister Modi, because the theme is, and the thrust is, Indian community?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both countries, the United States and India, are positioned in a global stage where a strategic partnership would be very beneficial for both countries. So I'm really glad that this is happening, and everyone in both countries they're very excited.
Okay. So out here at the Reagan Center, we have a lot of people who have come and are waiting patiently for the event due to start. Address. But the main address is going to happen in the auditorium, and there are going to be performances as well, Nabila.
All right, what time is the event due to start, Gita? And is this another round of talk that Prime Minister will be delivering?
Well, he will certainly be addressing the gathering over here. It was to start around 7 p.m. But it is yet to begin. We know that the SPG officials had gone in and there was a security drill, and they had exactly told. There you go. Bharat Mata Ki Jai! Bharat Mata Ki Jai! Bharat Mata Ki Jai! Bharat Mata Ki Jai! वाह, आपने तो यहाँ पे माहौल बना दिया। आपने तो यहाँ माहौल बना दिया।
वो बनाना पड़ेगा। मोदी जी आए, you get energized. He is such a great personality that he has changed my life personally, because after he getting elected for the Prime Minister, I entered into the social service. And I am getting a chance to serve my Matrubhumi and Karma Bhumi. So I've been doing a lot of volunteers. I'm grateful to my wife. She takes care of kids and I do a lot of volunteering. Dhanyavad Modi ji, you are Karma Yogi. We are proud of you. Long live for 100 years.
We are always there for you, Modi ji. We want you again to be our motherland's PM in 2024.
Yay!
See, a lot of people have been saying that.
We came all the way from California. We are supporters of Modi. We are both from Assam.
Yeah. You're from Assam?
Yeah. From Himantada's area. And
it's a pride for us to be here and hearing Modi ji speak.
Modi ji has taken these India-American...
Nabila, that's also very interesting. The moment they hear that the Prime Minister is coming or the event is going to begin, you'll see the people over here, some of them start chanting Modi, Modi or whatever in terms of hailing Indo-US ties. So an interesting moment, a historic moment only for the fact that this was a state visit and Prime Minister Narendra Modi had very important engagements apart from the fact that yes, he reserves the best for the last, which is the Indian diaspora. That is something very close to his heart and something that he has made a part of every foreign tour that he embarks upon, especially where there are Indian community involved.
So, well, Prime Minister has just addressed another round of the Indian diaspora a little earlier to this at the Kennedy Center, where there were a good bunch of people to hear him speak. And this is exactly what his talk was all about, a very spirited one, speaking on India's roadmap and its journey to success.
हम भारत के गरीबों को सशक्त कर रहे हैं, उनके ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहे हैं। 10 साल में भारत, जैसा अभी जॉन ने कहा, दुनिया की 10वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी से 5वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी बन गया है। कोरोना काल में जिस तरह भारत ने इस महामारी का मुकाबला किया, वो भारत के सामर्थ्य को दिखाता है। आप जानते हैं कि आज पोस्ट पैंडेमिक वर्ल्ड में इकोनॉमी, इन्फ्लेशन और सप्लाई चेन क्या हालत है। इन सब के बीच भारत आज 7% से अधिक से भी ग्रोथ लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज भारत में रिफॉर्म्स का एक अभूतपूर्व दौर चल रहा है। इकोनॉमिक वर्ल्ड के आप लोग जानते हैं कि हाई ग्रोथ, लो इन्फ्लेशन का कॉम्बिनेशन आसान नहीं है, लेकिन आज भारत ये भी करके दिखा रहा है। हम फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रित रखते हुए कैपेक्स में लगातार वृद्धि कर रहे हैं। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है, फॉरेक्स बढ़ रहा है और एफडीआई का नया रिकॉर्ड बनता चला जा रहा है। पिछले 2-2.5 साल में ही अमेरिकी कंपनियों ने $16 बिलियन से ज्यादा भारत में निवेश किए हैं। भारत की सफल.
All right, that's Prime Minister Modi as he spoke at the Kennedy Center. But this is Ronald Reagan Center that's all readied for Prime Minister Modi to arrive. This is a sought-after event, invite only. A good bunch of Indian Americans who've landed up at that event. Inside that hall, there are a lot more people who are waiting outside the auditorium. Not everyone gets an entry here. Gita Mohan joins us right from that venue. Gita, give us a sense of what's going to be on schedule today at this very center, the Ronald Reagan Center. what is expected? Prime Minister is going to have another speech. He's going to be delivering another talk right at the fag end of his tour.
Well, Nabila, it is a very important moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has indeed arrived, and Prime Minister Modi has arrived. He is inside the auditorium, we're being told, and there are photographs that are being taken with the volunteers. So in a very systematic way, what is happening is they're lining up, queuing up and taking photographs with the Prime Minister. That's happening inside the auditorium. So we are being told that the Prime Minister has arrived and the security drill is over. They were told exactly where to stand, when to stand and how to. So all that is taking place right now. The screen over here shows nothing is because there were lovely performances taking place ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit, his entry into the auditorium. And as soon as Prime Minister Modi entered the center, the Ronald Reagan Center, the live feed from inside the auditorium has stopped. If I could ask Kirpal to just show, that's the screen where these people over here who have been now made to sit in the atrium area are going to watch Prime Minister Modi from. So the Indian Premier is at the Ronald Reagan Center and he is now interacting with the Indian diaspora inside, particularly those who are involved in organizing of this event. Volunteers, he always does that, takes photographs. So that photographs session is taking place right now. It's underway, and in some time from now you'll see the entire event begin.
Give us some voices, bring us a sense of what's expected, Gita. You know, this very visit of the Prime Minister is a state visit, it's an official one. So all his other visits to the United States so far, we've seen him addressing the diaspora events, which was independently organized by the Indian community there. But this comes as a state visit, and that attaches a lot more significance when it comes to both the ties between the two nations. Also given a level up for the Indian community there, isn't it? We heard the voices. We'd like to hear more on how they feel Modi's visit this time, a state visit, a formal visit here, really pushes their image, or how does it really build their image as an Indian community in the United States?
Fifth row. Well, that's right, Nabila. Like we have been speaking to various people behind me and interacting with them. In some time from now, we will go back to them. But the fact is that it is an important and a very significant evening for the diaspora. They also not only there was a lot of planning involved. There always is, but the fact that there are so many people who volunteered to work on this event from various parts of the country, and then the fact that they actually traveled and have stayed on for the past 3 days, most of them will be going back over the weekend, in itself goes to show the dedication that you see now of the Indian community towards a diaspora event. We do know that the previous prime ministers also have interacted with the diaspora and the community, but they always used to be very small in number. Very important interaction and exchanges, but nonetheless very small. The scale and the magnitude of events that are held now certainly has changed the way the Indian community, particularly the younger generation, you know, Nabila, the second and third generation of Indian Americans were not this connected as you see some of the youngsters over here are. They're very connected. They want to talk about India, like one of the youngsters was saying. They hype up India. They talk about the contribution India makes, and that change you're seeing in the younger lot. So you've been waiting patiently to listen to the Prime Minister. How long have you been here, and did you have to wait in the queue a long time?
Yes, I've been here since 2 o'clock.
Oh, since 2 p.m. you've been outside, and then to come here to be the first one to come in?
Yes, and I was here yesterday helping them, you know, putting all the flyers and all that. So it's been 3-4 days I've been coming here and being a volunteer.
And are you from D.C.?
No, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
So you've You've also traveled all the way from Texas only for the diaspora event?
Only for this, only to support Mr. Modi.
Okay. And did you also get to go take a photograph, so on and so forth, with the Indian Premier?
I just did.
Okay, then explain. Will you please stand up, sir? Explain to us what happened inside, because we have no visuals and we don't have any. Please come on in, sir. We have no visuals and we don't know exactly what happened. So what is happening inside right now?
Well, they have 8 booths for the pictures, and there are like 30 people in one group, and Modi ji would go there. He would stand there for a few seconds, no phones allowed, nothing, and then people,
So no selfies, no phones, the photographs will be shared later.
So basically I was the part of volunteer team, so we had set up, we had different photo booths, and we had group of 30 people on each booth. So as PM...
For security reasons, the people who have been selected to have to get themselves photographed with the Prime Minister were already placed and then before the Prime Minister arrived.
So there was a lot of things that we done on the background. You know, we got people out in timely manner. They were standing at the backdrop, and then PM came in. He stopped by. He took the picture. He didn't shake anybody's hand. No selfies allowed. No cell phone allowed. So it was very nice, and he was very kind. He was talking to people. Even he said Jai Shri Krishna.
To whom?
To me.
Oh.
I don't know. He probably figured it out. I'm a Gujarati, so
okay.
It was fun.
And did he speak to all of them, or
He was saying at least hello, kaise ho, Jai Hind. Matlab, you know, he was conversing with every single person.
Namaste like that. Everybody, namaste. That's the pose he gave.
Okay, so there you go, Nabila. The Prime Minister is here, and the live streaming has been cut off for now, which means that the photo sessions are taking place. This is a private and a personal moment for the people inside, not for anybody to see how it is done, what is happening, how were the photographs taken, because it is in a very systematic manner that it is done. If you look at 30 people standing in 8 booths separately waiting for the Premier, it might look odd. But imagine if you were to call them all on a stage every now and again after one batch and then the next, it would have wasted a lot of time. It would be time consuming. So this is a more efficient way of doing it, because people who volunteer also want to remember it with a photograph or with the Prime Minister. So this is Prime Minister Modi taking that time out to ensure, and this is him in all probability thanking the volunteers with a photograph with him. So the enthusiasm continues and remains. Now you see the atrium over here almost filled up, and the media contingent also not allowed into the auditorium. So you can see the entire media contingent right here waiting to listen to the Prime Minister, and the expectation is that he is going to talk about the contribution the Indian community makes. So very interesting to see how people have turned up from various parts of America just to listen to Prime Minister Modi. And not just that, the fact that Prime Minister Modi does inspire so many people to come over here and help, volunteer, and I'll just ask a few people to come across and join me to talk about the importance and the significance. Thank you so much for joining me. If you could just tell me how important is it for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for any Indian Prime Minister, to actually come and engage the Indian diaspora and the Indian community? Please allow the lady also to join us. Yeah.
It's very important. I think this speaks about the contributions and importance of Indian American community, and the Prime Minister has talked about it, and Indian US Presidents talked about it. I think it's really a tribute. You see, today it's a celebration of event for Indian Americans. They have really earned it. The contributions they have made in almost every field within US society is really wonderful, and we are here to celebrate Prime Minister's visit and really contributions of Indian Americans to the country. We are really proud.
And you, ma'am, you've come all beautifully turned out for the event. How excited are you?
Very excited. This shows we came at for this event. We had been to PM's White House event yesterday, We spend the whole day there. We are very excited, and I'm very excited. He's laying a lot of emphasis on science and technology, the cutting-edge technology, which will put India on a global scale.
Okay. And you, sir?
I came from Houston, Texas, and we came here yesterday, and we were at the historical official visit of Prime Modi, and you can see the energy, the vibe.
Yes, I
you can see
the energy and the vibe.
Right. So this has given this Indian diaspora, Mr. PM Modi has given us a face, I will say. The Indian diaspora was always there, but we never had that visibility. So I'll say PM Modi has given us that face, that strength, and the way the India has grown its stature for past decade, that's commendable. So.
Well, the Indian community is a huge community in America, but like this gentleman just said, the Indian diaspora events and the way the Indian community is projected by the Indian Premier has given the Indian community a face. We are seeing a lot of them enjoy with a lot of music, and we'll try getting them on over here as well. We'll get the gentleman over there who actually, I'll ask Kirpal to stay on over here and see if I can get some of the gentlemen over there to come and join us. Sir, if you could join us with the song. आप वहाँ पे आ जाइए हमारे पास और थोड़ा 2-4 और लोगों को बुला लीजिए. उनको भी बुला लीजिए. चलिए, there's a center table over here and this has become the center. Huh?
Master, I'll tell you no. Yeah, keep going.
ये अच्छा अब आप गा रहे थे अब और उनको भी बुलाइए the gentleman over there. आइए because I know he sings beautifully. He was singing outside the hotel also. बता दीजिए अब now you get a few people also and get a few people to come and sing.
कौन गाएंगे? चल मुझे कौन सा गाना गाना है?
हाँ आप बताइए उस दिन आप जो गा रहे थे
होटल में गाना गाया था ना वो
हाँ
हम आएंगे अमिताभ का गाना था जिसके लिए
जिसका मुझे था इंतजार जिसके लिए है दिल बेकरार वो घड़ी आ गई मोदी जी अब पधारे यहाँ पर मोदी जी आपका इंतजार
डांस भी करो
बिल्कुल थोड़ा जगह दीजिए और टेबल उस तरफ करिए और डांस करिए चलिए यस
बताए मैसेज
मेहमा जो हमारा होता है वो जान से प्यारा होता है ज्यादा की नहीं लालच हमको थोड़े में गुजारा होता है थोड़े में गुजारा होता है बच्चों के लिए जो धरती माँ सदियों से सभी कुछ कहती है हम उस देश के वासी
हैं जिस देश
के वासी है जिस देश में गंगा बहती है
जिस देश में गंगा जलती है.
I have a message.
Yes.
So Prime Minister Modi ji, from NRI community, we are requesting you to consider dual citizenship for NRIs. So that way, I spoke to him 20 minutes on this topic.
Yes.
Where inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are encouraging. Yeah. So because see what happening is now a lot of people are coming from India to America, right? Hindi chahiye English?
No.
So ज़्यादा लोग भारत से यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं ना. So and we are settling down now. Prime Minister Modi ji ने बताया कि more than 4 million people are American citizens. So once you got age, so you have to go and settle down back Bharat.
Where are the ladies who were there outside Hotel Willard? Are they not there? Hi! Oh wow, you're from Manipur.
Yes, I'm Rashri Kaisham. I'm from Manipur. I'm from the Meitei community in Manipur. First of all, I welcome our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in United States. So happy, excited. But at the same time, Manipur is burning and we have lots of conflicts going on. I understand the Prime Minister ji is helping, but I would request for more help so that he can accelerate the peace. That's all. Thank you so much.
That's a very important message and appeal that Manipur is burning and that Prime Minister Modi is doing a lot, but he needs to do more. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. You're outstanding. I think you're a good bridge of projecting what's really going out over here. What network are you from? India. Good luck.
So here there's a round table of people trying to get all the music in, and I suppose now what we're looking at, all these journalists also have turned out to this table because everybody's having fun over here, and the music and entertainment continues. Only why is because the screen is shut. All the entertainment that was to take place is not taking place. Where are the ladies? I'm still waiting for them.
Right there.
Call them. So let's just go across to a few more people and see. So we've almost spoken to everybody over here, but there's some new faces. Were you inside? Were you volunteering? Did you get a photograph with the Prime Minister?
We get a chance to get a photograph with the Prime Minister.
Okay. All right. And you volunteered over here for how many days?
Just for today.
Just for today. What about you?
I've been...
You have volunteered, I know.
I did, and I was just working behind the scene last 3-4 days.
Okay, and you?
Yes, I also volunteered, and I came from Boston. My wife, she came from Pittsburgh, and we are enjoying volunteering a lot, Seva.
Okay, and did you get a photograph as well?
Yes, of course, we got a photograph, and we are extremely excited about that.
What do you make of it? Is it a thank you gesture by the Prime Minister for all of the people who actually came out and volunteered?
Yes, of course, and actually he is so grateful that, it is not an easy task to take photograph with about 900 people today, and you can see he is like taking the photograph now. And I often wonder what is the source of his energy, because he since he came in the United States, continuously program, and my wife and I were talking, probably he's sleeping like only 3-4 hours a day, and that's why we have a great respect for our PM.
Okay. Somebody who with a lot of energy, tirelessly working and ensuring that he delivers on the India-US front. There have been a lot of deliverables on the India-US front when it comes to real key outcomes. But when it comes to the other aspect of the culture, art and diaspora that connects the two worlds, it is very important. It is significant to know that they are an important factor in the Indo-US ties. They have done a lot, and today you see a lot from the Indian community. See, we have the Indian media everywhere. All of them interested in, is this table going to sing again? Because I've been waiting to hear from you guys as well. So are you going to do some nice number for us also, for India Today and Aaj Tak? कोई भी अच्छा गाना जो आपको लगता है मोदी जी को इंस्पायर करे.
वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम.
मैं जया गया जहाँ भी
तुझे सलाम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम. भारत माता की जय. भारत माता की जय. भारत माता की जय. जय हिंद. जय हिंद.
So, Nabila, you see the excitement over here. It continues and it will continue till Prime Minister Narendra Modi starts speaking in the auditorium.
Keep it up.
Here is one of the chief guests at the Indian Diaspora event, singer Mary Milben. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. What you are going to do is special. She is going to sing the national anthem, the Indian national anthem, in front of the entire audience. How excited are you for being here?
Well, first let me say hello to all the India Today audience. Namaste. I'm so excited to be here. It's such a great honor to be a part of the Prime Minister's historic state arrival visit. I've had the great pleasure to sing our national anthem, the American anthem, for 4 consecutive U.S. presidents. But this is probably, I'll tell you, this is icing on the cake to be here tonight to celebrate the Prime Minister and to raise the Indian national anthem. An anthem and a song that I personally have come to love, and certainly that is very meaningful to all of your audience and so many.
So Mary, I've learned from somebody that you really practice your Hindi. How did that come about?
Well, I give a lot of credit to my great Hindi coach, Dr. Mokshraj, who's based in Rajasthan. We met during 2020 a year when we were preparing for some performances, and he's really, I tell you, my love for the language, my love for the culture, I give Dr. Mokshraj a lot of credit.
All right. And what do you make of the buzz, the Indian community? Have you ever seen a world leader come to the United States of America and get this kind of a welcome?
Well, I've been fortunate to be involved in a lot of state arrival visits for multiple administrations, but I have to say this particular week for the partnership
with the U.S. that can change the world, that can also change the citizens' lives in India and in the U.S. And he did that with President Biden. I think they had 7 different meetings in the last 3 or 4 days. The other takeaway was he hasn't changed in terms of his enthusiasm, his ability to use technology to change the world, and he always does it with a focus on inclusiveness. I believe he's one of the top 3 leaders I've ever met in my life. You already know this. I'm the biggest bull on India, the biggest optimist, and I believe firmly in Prime Minister Modi's vision. So you just look at this and you realize the energy that's going on in terms of how America thinks about the Prime Minister and how he has an ability to gain people's trust based on the track record and forming relationships that probably are his strongest strength is people trust him and they are comfortable in agreeing at times and occasionally disagreeing.
What should be the focus areas for India and US because they are gaining strength to strength?
Yes.
What should be the future course of action according to you? How do you...
Well, first of all, there are a number of people that are spending a huge amount of time looking at areas that India and the U.S. should work together on. And that's really a sign of strength because when President Biden and Prime Minister Modi assigned their teams, which they've been working on this for a year, and then they say, here are all the areas that we can work together on. They talked at this session about defense. They talked about technology, both critical technology and emerging technology. They talked about how do we change the world together, but also how do we build the benefit to every citizen in India and in the U.S. Now, in terms of what's possible, you haven't seen anything yet. And you really think about what we could do together. Between the U.S. and India, we could innovate at a speed no other countries in the world can. Not just for the benefit of our countries, but for the benefit of the world as well. We can combine a Silicon Valley capability with literally a Bangalore capability with startups.
All right, that's a former CEO of Cisco Systems. The business leaders in the United States who flocked to meet Prime Minister Modi, a lot of them speaking on Prime Minister Modi's vision, on basically India's potential to boom in the years to come. The United States Vice President a little earlier today had hosted this luncheon for Prime Minister Narendra Modi where they raised a toast to India and the United States, the ties and the friendship. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was accompanied by Antony Blinken as well as Kamala Harris. They spoke about their love for yoga, for samosa, democratic values. In attendance were also Indra Nui and Jampa Lahiri, among many others. Let's take a look.
Make those hopes a reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhumpa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across the United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhumpa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
Lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal. Krishnamurti and Sri Under your leadership.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here, in terms of seeing the progress India has made, particularly around the vision of digital India and the economic opportunity.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं।
President Biden once
Just coming in from Washington, D.C.'s Ronald Reagan Center. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the crowds here. This is his last final leg of this state visit to the United States. It's been quite a special one. This is the last Indian diaspora event. And Prime Minister Modi somehow manages to engage the crowd and how the Indian community abroad, the kind of craze that they've displayed for Prime Minister, we've captured that on cameras through the hours of our coverage here. We've shown you, Gita, Mohan has been bringing to you the kind of craze and love, admiration that they have for the Prime Minister. And of course, for the country, for the Prime Minister, for them, this is the India moment, a way to bind Indians with the United States, basically to credit all that work that they've put in, which they went in to make an American dream. Prime Minister Modi spins it around to say that this is in fact an Indian dream of people in India sharing values and hard work in countries that they finally decide to settle in. So this is basically the India's dream, to take India's knowledge and ethics and ethos and work and build wherever they go. Gita Mohan is in fact right there, Ronald Reagan Center. She's right outside speaking with a bunch of the Indian community members who managed to arrive. Gita, could I ask you what's really the way to get to this event, to get to be part of this sought after Indian diaspora meet? How many people are allowed inside? Is it a ticketed event, invite only event? Give us some clarity, because we know people have driven, flown down from far and wide.
Excited. Just a few moments.
Gita, if you can hear me. All right, we seem to have lost a connection. We're going to try and patch her. But we heard how Gita, speaking to a bunch of people there who came in from Chicago, from Virginia. Some of them, in fact, one of them I heard came in from London, all the way flew down to attend this event. All right, Modi on stage there. I'm going to get you that background audio so you hear the cheers and the warmth he receives.
We have Mary Milben on the stage to sing the Indian National Anthem.
Prime Minister Modi, what an honor it is to be here this evening to sing the Indian National Anthem for your official state arrival visit. An honor to be here. Neil.
to welcome young Ria Pawar. She's 16 years old and crowned Miss India Teen New Jersey, and she will be performing the American National Anthem. Please remain standing.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
नमस्ते। आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रॉन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रॉन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का इकोसिस्टम बनाने में मदद करेगा। और गूगल भी अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 बिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है, ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। टुगेदर we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, इसके अलावा भी अमेरिका के 2 और शहरों में भारतीय कॉन्सुलेट खोले जाएंगे। अब मैं जानता हूं आपकी चिट्ठियां शुरू हो जाएगी, हमारे यहां हो, हमारे यहां हो। देखिए, शुरू हो गया। आप लोग पक्का कर लीजिए। और और एक बात अच्छा ये भी है कि अब अहमदाबाद और बेंगलुरु में भी अमेरिका के नए कॉन्सुलेट खुलने जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास। सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। आज जो नया भारत हमारे सामने है, उसमें वो आत्मविश्वास लौट आया है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपना रास्ता पता है, दिशा पता है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपने निर्णयों, अपने संकल्पों पर कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। ये वो भारत है जो अपने पोटेंशियल को परफॉर्मेंस में बदल रहा है। साथियों, आज नए भारत की नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी हमारे सैकड़ों टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों में लिखी जा रही है। छोटे छोटे शहरों में संभव है कि आप भी, कई साथी शायद ऐसे ही छोटे स्थान से, ऐसे ही छोटे शहर से यहां आए होंगे। वहां का बदलता हुआ रूप आपको पता चलता होगा। आज जब आप अपने परिजनों को फोन करते हैं तो उनके पास बदलाव का कोई न कोई उदाहरण बताने के लिए वो बड़े उत्सुक होते हैं। नए नए बन रहे एक्सप्रेसवे, नई सेमी हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, एक से बढ़कर एक एयरपोर्ट। भारत आज अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जितना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। साथियों, भारत में पिछले वर्षों में जिस तरह डिजिटल क्रांति आई है वो तो अभूतपूर्व है। हो सकता है अब आप अपने गांव की किसी दुकान में जाए और वहां के आपके सामने बारकोड का बोर्ड हो सकता है आप कैश दें, लेकिन दुकानदार कहे कि भैया मोबाइल फोन पर कोई डिजिटल पेमेंट ऐप नहीं है क्या? ये बदला हुआ भारत आपको हैरान कर देगा। आज भारत में कोई भी व्यक्ति कहीं से भी कभी भी 24/7 बैंकिंग कर सकता है। संडे हो या मंडे, बैंकिंग लेन देन पर इससे कोई फर्क नहीं होता। भारत में आ रहे ऐसे बदलावों को मैं इसके कितने उदाहरण आपको दे सकता हूं, समय कम पड़ जाएगा, लेकिन भारत की उपलब्धियां कम नहीं पड़ेगी। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। ये भारत में अधिक से अधिक निवेश का सही अवसर है। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप भारत के एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाएं। हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करें। भारत की ग्रोथ में आपकी स्किल, आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी और आपके एक्सपर्टाइज बहुत काम आएगी। आपको पता है, भारत में एक नई आधुनिक नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लागू की गई है। आप में से अनेक साथी अमेरिकन यूनिवर्सिटीज में महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर है। रिसर्चर्स और academicians हैं। आप अपने अल्मा मैटर्स और दूसरे भारतीय एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ जुड़ेंगे तो उसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव होगा। वैसे आपके प्रयासों के बीच मैं आपको दो और बातें बताना भी चाहता हूं और जिनको सुनकर के आपको जरूर अच्छा लगेगा। पहली तो ये कि भारत में गूगल्स का एआई रिसर्च सेंटर 100 से ज्यादा भारतीय भाषाओं पर काम करेगा। इससे भारत में ऐसे बच्चों को पढ़ने में, काम करने में आसानी होगी जिनकी मातृभाषा अंग्रेजी नहीं है। और दूसरी ये कि भारत सरकार की मदद से यहां यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ह्यूस्टन में तमिल स्टडीज चेयर की स्थापना की जाएगी। इस चेयर से तमिल संस्कृति और दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन तमिल भाषा का प्रभाव बढ़ाने में और मदद मिलेगी। और मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, जब कभी भाषा की चर्चा निकले तो सीना तान करके दुनिया को कहना कि दुनिया की, मानव जात की सबसे पुरानी भाषा तमिल भाषा है और वो हमारी भाषा है। ये गर्व से कहना चाहिए, दुनिया की सबसे पहली पुरानी भाषा होने का गर्व हमारे पास है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था, तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं, बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Prime Minister Modi's yet another spirited speech as he addresses the Indian diaspora, in every way crediting them for the kind of efforts they've put to build the country, and of course the love and affection that they have for their home country. He thanks them for so much, while also listing out the kind of potential that India has, what India has done so far, on just how the kind of progress that India has seen over the years, specifically addressing the visa issue. He spoke about the H1B2 visa. H1B visa, the skilled workers visa, they do not have to anymore leave America to renew it. They can do it while staying in America itself. That's a huge move that would benefit a whole load of the population. Nearly 3 lakh H1B holders usually go from India every year. So that's a huge population there. Apart from that, he spoke about the consulates, a number of them that will be opened up, one in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. That's also what he addressed. Speaking of the relations between India and the United States to improve significantly. He's spoken about the kind of ties between the two nations and Indian culture and ethos, the people of the Indian diaspora, taking that globally. He has credited them for building India's image outside of the country. So a mutual admiration that it was. The Indian diaspora, of course, crazy affection that they have shown for Prime Minister Modi, with cheers and chants for him, and the Prime Minister fittingly giving that affection back, returning the same love in the sense of praising them for all that they've done to achieve their American dream. That's Prime Minister Modi's last address and final one, as he now takes off to Egypt, where he's going to be meeting with the head of state in Egypt and touring. He will be visiting a mosque that's been refurbished by the Bora community from Gujarat. So a lot on the agenda still. But Prime Minister Modi's energy levels top notch. One really must notice how for the last 4 days, there really nothing like a jet lag that's hit him at all. Despite the 12-hour time difference from India to the United States, Modi has been super energetic, enthusiastic, spirited in every talk and meeting that he's carried for the last 4 days. Gita Mohan joining us live right there at the Ronald Reagan Center. Gita, tell us more. Prime Minister Modi, yet another spirited talk. Well, you know, it's just hard for me to fathom the kind of energy that he has. We've been pulling off an all-nighter, been live the whole through the night, and that energy levels are dipping. But that man, he just manages to, surprise us every time. The kind of energy he has while addressing the crowds as well. He said that says that he's catching a flight now, and this was really the best goodbye he could have possibly got.
Right. Well, that's right. Like we were saying, Nabila, he saves the best for last. And that's what he said when he said that after a meal, one has a dessert. And this event was dessert for him. So that's the Indian community over here. It's very interesting, Nabila. They were not inside the auditorium, but every time he said something very significant, they all got up and were chanting Modi, Modi, and were saying Modi hai to mumkin hai. Modi magic?
Yes, ma'am. Modi magic. Absolutely. You can see it, what he had done.
Okay, and what do you make of his speech? He made some very important points.
There are a few points that is very important, belongs to us too, and we are happy because of that points.
He spoke about visas, and that certainly hit home. Visas, the immigration policy, the fact that they can get the visa stamped here and don't have to travel back. A lot of important policy decisions that he actually spoke about.
You know what? I waited 8 years to go back home because of the same stamping issues. This is a big thing. I don't have issues now, but then, that's a big thing for us to know that our people, down there who are following the H1B pattern are going to be, stamping here.
Absolutely. That certainly is a huge thing. Not many people would understand who do not deal with or have not had to travel to India, to America or work in America, or 8 years just to get their green card processed, or the visa stamped if you're working over here with the work permits. So significant statement, significant development when it comes to the working working community, the people who are working over here, Indians who come to work over here. Huge development. But I see some excited faces, the younger ones. How did you like Prime Minister's speech?
It was very good.
The exact name of the app in the app.
I like the speech.
Narendra Modi.
What about you? A lot of important statements about India, about America, and about people who are working over here.
Yeah, so the best thing we heard was the consulate in Ahmedabad. That's where we are from.
All right.
And the new consulate opening in Seattle. So it will help a lot of people. Plus the changes in the H-1B rules, that is a big, big welcome for the Indian community.
A change in H-1B rules, see, these are things that hit home for them. These are significant announcements that he's made, but not just H-1B visa. Increasing number of consulates in India and in America will certainly help them, because right now they actually have to travel to the city where a consulate or the embassy really is to get their interviews done. Nothing happens without that in-person interview, and that will change for many who will now be able to do it in Seattle, and for Indians who can now do it in Ahmedabad. So for a Gujarati or somebody hailing from Gujarat, it's a huge development.
I'm from Gujarat.
Okay.
I would like to add one more point regarding AI, artificial intelligence. Modi has given us a very different definition of AI, American, Indian, right? In context of that, I would like to add one more symbol or slogan. Shastri ji had given Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Modi ji has given Jai Vigyan. Aaj ka zamana hai. After AI definition, I would like to add one more slogan, Jai Sangyan.
Okay.
Jai Sangyan is a time of knowledge.
Okay.
We have to spread the knowledge, and thank you.
Time to spread knowledge, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi is okay. We'll just come to a few more people over here. What did you make of the speech?
I mean, he's doing everything for our country, good and well. I mean, he's the best Prime Minister.
Okay.
And that's what I can say. I mean,
a lot of them have moved. Sir?
Yes. What you say?
What did you make of Prime Minister's speech?
The Prime Minister's speech is not only motivation for us, but it's also motivation for the Indo-American relationship. That's what it stands for.
Okay.
And that's what we are here for.
Okay. They were quite enthusiastic. We saw you all cheer. Now the room has quietened, but I'd want you to show the enthusiasm that you were showing when Prime Minister Modi made some important statements. What was the level of excitement, and why were you that excited? What was the biggest takeaway for you?
Biggest takeaway was that even if he's being far from us, he feels all our pain point. And all the things he says, it looks like he's touching us. Everything he sees, it feels like he's so close to us.
Okay. And you, sir?
So one of the unique things about Mr. Modi is the way he connects with people. The simple things that he talks about, those are our every day-to-day, pain points. So that's one of the things that actually enables everybody to connect with him at a personal level. So that's very unique about him, and I think that's a very important quality that helps him lead the world. The other thing that he mentioned was, the mindset about the slave mindset, right? We have been under that for couple of centuries, and we have just started to come out of it. And the way we are actually going to lead, that's actually true. We are going to lead as Indians wherever we stay. There's a very strong, cohesion about how we're going to lead the world.
Right. Also, stolen artifacts. The fact that they're all coming back, quite a few of the stolen artifacts have come back, in itself is a significant move by various countries, ensuring that what is India's goes back to India.
Yeah, so this is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I've never heard anybody doing that, returning artifacts, hundreds of them. It's only possible because Modi can do it. And it is not only that, as Modi ji said, it is the relationship. It's because of the trust that America, the warm relationship between America and India, it's going to grow more and more. This is a new chapter in our history, at least from a business perspective, from a relationship point of view. So we are going to see something new. I wish the Western media, the American media was here Unfortunately, they are not there, but it's a message to them that they should cover this because it's not only for India, it's combined for America because things are changing now. So,
Right. What do you have to say, ma'am?
I'm here from Silicon Valley, and I'm a venture capitalist in life sciences, biotech, medtech. It was phenomenal to see how Modi ji said there's a new disruption of AI, and the AI is America, India, not only just artificial intelligence. And he summed it up by including women, including innovation, including immigration, economic entrepreneurship, and making sure that from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, everybody is impacted. The best part is that he really cares. It comes through in spades. He cares about every Indian, whether they are living in India or myself as an American citizen. We love the fact that there's a home always in India for us because he cares wherever he is.
He almost said that he saved the best for last and that this was a dessert.
This was the dessert. I mean, just those little things, they really changed the whole complexion rather than feeling we were the last. So I did attend several. I went to the joint session. I went to the White House. All of the different aspects that I could attend. And it was phenomenal. I was also did yoga with Modi ji in New York.
You actually traveled. What about you, sir? Anything that was a big takeaway for you?
I attended yesterday's joint Congress session as well, and you could see that the receptiveness of Modi ji, not just as a world leader, but he was very well welcomed in USA as well by both sides, Democrats and Republicans. That's a big phenomena. It's hardly they get together with the bipartisan support, but you could see that Modi ji has that kind of, I would say, charisma and groundwork as a true world leader. He believes in peace and he has worked and he's been accepted by everyone.
He also does a very important thing in these diaspora events, Nabila, which is sums up what transpired in the country that he's traveling. Over here, in his speech, he spoke about the very important deals, whether it's the jet engine deal, whether it's the technology and defense cooperation. For that matter, the most important aspect in space collaboration he spoke about was the Artemis Accord. So he mentions all those achievements that he could sum up for the audience when it comes to India-US relations and his visit particularly this time around. So that's something that he does, but he also gives a world view of how India is perceived now by America and how America is perceived by India and the Indian administration. So a lot of positivity when it comes to the ties. And there was a lot of humor also that he added. But like most of them were saying, and if I could ask Kirpal to join me along, a lot of the human aspects for people over here, the pain points that they keep talking about was the visa issue. Here dinner has been served, so yes, a lot of people have started having the dinner, but the pain points have been visas. If I could come to you, ma'am, how did you like Prime Minister Modi's speech? What was the most important thing according to you?
I enjoyed his speech, even though I don't speak Hindi as fluently as
What do you speak? Gujarati?
Telugu.
Telugu? Oh, you're from Andhra.
Yep. But I could get the message, the intensity, and the commitment he has for the growth of India. It's unparalleled. Okay. I am so impressed, and I've always been a Modi fan, but this has just strengthened my, all my affection and love and support for him.
He also adds a lot of humor to the conversation. He makes it conversational, which is why every now and again, when he adds something that makes a light comment about something, you see the audience inside was certainly standing up and chanting Modi, Modi. But the audience outside also was doing it, although they all knew that Prime Minister Modi was not actually seeing them or could see them. But is there any important takeaway from the speech?
So I've been following him for quite some time. I was at Kennedy Center before this event as well. Mm-hmm. So a lot of takeaways, especially he focused a lot on aviation and defense industry. Mm-hmm. And one thing that kind of struck my chord is where he said for Indian Americans like us, and for my children, because I'm very focused on not only my generation, my children's generation, next generation as well. He's like, he said the ground right for all of us. Now if it is up to us to kind of reap the benefits and also continue to sow. And I think that is something that I'll take it back to my children and say, hey, you have like somebody like a father figure or grandfather figure that has set everything right for you. We couldn't say that to 20 years back when we came to United States. So you really have to move this forward.
There is a forward movement and momentum that we've seen of the Indo-US ties for a while now. It's not new, but the trajectory certainly has become has taken a different leap altogether when it comes to the pace and the speed in which we're seeing the growth in ties. How did you find the speech? What was your biggest takeaway?
So the biggest takeaway is he has instilled a new level of confidence in Indian businessmen, the Indian academicians, the Indian students, the Indian engineering people here, that they all need to now connect with a different motivation and inspiration back to the motherland. And this new kind of aura that he has created of Indo-America partnership that has to be leveraged by all of us to strengthen not only the ties but for the economic development, for the social development and for the educational development on both sides.
Well, that's again, Nabila, quite true. The fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaged a whole lot of people from various sectors, various fields and various expertise when it comes to focusing on in a particular area. He met with academicians, he met with scientists, Nobel laureates, astrophysicists in New York. Over here with business honchos, business tycoons. The business roundtable that he had included Indian businessmen like Mukesh Ambani. And the conversation, again, like the gentleman over here said, was clearly to ensure that there is a boost in confidence for the businessmen to look at and look to India, even if they're considering investing in India. So a very important aspect when it comes to confidence building. What about you?
Yeah, madam, see, we have some of the problems for centuries. For example, Ram Mandir, it's solved, and the major problem in US being H1B, it's been pending for over, I would say, 30 years. See, the greatest quality of any leader is he has done everything, and every Indian is thankful for him rest of our life, but he has given back that credit to each American Indian. That is the quality and a true trait of a leader. When it is a successful venture, he has given back that credit to all Indians, all 1.4 billion Indians and all 4 million Indians. And when something is going wrong or bad, he takes the responsibility.
That was the theme over here. The overriding theme over here was the contribution of Indian Americans in building America and the American society. While they talk about shared values, both the countries, the leaders, and shared culture, the values and culture have been very, very different. But because of the growing Indian community's presence in America, there is a shared aspect of how Indian culture and Indian values have become a part of the American society as well. So a lot of people over here who got up to hail Prime Minister Modi. What was your biggest takeaway from the speech?
Well, it's a new era for the relationship between India and the United States now, right? So we've had prime ministers come and go, but what Modi ji has done in the last 9 years, it's a strategic partnership. It's a completely different type of relationship where U.S. respects India as an equal partner and wants to collaborate, wants to partner with the two largest democracies. It's a big shift in U.S. thinking about India as well.
So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given also a world view, broadened it, zoomed out, and spoke about how India on the global map now looks different, and how countries view it also is very different. From this very stage, he said goodbye, and he left for Egypt. It's not like he's going home directly. There is another very important visit, and that is to Egypt. that also will carry a lot of weight and importance. India engaging North Africa, the Muslim world, and ensuring that Egypt, also inviting Egypt as a special guest at the G20, ensuring that Egypt, which is a very important country in that part, in that region, also is engaged with. President Sisi was the chief guest at the Republic Day function, and now we will be seeing the second leg of the two-nation tour of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But coming back to America and the major deliverables over here, looking at people, looking at how the entire visit has been viewed, it is indeed historic. A state visit, a very important visit at that when it comes to India and America. This is in the last year of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second tenure and the last year of President Biden's first tenure. Both will be looking at elections, and they're all prepared. Looking at their own constituency, they would have wanted a successful visit of Prime Minister Modi, and it really happened because this was a visit that had a lot of deliverables, especially in the defense cooperation sector. The thrust was not just technology sharing and the fact that there's going to be complete trust when it comes to technology transfer. It's also about how India has pushed for and asked America to ensure that if they're buying from India or if they're looking at it, if they're selling to India, then when they're manufacturing, they should source from India. If they're manufacturing out of America and they're looking to sell stuff to India, then they should look at manufacturing in India. And that joint cooperation comes about with the GE F414 jet engine deal with HAL. So the B2B, B2Gs continue, but the G2G level has certainly gone really up when it comes to not just the deals, not just the strategic and the economic aspect, but also the personal aspect. We've not seen a president of the United States of America always go out of the way to meet an Indian premier on every occasion. In the past few occasions, outside of the state visit, where President Biden did go out of the way with a private dinner, the Indian community in throngs on the south lawns of White House, and not like it has not happened in the past. During Manmohan Singh's time also, there was an Indian community event, but certainly not in the scale, the mass and scale of the event was unmatched. And of course, then the finer touches. First Lady looking into what the spread is going to be, taking into account the fact that International Milk Year was announced by India, that was part of the menu. The performances at White House included Indian American students from Pennsylvania University. They call themselves Pen Masala, taking from Pan Masala. So those were nuances in terms of personal ties, and that really reflects and translates into how people over here react. Let's go across. Before I toss back, let's go across. Just before you leave, I know you're almost done and you're calling it a night. Come on. What was your biggest takeaway from the speech that you heard?
No, it was very inspirational. I think this is kind of a pivotal moment for U.S.-India relations, and being an Indian American, it makes us very proud, just to see the two countries coming together and India coming so forward. I think India has a potential to be a superpower, just like the U.S. or any other country.
So I think, I totally agree with her, but being second generation from our parents from India and giving a lot of opportunity, just seeing that continued alliance and the commitment of that happening as well, like supporting women and how much like they're doing for in India now, like in supporting like technology and just really the infrastructure to create more financial strength. So I'm very happy with whatever I heard. Thank you.
Right. Just one more question. Prime Minister Modi, when he came last time around and when he's traveled abroad, he's always asked the Indian community outside, Indian Americans outside, to convince your own friends over here to travel to India, explore India, see India. Have you done that with your friends since you're second generation here?
So my wife and I, last time we went was just
a
about
few
6 months
ago. Yeah.
4 months ago.
Right. We went to Ajanta, Ellora. Every time we go, we see something new, and it's such a beautiful.
Do you take American friends along? So you also are part of.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes many of our American friends have been. If there's a wedding, sometimes American friends will come along too. So
maybe for the summit, the G20 summit's going to be there. That we'll try to go back. So that'll be exciting. But we go all the time, and we try to encourage our friends as well because there's a lot to see there.
Okay, so do you want to say something?
Yes, I'm a chairman of the Peripheral World Media. And
what is it that you? What was the biggest takeaway from the speech of the Prime Minister?
I think the speech of the Prime Minister says that there is a lot of understanding between President Biden or U.S. administration and Indian administration, and out of that, two highlights are: one is GE going to start manufacturing the engines, GE engine, fighter jet engine into the India. And that will give us India not only manufacturing facility, jobs, but in case of the war with the China, then we can use that fighter plane without.
I get it. Everybody over here now has started understanding the nuances of strategic importance of manufacturing in India, and that's why they say if ever China does something, then we should be prepared, and this is working towards that preparedness.
All right. What a fantastic 4-day state visit it's been. Thank you very much, Gita. Of course, India Today has been really bringing our viewers every aspect of this very important strategic state visit of Prime Minister Modi to the United States. This is the first that he's been invited to. In every way, this was iconic, unprecedented, and has now established greater ties with the United States. When it comes to trade, bilateral talks in every sense, this was one of the most important meets in recent times. I'm going to cut across finally as I leave you here with Prime Minister Modi's very spirited speech that he gave right towards the end to the Indian diaspora, where he spoke about India's growth journey and where we could see it in the years to come.
Namaste. आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रैटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रॉन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रॉन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 बिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए ही मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है। ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। टुगेदर we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, इसके अलावा भी अमेरिका के 2 और शहरों में भारतीय कॉन्सुलेट खोले जाएंगे। मैं जानता हूं आपकी चिट्ठियां शुरू हो जाएगी, हमारे यहां हो, हमारे यहां हो। देखिए, शुरू हो गया। आप लोग पक्का कर लीजिए। और एक बात, अच्छा ये भी है कि अब अहमदाबाद और बेंगलुरु में भी अमेरिका के नए कॉन्सुलेट खुलने जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास। सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। थैंक यू। आज जो नया भारत हमारे सामने है, उसमें वो आत्मविश्वास लौट आया है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपना रास्ता पता है, दिशा पता है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपने निर्णयों, अपने संकल्पों पर कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। ये वो भारत है जो अपने पोटेंशियल को परफॉर्मेंस में बदल रहा है। साथियों, आज नए भारत की नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी हमारे सैकड़ों टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों में लिखी जा रही है। छोटे छोटे शहरों में संभव है कि आप भी, कई साथी शायद ऐसे ही छोटे स्थान से, ऐसे ही छोटे शहर से यहां आए होंगे। वहां का बदलता हुआ रूप आपको पता चलता होगा। आज जब आप अपने परिजनों को फोन करते हैं तो उनके पास बदलाव का कोई न कोई उदाहरण बताने के लिए वो बड़े उत्सुक होते हैं। नए नए बन रहे एक्सप्रेसवे, नई सेमी हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, एक से बढ़कर एक एयरपोर्ट। भारत आज अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जितना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। साथियों, भारत में पिछले वर्षों में जिस तरह डिजिटल क्रांति आई है वो तो अभूतपूर्व है। हो सकता है अब आप अपने गांव की किसी दुकान में जाए और वहां के आपके सामने बारकोड का बोर्ड हो सकता है आप कैश दें, लेकिन दुकानदार कहे कि भैया मोबाइल फोन पर कोई डिजिटल पेमेंट ऐप नहीं है क्या? ये बदला हुआ भारत आपको हैरान कर देगा। आज भारत में कोई भी व्यक्ति कहीं से भी कभी भी 24/7 बैंकिंग कर सकता है। संडे हो या मंडे, बैंकिंग लेन देन पर इससे कोई फर्क नहीं होता। भारत में आ रहे ऐसे बदलावों को मैं इसके कितने उदाहरण आपको दे सकता हूं, समय कम पड़ जाएगा, लेकिन भारत की उपलब्धियां कम नहीं पड़ेगी। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। ये भारत में अधिक से अधिक निवेश का सही अवसर है। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप भारत के एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाएं। हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करें। भारत की ग्रोथ में आपकी स्किल, आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी और आपके एक्सपर्टाइज बहुत काम आएगी। आपको पता है, भारत में एक नई आधुनिक नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लागू की गई है। आप में से अनेक साथी अमेरिकन यूनिवर्सिटीज में महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर है। रिसर्चर्स और एकेडमिशियंस हैं। आप अपने अल्मा मेटर्स और दूसरे भारतीय एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ जुड़ेंगे तो उसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव होगा। वैसे आपके प्रयासों के बीच मैं आपको दो और बातें बताना भी चाहता हूं और जिनको सुनकर के आपको जरूर अच्छा लगेगा। पहली तो ये कि भारत में गूगल्स का एआई रिसर्च सेंटर 100 से ज्यादा भारतीय भाषाओं पर काम करेगा। इससे भारत में ऐसे बच्चों को पढ़ने में, काम करने में आसानी होगी जिनकी मातृभाषा अंग्रेजी नहीं है। और दूसरी ये कि भारत सरकार की मदद से यहां यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ह्यूस्टन में तमिल स्टडीज चेयर की स्थापना की जाएगी। इस चेयर से तमिल संस्कृति और दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन तमिल भाषा का प्रभाव बढ़ाने में और मदद मिलेगी। और मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, जब कभी भाषा की चर्चा निकले तो सीना तान करके दुनिया को कहना कि दुनिया की, मानव जात की सबसे पुरानी भाषा तमिल भाषा है और वो हमारी भाषा है। ये गर्व से कहना चाहिए, दुनिया की सबसे पहली पुरानी भाषा होने का गर्व हमारे पास है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, सौ से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था, तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं, बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
Very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition. First, this early Saturday morning. Prime Minister Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India is shaping world's vikas, hails India-US ties.
Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki!
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." US Vice President Kamala Harris, State Secretary Antony Blinken host state Luncheon for Prime Minister Modi. This after Biden's hosted a dinner for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. We have some news just coming in this morning. After action-packed visit to the US, the Prime Minister is now leaving for Egypt. He's going to Cairo. The Prime Minister is all set to visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque here during his two-day visit to Egypt. Beginning on Saturday, the Prime Minister's visit to the mosque is scheduled as the first event of the last day of his two-day program in Egypt's sprawling capital of Cairo. The Prime Minister will spend nearly half an hour at the Al-Hakim Mosque, a historic and prominent mosque in Cairo, named after Al-Hakim al-Bi Amra Allah, the 16th Fatimid Caliph. The Prime Minister is going to be in Egypt for 2 days now. He in fact has departed for Egypt. These are pictures coming in right now of the Prime Minister leaving for Cairo in these visuals. Well, after an action-packed visit to America, the Prime Minister is leaving for Egypt. He's all set to visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque here during his two-day visit. In fact, Egypt has also spoken about the fact that the Prime Minister's visit is indeed going to be a game changer for bilateral ties. Besides the co-production of military equipment, this is what really is on the agenda. The two sides to discuss Egypt's offer of a dedicated slot for India within the Suez Canal economic zone. Also, the Prime Minister's visit to Egypt is really being seen as a game changer for bilateral ties, with the two sides expected to put in place arrangements to ramp up cooperation in areas ranging from security to trade and investment. This is what the Egyptian ambassador has said. Besides the co-production of military equipment, the two sides will discuss Egypt's offer of a dedicated slot for India within the Suez Canal economic zone. Indian investments in green hydrogen and tourism are other areas with great potential, is what has been said by Egypt.
Yeah, just some of our favorite photos. So it's
The Prime Minister's mosque visit in Egypt also sending a message to Indian Muslims there, particularly Dawoodi Bohra Muslims, seen to be as supporters of the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister, of course, has had a very warm relationship with the Dawoodi Bohras for many years. He is visiting the Imam Al-Hakim Bi Amra Allah Mosque, which is a nearly 1,000-year-old structure in the heart of the Egyptian capital of Cairo. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on your screens right now, leaving for Egypt after his very, very eventful visit, two-day visit to the US. The Prime Minister is going to be in Egypt for 2 days. And this has been welcomed by authorities in Egypt, talking about the fact that this indeed is going to be a landmark step vis-a-vis the bilateral ties that India shares with Egypt. Also speaking about the fact that greater Indian presence in the Suez region is welcome. The Prime Minister is all set to reach Cairo today. He is now departed for Cairo. He is going to be in Egypt for the next 2 days. A series of engagements in New York and Washington that the Prime Minister just included, and will have a series of engagements in Egypt as well. He is visiting Egypt upon the invitation of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. The visit holds immense significance that it marks Modi's first trip to Egypt ever and serves as the first official bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Well, there have been intermittent visits in the past as well, but this one is particularly important because this is a state official bilateral visit. Particularly the visits in the past were multilateral visits. The Prime Minister's visit to Egypt also follows President el-Sisi's visit to India as a chief guest on Republic Day signifying wholly the strengthening of bilateral ties and the mutual desire to enhance cooperation between the two nations. First, it's going to be a ceremonial welcome at the airport today, after which a brief interaction with the Egyptian Prime Minister, a roundtable with the Egyptian Prime Minister, interaction with the Indian community, meeting with the Grand Mufti of Egypt, and interaction with Egyptian thought leaders. Tomorrow, which is a Sunday, there is going to be a visit to the Al-Hakim Mosque, visit of the Heliopolis War Memorial, welcome of Prime Minister by the Egyptian President, and this is going to happen at the Presidential Palace, one-to-one meeting between the leaders, extended level talks, signing of strategic partnership documents or MOUs, press statements, and then of course conferring of the Order of the Nile. A lunch is going to be hosted by the Egyptian President. Tomorrow, sometime in the evening, the Prime Minister returns back home. An action-packed visit to America, the Prime Minister is headed for Cairo right now. He's going to Egypt. Let's now take a look at the top highlights from the Prime Minister's last day in the Washington, D.C. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a luncheon for the Prime Minister at the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among the other delicacies at the White House. U.S. President Joe Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Early during his speech at the U.S. Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google. Also tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. Modi's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington, hailed the technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both the countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milben performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. On the final leg of the U.S. visit as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. His much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the U.S. for an NH-1B visa from now. He also announced that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced that India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा।
Thank you.
Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
On the final day of his U.S. state visit, the Prime Minister and President Biden participated in an India-U.S. high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in the event aimed at deepening technological collaborations between the two countries. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present in this event. He underlined the immense potential of harnessing Indian-US tech cooperation for socio-economic growth. President Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister in his historic US Congress address had hailed the momentous development in AI, which is America and India.
एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सब को लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development. the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. He would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Gita Mohan is in the US tracking all of those details. Gita is now joining me live. Gita, good morning to you from India. Give us an idea about what next for the Prime Minister. This has been an extremely eventful two-day visit to the US, and now, of course, he's headed to Egypt, the first state visit of an Indian Prime Minister since 1997.
Well, to begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on two occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit. Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his two-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country. And is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he is going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al-Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It will be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he is going to engage the Indian community there as well.
Gita getting us all of those details. Gita, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for joining us and sharing that perspective and all of those inputs with us. Gita Mohan there, reporting from the Ronald Reagan Center. That also brings us to the end of this edition. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much, because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump, and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England, and help humanity.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we on India Today are going to celebrate the life and times of superstar Thalapathy Vijay as he turns a year older. To begin with, let's first bring you how the makers of his next film, Leo, shared the first look from his much-anticipated actioner in order to wish him.
Thalapathy, varivare.
Thalapathy Vijay, an actor par excellence, every single time he's on the screens, he creates nothing but only magic. And when this mass hero turns a year older, fans turn on the celebration mode. Wishes poured in for Thalapathy from across the nation. That's not all. To mark the special occasion, the makers of his most anticipated film Leo too shared this first look poster in which he can be seen bashing someone with a sledgehammer. Ever since the film was announced, it has grabbed eyeballs for all the right reasons.
Bloody sweet.
The makers, however, have been smartly teasing this Tamil language action film with one element after the other. Helmed by Lokesh Kanagaraj, the Tamil actioner is currently in shooting phase and comprises of an ensemble cast including Trisha and Sanjay Dutt. As per reports, Sanjay Dutt, who is making his big Tamil debut with this film, will not only be playing the role of an antagonist, but his character has also been penned as Thalapathy's father in the film. Leo is special in ways more than one, as it also marks the second collaboration between the filmmaker and Vijay after Master. Moreover, Leo also marks the return of the hit pair of Trisha and Vijay after a really long time.
ஏன் இந்த அடிக்கு பெட்ல படுத்துட்டு இருப்பேன் நினைச்சியா?
அதான் பார்த்தனே சார் பயங்கர ரொமான்டிக் மூட்ல இருந்தீங்க.
So as the poster has left everyone intrigued, one cannot wait to witness Thalapathy take down the bad guys in Leo. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Bloody sweet.
Not just Leo, Vijay is also making headlines for his next venture, tentatively titled Thalapathy 68. The actor, who was last seen in Varisu, shared details of his next film on social media. Here's more on that. Thalapathy Vijay is undoubtedly one of the busiest actors of current times. The superstar is smoothly juggling between one big project to another, and now Vijay took to social media to announce his next venture, tentatively titled as Thalapathy 68, which will be directed by Venkat Prabhu. The film will reportedly be made on a grand scale and is slated for 2024 release. Backed by AGS Entertainment, Thalapathy 68 will also mark the second collaboration with the production house and the actor after their blockbuster outing Bigil.
Bigil, he's the pride of a nation.
பெருசு ஒத்தையா சிக்கின்னு இருக்கு. செஞ்சிடலாமா?
செஞ்சிட்டா போச்சு.
Meanwhile, Thalapathy Vijay also has Leo, which is one of the most anticipated films of 2023. With back-to-back films in the pipeline, Thalapathy Vijay has kept his fans on tenterhooks as they eagerly await to witness him on the big screens after he delivered a blockbuster with Varisu much recently.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Thalapathy Vijay has been ruling the showbiz as a mass entertainer from his first role as a child artist in 1984 till present. He's one of the most loved superstars. Let's take a look at his star power.
Mass entertainer, Vijay has had a dream run on the professional front. Superstar Vijay began his journey in films as a child artist back in 1984. And his first movie as a hero was Nallaitirpu in 1992, when he was 18-year-old. However, it was Puwe Unakaga in 1996 that got him recognition. It was a blockbuster movie starring legendary actors like M.N. Nambiar and Nagesh. The 1997 movie Kadalukku Maryadai was not only Vijay's career best but also regarded as one of the classic hits of Collywood. Interestingly, the female lead in the film was Shalini, Tala Ajit's wife. The movie was a remake of Aniyati Praavu, a Malayalam super hit. Vijay received Tamil Nadu State Award for Best Actor. In 2001, Siddiq directed Friends was released. Surya was paired up with Vijay and it was the first blockbuster for Surya. The movie ran for more than 175 days in theatres and was one of the top grossers for the year. Post a few career flops, Vijay bounced back as an action hero with Tirumalai. Which went on to be a blockbuster in 2003. And then came Gilli, also an action thriller directed by Dharani in 2004. Vijay played the role of a kabaddi player, and this was Vijay's first movie to collect 40 crores at the box office. Pokri released on Pongal 2007. It was a remake of Telugu film Pokri, but the Tamil version was directed by Prabhudeva. Asin was the actress in this action movie. The movie ran for more than 200 days in theatres. Later, this Vijay film was remade in Hindi as Wanted in 2009, which resurrected Salman Khan's career as an action star.
एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी, उसके बाद तो मैं खुद की भी नहीं सुनता।
The first movie of Vijay which entered the 100 crore club was Tupaki in 2012, directed by A.R. Murugadoss. Captain Ark, adikena karanam. It was an action thriller in which Vijay played the role of an intelligence officer in the Indian Army.
I'm waiting.
This film too was remade in Hindi in 2014, with Akshay Kumar in the lead, titled Holiday, A Soldier is Never Off Duty.
मैं आ रहा हूं तेरे पास, जहां मिला खत्म कर दूंगा.
I'm waiting.
Katti was another A.R. Murugadoss movie in which Vijay acted in 2014. The film faced many controversies before its release but earned more than 100 crores.
அரிசி பருப்பு காய்கறி கொத்தமல்லி கருவேப்பிலை வரைக்கும் கிராமத்துல இருந்து வரணும். ஆனா ஒரு கிராமத்தை செத்தான்னா
Vijay played a double role and Samantha played the female lead. Like Tupaki, this Murugadoss film is slated to have a Hindi remake with reports of Akshay Kumar headlining it. His 2017 film Marcel was a blockbuster. Despite the controversy it caused, the film became a huge hit. In the movie, Vijay as the magician addresses the media and highlights the need for better healthcare facilities in Tamil Nadu. The film did not go down well with the government. Like Marcel, his film Sarkar too had its share of controversies. But it did not dampen the ticket collections.
Election day.
The film had a blockbuster opening across Tamil Nadu, and despite mixed reviews, the fans have given a thumbs up to the political flick.
இன்னும் ஒரு நாள்ல என்னென்னலாம் மாறப் போகுதுன்னு ஓரமா நின்னு வேடிக்கை மட்டும் பாருங்க. I'm a corporate criminal.
Sarkar reportedly made 225.3 crore at the worldwide box office in just 14 days. And this even when the full HD copy of Sarkar, which was leaked just hours after its release, and people were given free access to download the copy illegally. Sarkar made headlines when the producers reportedly agreed to remove or mute controversial portions critical of Tamil Nadu's AIADMK government after two ministers levelled sedition charges against them. Vijay was then seen in a sports drama Bigil in 2019, and the film turned out to be a blockbuster. Written and directed by Atlee, the film followed the story of Michael, played by Vijay, a former footballer who decides to coach a women's football team. Two years after Bigil, Thalapathy Vijay returned with Master in 2021. The superstar played the role of a college professor, John Dureraj, in this Lokesh Kanagaraj directorial. The film also starred Vijay Sethupathi, apart from Malvika Mohanan, and marked the maiden collaboration of Vijay and the filmmaker. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, Master opened to a fantastic start at the box office. However, the film's collection dipped after the opening day. Master was not only subjected to some negative reviews, but social media was also flooded with memes criticizing the action film. In fact, hashtags like Master Disaster, Flop, and Master Verdict Disaster also trended. But after receiving much flack from audience, the actor came back with a bang with Beast. Despite being panned by the critics, the film turned out to be a massive success and minted over 230 crores worldwide. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the action flick also featured Pooja Hegde and Selva Raghavan. Beast narrated the story of an ex-RAW agent who goes on a crusade to rescue people held hostage in a shopping mall by terrorists.
Because I'm not a politician. I'm a soldier.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to India Today.
watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Thalapathy Vijay is one of the biggest superstars. He has a massive fan following across the globe, yet is humble to the core. The actor who started off his cinematic journey as a child has been in the movies for almost 4 decades now. So let's take a look at his net worth and what makes him the superstar that he is today. Joseph Vijay Chandrasekhar, aka Thalapathy Vijay. One of the biggest superstars of Indian cinema, perhaps the most bankable too. And his fan following is unmatchable, just as his king-size life on and off screen. With no inherent show-off personality like one of those rare low-key celebrities, he surely and easily make it to the list of most grounded actors, but his name is also among those big shots who takes home a huge paycheck with every film, making his net worth something which often sweeps his fan base off their feet. That's right, while his acting prowess is enough to make his fans go berserk, what's also often talked about is his stature as the wealthiest actor in Indian cinema. According to reports, Thalapathy Vijay has a whopping net worth of $56 million, which is around 445 crore rupees, and earns an annual income between 120 to 150 crore rupees. Not many know that he reportedly charged around 100 crore rupees for Nelson Dilip Kumar directorial piece.
One of the best and the most notorious spies we have ever had.
Thereafter, he maintained his 100 crore club and took home a hefty pay of rupees 150 crore rupees in his next Very Soon, which was released in January 2023.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
clashing at the box office with Ajit Kumar's Thunivu. Not just films, in fact, owing to his popularity, Thalapathy Vijay also makes smart choices when it comes to his collaborations with brands. According to reports, the actor earns an estimate of rupees 10 crores per year for his several brand endorsements. What's more, Thalapathy Vijay even is an owner of several expensive assets. He lives with his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam and two children, Jason Sanjay and Divya Shasha, at a lavish seaside bungalow located at Kasuarina Drive Street in Chennai's Nilakarai neighborhood. This luxury abode is apparently inspired by Hollywood actor Tom Cruise's beach house, which he saw during his visit to the US. That's not all, he also owns multiple luxury wheels, including a Rolls-Royce Ghost, which he got imported from England. Believe it or not, Thalapathy Vijay certainly has carved a lifestyle for himself and his family that one can only imagine, perhaps is also too good to be true. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Well, that's all we pack in our special broadcast. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, the Pari Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Cheers, bonhomie and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi-Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
India Today.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Our top focus again continues to be the Prime Minister's visit. First to the US, which is wrapped up, and now to Egypt for 2 days. We're getting you up to speed with every single development on that front. First, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping the world's Vikas, hails India-US ties.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." US Vice President Kamala Harris, State Secretary Antony Blinken host state luncheon for Prime Minister Modi. This after Biden's hosted a dinner for the Prime Minister.
Cheers. Cheers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. The Prime Minister Modi wraps up the US visit en route state visit to Egypt, India-Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during the Prime Minister's key visit. Let's take a look at the top highlights on the Prime Minister's last day in the Washington, D.C. US Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a lunch for the Prime Minister at the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among other delicacies at the White House. US President Joe Biden gifted a special t-shirt to the Prime Minister with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Earlier during a speech at the US Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google and tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. The Prime Minister's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington hailed technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milben performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. On the final leg of his US visit, as a state guest, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. His much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He's also said that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals inked during the maiden visit, the Prime Minister announced India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here.
a huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on 2 occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
On final day of his US state visit, the Prime Minister and President Biden participated in an India-US high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in this event aimed at deepening technology collaborations between the two countries. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present at this event. The Prime Minister underlined the immense potential of harnessing Indian tech-US cooperation for socio-economic growth. President Biden gifted a special T-shirt to Prime Minister Modi with the latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister, in his visit in the US Congress address, had hailed the momentous development in AI, that is, America and India ties.
एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सबको लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here, in terms of seeing the progress India has made, particularly around the vision of digital India and the economic opportunity. And I had met the Prime Minister in December, and we continued our conversation. And we shared Google is investing $10 billion in the India Digitization Fund. And we are continuing to invest through that, including in companies working on AI.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. He would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And you know, at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
The US Vice President hosted a state lunch for Prime Minister Modi, where they raised a toast to India-US ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosa and democratic values. In attendance were Indra Nooyi and top diplomats, among others. We'll get you that report in a moment from now. We have some news just coming in first. Let's go to Jay. News just coming in. Russia's Wagner chief faces mutiny charges in an astonishing escalation of infighting. Russia accused Wagner mercenary chief of calling an armed mutiny. Now, he said that his call to action against the Russian military was not a mutiny but a march for justice. The Wagner chief says he will go to the end to remove Moscow's military leaders. Column of military vehicles entering Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Wagner Group's chief Yevgeny Prigozhin claims his mercenary fighters downed a Russian military helicopter. Russian commander urges the Wagner fighters to obey will of the president and return to bases. Getting in details of Russia's Wagner chief facing charges of a mutiny. This is an astonishing escalation of infighting within Russia, where Russia has accused Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin of calling for an armed mutiny. Prigozhin said that his call to action against the Russian military was not a mutiny but a march for justice. The Wagner chief says he will go to the end to remove Moscow's military leaders. A column of military vehicles entering Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Wagner Group's chief Yevgeny Prigozhin has claimed his mercenary fighters have already downed a Russian military helicopter. It appears to be an infighting that seems to have broken out among Russia's military chiefs, where the Wagner Group and Russian military are at odds. Alexander from Moscow is getting us up to speed with the very latest developments. Alexander, give us a sense really of what is going on. Is this some sort of an infighting that has broken out among Russia's military chiefs?
Yeah, the situation is actually calm in Moscow, where I am now. But as we hear reports from Russian media, as Wagner Group mercenaries have sort of declared an armed mutiny against the political power of President Vladimir Putin. The mercenaries, as they have said, have pronounced different ultimatums to the military, including Defense Minister Shoigu, and they have entered the city of Rostov. According to the media reports in news, there are reports that the governor of Rostov region, Mr. Gladkov, has said to calm down, and the situation is under control. However, it's very difficult to say what's going on right now, and President Putin, according to his press secretaries, is aware of the situation. And the prosecutor's office in Russian Federation has opened a case against Mr. Prigozhin, Mr. Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is a notorious heavyweight and a military commander of the private Wagner Group. So right now the situation is actually might get tense in Rostov region. However, in Moscow, there have been reports on military taking various buildings under control to calm down the situation. And I am here in Moscow in a very quiet area where I live, so I don't see, it's 5 o'clock in the morning almost, and I don't see any signs of unrest or anything like that. So the situation is calm right now.
All right. But what we see are pictures, in fact, of coming in of tanks being moved inside cities. Alexander, I also want to ask you, this does appear really the beginning of a larger insurgency against the Putin regime, doesn't it?
It's very difficult to say right now. People in Moscow, and so the experts have said if Mr. Prigozhin has declared this statement, this radical statement, if there are some people behind him, some people within the political regime of Vladimir Putin who might be backing him, because a person alone could not actually do this, because as we know from the past, usually the military people or paramilitary people always have backers within the political system, those who might be against. There are also critics of Mr. Prigozhin who are saying that right now, when Russia is fighting Ukraine, and it's that Mr. Prigozhin actually makes things worse for the Russian army, which is currently in a fighting, right? So he's open up some lines, and it's going to be difficult for the Russian soldiers.
Undoubtedly, huge ramifications for Ukraine. Give us a sense of how both Ukraine and also the U.S. are looking at the developments from Russia.
Well, I haven't heard any reaction from the Ukrainian side, but the Ukrainian political elite and Ukrainian military always valued Mr. Prigozhin as a serious commander, because he has used some of the former military men, some of the former prisoners, but his force was the most advanced, and actually they've been holding the city of Bakhmut. By the way, Mr. Prigozhin has also said positive things about Mr. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, saying he's a strong man, serious man, and you have to respect your enemy. Also, before starting his mutiny, Mr. Prigozhin has said very openly that the war in Ukraine has started because of the corruption of several people within the political. He openly blamed, and when I heard this statement, he openly blamed several people within the political of Russia, while actually avoiding criticizing Mr. Putin directly. And when I heard the statement, I thought this guy may be someone behind him, because he's saying some open words. He's saying very critical words about serious people, about Mr. Shoigu, not only criticizing him, but openly calling to raise arms against the defense minister of Russian Federation. It is very interesting also to say that almost 30 years ago, Mr. Shoigu himself defended the Russian White House when President Yeltsin was president against the coup plotters who ousted President Gorbachev. That's the only recent history of Russian coup in the Russian history. When President Gorbachev was ousted while he was in Crimea on vacation, and the emergency committee, including several people from the political elite, took power. And that thing lasted only for 3 days, but following the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Also, Alexander, I want to ask you, for our viewers, give us an idea about the Wagner Group. This, of course, is the private military contractor, has been in news earlier in the past as well. Controversial in many which ways. Tell us a little about that group.
The Wagner Group is actually called, you bring the name, and when you hear the Wagner Group, the composer, Richard Wagner. That's true, because it was started by a paramilitary man called Mr. Utkin, whose nickname was Wagner. That's why it was called Wagner. The group actually gained notoriety in Africa, where he fought where he fought as a paramilitary group against some of the insurgents on the side of African governments, for example, in Central African Republic, where it held its stronghold. But Mr. Prigozhin himself is actually a very controversial figure. He was known as Mr. Putin's cook because he, who spent some time in prison for hooliganism in the Soviet Union, almost 8 years after Gorbachev perestroika started in the Soviet Union, he was freed. Then he became a restaurant owner, a very popular restaurant owner where he hosted Mr. Putin and celebrities. That's how he actually befriended Mr. Putin. It is very funny fact of Mr. Prigozhin's own life. Almost 30 years ago, he wrote a children's book. He has 2 children. He has a wife and 2 children. And he is also, as Mr. Navalny, Mr. Putin's critic, called him as a billionaire, having a lot of wealth that he inherited and he made over because of his connections. But Mr. Prigozhin also became very popular in a recent time while he was fighting in Ukraine, and he became a notorious fighter. Also, as Mr. Prigozhin has a private military company, the private military companies officially are banned under Russian laws. So Mr. Prigozhin is actually in the sort of a gray area of law. His company, his Wagner Group, officially does not even exist, although it has a lot of people. Some of them are former prisoners, but he actually was given the green light to get people out of prison. Some of them actually went to front instead of serving. And those people can be serious. It's not the people who just stole cars or maybe plotted small drugs. Those are people who committed several crimes, right? Even the heavy crimes, right? Some of the people, what he holds is actually a former military man. Mr. Prigozhin is also known for charisma. He speaks very openly. He has sort of an appearance, and even some of the people from the liberal side are now praising Mr. Prigozhin for breaking this situation. So, he's an interesting person to see.
All right. Alexander, I'm going to thank you for the moment for joining us with your information on that important story that we are tracking from Russia. Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor, is also with us. Gaurav, it does clearly appear that at least in one part of Russia, if not Moscow, this is Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are on the move, and there is some sort of an infighting that has broken out between Russia's military forces and the head of the mercenary group. Gaurav, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Gaurav, in fact, I was asking you that there is in fact an infighting which we see that seems to have broken out among Russia's military chiefs here.
You're absolutely right, and it's a huge setback.
Okay, we'll try and connect that line with Gaurav Sawant in a moment from now, but we're getting you details of what seems to be an infighting among Putin's lieutenants. The head of a mercenary force appears to be now wanting to take over and says that they're not going to allow civilians to be killed in this fashion. It's time for a quick commercial break here. We're getting you much more news in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले प्रिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था
क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी भी सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी 2 बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम जब भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहते हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. I'm Sneha Mordani. In the next half an hour, we will be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
Recently released Adipurush may be facing criticism from certain sections, but the film is still a talking point. An artificial intelligence artist recreated looks of lead actors from the film, leaving netizens in awe. Actors such as Prabhas, Kriti Sanon, Sunny Singh and Saif Ali Khan are seen in modified looks, and some commented look better than portrayed in the film. Yoga is not limited to only land, and this practitioner proves the same. From Rameshwaram in Tamil Nadu, these trained yoga experts perform water yoga to mark International Yoga Day. They are seen floating on water with eyes closed and maintaining the asana. Many netizens were surprised that this was a possibility too in ancient yoga practice. He is commonly known as the philanthropist and an actor. Sonu Sood recorded this video to share his conversation with a corn seller en route Manali. While chatting, when Sood realized the bhutta seller is not married, he quickly shared his revenue details and urged people to find him a suitable match to marry such a hardworking man. The man too supported Sonu Sood's offer.
बाद में करेगा, लड़की ढूंढ रहा है, लेकिन मैं जो भी लड़की वाले मैं बता दूं, शेष भाई हमारे जौनपुर के हैं, 50 रुपए का भुट्टा बेचते हैं। कितने भुट्टे बेचते हैं रोज? रोज एक बोरा बेचता है। एक बोरे में कितने आते हैं? 100 पीस। 100 पीस? जी सर। वेरी गुड। देख, मेहनती है, घर छोड़ के बैठा हुआ है। लड़की वालों, ये लड़का है, हिमाचल में रहता है, एक बोरा भुट्टा बेचता है, 100 भुट्टे। बोल दे लड़की वालों को। हाँ जी। लड़की की तलाश जा रही है? हाँ, ध्यान देना मेरे को जरा। ध्यान देना भैया।
You do not need money to enjoy in life. This video, shared on social media, shows women participating in a fun competition by creating a Jugadu bowling alley. Each woman throws an attempt and audience erupts in laughter, with an animated supervisor reacting to the game. Eventually, one woman manages to score and receives a prize of an oil bottle. Netizens are loving the effort and cheered on the participants.
गली गली तेरी लाज जली
This video shows a man doing push-ups on top of a road signboard while shocked drivers continue to drive past. The traffic turns slow, trying to notice the man's innovative workout regime. The video was reportedly taken in Patnagarh, a town in the Bolangir district of Odisha, and has led to mixed reactions. You decide whether this should be encouraged or is he proving to be danger to road safety. Everyone loves an ice cream, especially to beat summer heat. Curiosity and innovations, however, may not always yield best results. In this viral Instagram video, milk is processed and thickened to create the ice cream base. Mixture is then poured into molds, sticks are inserted, and ice cream is demolded and collected. Step-by-step preparation shows where melted chocolate is blended with a surprisingly high amount of oil, resulting in syrup-like liquid. The ice cream is dipped into the chocolate syrup and frozen again. While the video has over 6 lakh views, not everyone is impressed with this experiment. To go to the washroom is no easy task if you are traveling in such a train compartment. This video shows a man resorting to 1,000 moves, resembling an adventure sport. There is clearly no room in the aisle for him to walk through, as many passengers are sitting on the floor. Indians love to experiment new combinations with food dishes, but this time a street food seller is going viral for his distinctive serving techniques for Rajnikant-style dosa. In this video, the owner makes the dosa in unusual fashion and then suddenly swirls it towards the customer, who catches it just in time. The video has collected over 4 lakh views, showing appreciation for the dosa maker and his delivery in Rajnikant style. A 17-year-old Philadelphia High School for Girls graduate chose to dance when her name was announced to accept the diploma. But the incident was reacted to in a surprising manner when the teacher refused to give her the diploma and asked her to return to the seat instead. Hafsa Abdur Rahman cried out of embarrassment of how a dance move led to denial of graduation certificate. Netizens reacted in support of the girl. This viral video reminds love can be playful at any age. This old man can be seen nudging his wife, who is busy sorting leafy veggies. She looked irritated on disruption, but the old man continues to poke her with the stick. The man wants clearly more attention from the wife, and netizens too are showering the elderly Bengali couple with love.
Meet world's fastest accountant, Eugene Amodadze, who blazed through the track with an astonishing 9.93 seconds in the 100-meter run, becoming Europe's fastest this year. He has now joined the ranks of British sprinting legends. Number crunching in professional life, 30-year-old Dadze picked up athletics 4 years ago and now can add another number to his track achievements. Dr. Robert Moore of California has loved dogs all his life, and when he turned 100, he enjoyed the party of a lifetime. His daughter organized a surprise for his 100th birthday with a dog parade in his honor. Over 100 dogs showed up at this centenarian's party. The viral video of dog playing fetch with homeless children is winning hearts online. While the dog is on the other side of gate in a house, the kids throw the ball, which he is happy to fetch and return, both enjoying a little break and possibly forging a new friendship. This video is winning hearts on the internet.
The eyes are ink. They are black. They are very black. I like it.
Rolls-Royce has won the Guinness World Record for most body modifications by male. According to Guinness World Record, the 62-year-old has 560 piercings and the numbers are increasing over the years.
A lot of people think I am the devil, but I don't believe in the devil.
Surat celebrated International Yoga Day on 21st June by bringing 1,05,000 people together for a collective yoga session. This drone video of a flyover in Surat captured the participants participating yoga asanas with enthusiasm to mark the special day. Prime Minister Modi also congratulated Surat for setting world record on Yoga Day.
This Instagram user turned out to be super lucky as she found a perfectly round egg. The chances of discovering such an egg are 1 in a billion. The egg is estimated to be worth around $1,400 because of its unique shape. As India is enjoying the mango season, locals in Bihar organized a mango festival. As a part of the festival, a mango eating competition was also organized. Locals enthusiastically participated in the festival. This bride's unique Sangeet performance left not only her groom but also the netizens astonished. She wanted to surprise the groom by giving a dance performance while wearing roller skates. The audience cheered on as she lifted her lehenga to reveal her skates underneath. Remember the Kacha Badam song sung by a humble peanut seller that went viral? Now a Pakistani mango seller has come up with his version of Shakira's Waka Waka song that is doing rounds on the internet. Various videos of people dancing in Delhi Metro went viral not very long ago, prompting DMRC to issue strict guidelines prohibiting such behaviors. Now a video of a girl straightening her hair in the metro is circulating on social media.
This viral video from New York City shows a pizza unit and a worker looking out through a window. And suddenly this man flicks the box toward an adjacent building. Stationed on a platform, construction workers catch the box just in time, receiving in turn cheers and applause. Next image shows the workers relishing their pizza slice. The video has already gained over 2 lakh views and clearly could be the fastest delivery of a pizza. This video is incredible and scary. An orca bit off the rudders of this delivery boat in the middle of the sea at the Straits of Gibraltar. The video is fascinating, but netizens, however, are giving mixed reactions, with some wondering if this is again the issue of animal-human conflict. This bloody video is going to blow your mind. At an altitude of 10,000 feet, an unexpected visitor entered into the cockpit mid-air. The crash of this bird led to blood being spilled on the Ecuadorian pilot, who continued to maintain control of the aircraft throughout the ordeal. This is what possibly a bird-hit aircraft looks like. This video is bound to break your heart. A grieving mother elephant is seen trying to revive her dead baby, even keeping the body in a moving stream. The elephant herd carried the baby for days, refusing to let go, as is elephant behavior to not leave theirs behind. The video brought emotional reactions from Twitter users expressing empathy with the mother elephant. A terrifying video captured by a passenger shows a plane's cargo door opened mid-air in Brazil. Passengers are sitting inside the airplane while heavy wind is blowing. Brazilian singer and songwriter Thierry was on board the flight along with his teammates, and strangely, all passengers appeared calm, one even looking out through the window while the cargo door is still open. No injuries were reported so far.
this now viral video of a man named Sebastian Arias saving 25 dogs from a building under fire is winning hearts online. Sebastian can be seen climbing a building that has caught fire and rescuing 25 dogs who have been stuck inside. The incident happened in Peru. Before the flames engulfed the structure, the hero drops the dogs down safely, making the internet happy. It doesn't matter what shape, size or age they belong to. Cats are such pets that will never let you be. Now there are several videos available on the internet that showcase how these felines are not only stubborn but prefer to establish their supremacy in the household. A video shared on Instagram by Viral Hog shows a similar situation where a kitty establishes its position as the head of the family. The clip starts with a woman trying to practice her skills on a flute, but her cat had other plans. As the woman plays a few notes, the stand set in front of her containing the notes suddenly shifts back. The woman brings back the stand close to her. But after a few seconds, a small furry paw can be seen inching towards the stand. As the internet is obsessed with Vicky Kaushal's recent dance video of the Punjabi song Obsessed, a man in US has now posted a video of himself dancing and recreating the same. Ricky Pond recreated the dance moves successfully and the internet is awestruck. A video of a lioness carrying her cub in her mouth amid traffic at Kruger National Park in South Africa has gone viral online. In the clip, a lioness can be seen carrying her cub in her mouth while tourists stop their cars to admire the beauty. The incident happened in Kruger National Park while the lioness was looking for a new den.
Have you come across a video or an image that has shocked you but something doesn't feel right about it? And no need to worry. India Today's fact team has got you covered. In our next report, we have busted some lies that are doing rounds on social media. Take a look.
The dramatic search of 5 people who boarded the submersible vessel Titan ended on June 22nd after pieces of the vessel were found on the ocean floor. According to the US Coast Guard, there seems to have been a catastrophic implosion. Soon after this news broke, the internet was flooded with the alleged photos of the Titan debris. Among these was a collage of 4 images. The first 3 showed the wreckage of the submersible lying underwater. The fourth featured a pair of shoes and a comb lying on the sandy ocean floor. However, India Today found that none of these images showed the actual debris of the submersible Titan. The viral photos were AI generated. An eerie video related to the Titan sub has been making the rounds on social media. Purportedly, the video showed the exact moment when the controller of the missing sub stopped working. The viral clip also showed the wreckage of what appeared to be the Titanic underwater. The clip contained the logo of OceanGate Expeditions. However, India Today found that this video is old and shows a Titanic expedition from 2022.
Station. We have just been beaten up while we were catching dogs. Somebody came and spoke to our staff badly as usual.
A disturbing video which recently went viral on social media shows a blood-covered woman narrating the ordeal of how she and her team were assaulted by people when they went to catch a stray dog. This video comes in the wake of the perceptible rise in dog attacks. However, India Today found that this incident is nearly 3 years old.
This is the state of our car.
Does burning a copy of the Quran earn you the death penalty in Russia? A postcard featuring President Vladimir Putin and the text, "Anyone found guilty of burning the Quran in Russia will be given the death penalty as per the Sharia law," has been making the rounds on social media. However, India Today found that Putin has not given any such statement. Furthermore, there is a moratorium on capital punishment in Russia. A massive explosion in a building in Paris on June 21st left at least 50 people injured, some critically so. About 275 fighters contained the fire within 2 hours. Soon after the incident, a video purportedly showing the explosion started making the rounds on social media platforms. The video shows an enormous fireball shooting into the sky. However, India Today found that this video is neither from Paris nor recent. It is from a 2020 explosion in Russia.
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Some experts are now saying that we are in a bull market. And markets have been doing well, and especially in the month of April and May. So how to really make money in this type of market?
Actually, you have raised a very important question. This is the billion-dollar question. That whether it's a bull market or bear market, tell me how to make money. Because ultimately, we all are here to make money, right? So, in a bull market, the structure of making money is far more easier than in a bear market. In a bear market, a trader makes money because a trader knows how to short the market, how to sell the market and buy at a lower level. For that, a trader uses derivatives, futures and options to build a short position in the market. But in a bull market, all you need is cash. Because when you go into the market and buy shares in cash segment, you need to give them money, right? And all of us have money. All of us may not have shares to sell, but all of us have money. So currently the structure of Indian market, or for that matter now global equity market, has gone into the bull market because it is a function of the interest rates. Because interest rates have kind of plateaued now and it is expected that it will go down in coming 1 to 2 years, market is very dynamic. So market is saying that because interest rates will go down, I want to go up. So that's why there's a bull market. So everything is so related, the business cycle, the interest rate cycle and the market expectation. Everything is so related. So bull market is there. My simple benchmark of bull market is whenever Nifty trades above 200-day moving average. Okay? That means the market is positive. Okay? So the 200-day moving average is around say 17,000 odd. Now the market is around 18,200. So it's a bull market. Now, how do you make money? So, if you are a trader, you want to buy first and then sell. You don't want to sell first, okay? If you are an investor, you keep on building your portfolio by regular SIP. The only savior for retail investor is SIP. One should not think of, I have 50 lakh, now I want to put into the market. No, pace it up. Stagger the whole investment journey, then you will create wealth out of it.
Watching India Today.
There appears to be massive escalation and some sort of an infighting in Russia. We're getting you all the details on that big international story that is developing up ahead on the show. A very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's tell you what the top stories are this Saturday early morning first. Massive escalation and infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll on streets of Russia. Wagners call it March for Justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping world's vikas, hails India-US ties.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Prime Minister Modi wraps up his US visit en route state visit to Egypt. Now India-Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during Modi's key visit. We're getting you the top story at this hour, and it seems to be a mutiny which is brewing in Russia as a mercenary group, the Wagner, has vowed to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Russian mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin Wagner has claimed that his fighters had crossed the border into Russia from Ukraine and were prepared to go against Moscow's military. The Wagner group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Tension has been brewing between them over the war and how the war has been fought, with Prigozhin launching vocal criticisms of Russia's military leadership in recent months. On Friday, Prigozhin had accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Authorities have denied the strike and demanded the halt with his legal actions and accused him of armed mutiny. Gaurav Sawant is in fact joining us, a managing editor, with the very latest on that. Gaurav, from what reports seem to be suggesting, all clearly isn't well. There seems to be some sort of a major infighting that has broken out. Has this been brewing for a while? Give us an idea.
It was brewing for quite some time. In fact, Wagner forces have been at the forefront of the assault in Ukraine, and especially parts of eastern Ukraine. If we were to recently talk of that massive offensive that had taken place in the Bakhmut area, that's where the Wagner forces had led the charge. But the Wagner forces were extremely cut up with the Russian military leadership, including with Defense Minister Shoigu, saying that the backup that they wanted, the resources that they wanted were not coming. In fact, accusing the Russian forces of absolute incompetence, leading to the death of hundreds of Wagner fighters. Now, this is a private army. It's a private army that does not believe in the rules of the game or rules of war as they carry out perhaps the most brutal offensive, forcing the Ukrainian forces to step back in many instances. Now, these are forces that have now been turned to target the Russians, and one report seemed to indicate that they've taken over the Russian, not just the military office, but also the internal security office in Rostov, and that there were claims that a Russian military helicopter had been shot down. So much so, Sneha, the situation is so bad that the deputy commander of all Russian forces in Ukraine, General Surovikin, he had to issue a statement telling Wagner forces to only obey commands given by Moscow and not their leader, because this would indicate that there's a mutiny, and this mutiny would very directly be advantage Ukraine at a time when Ukraine says that their real counteroffensive is yet to begin.
You know, Gaurav, give us an idea about the affected areas herein, because from what I understand, it's not like many areas have been affected or Wagners have taken over major cities. It does appear that right now this conflict is confined to Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are really on the move. What more can you tell us?
You're right. So while this is restricted to Rostov, while this is restricted to Russia's east. But the fact remains, this is an area which actually would be a vital supply line for offensive that's taking place in Ukraine, or for the defense of territory that has been taken. Now, the question remains, why have Wagner forces been turned around? Forces that had been fighting so strongly in Ukrainian territory, ensuring that the Ukrainian forces were unable to advance, so much so there were some reports that seemed to indicate that the counter-offensive, the first phase of counter-offensive that had been mounted by Ukraine, had been decimated. Ukrainian forces had been decimated. Some accounts in Russia seem to indicate that just moving 700 meters forward, just 700 meters, less than 1 kilometer, almost a brigade plus of Ukraine had been eliminated. The second brigade was stalled. The breakthrough brigade couldn't even come in. Some analysts were arguing that the Ukrainian counteroffensive was virtually stillborn. At that time comes this news that Wagner forces have turned around Russian and are targeting Russian forces. There are tanks now on the streets in Rostov. There are military helicopters that are flying. And if the Wagner forces have actually either been turned for whatever reason,
Yes,
it would
Gaurav.
actually be a blow to the Russian offensive, and this would be a setback to President Putin.
Also what I want to ask you is that it does appear, from what reports are suggesting and from the pictures, dramatic visuals that have been coming in, that this is the Russian president who appears to be just so much more weaker, or perhaps the weakest that we've ever seen him so far in so many years, isn't it? Even after the Ukraine offensive, he hasn't really appeared to be this weak.
So, if you were to look at the bigger picture, the Russian president is fighting not just Ukraine, but an offensive where NATO countries are actively assisting Ukraine, where NATO forces are ensuring, when the pipeline went up, efforts were made to ensure that his finances were curtailed. In a lot of ways, yes, Russia is fighting with its back to the wall, but in many other ways, the fact that Russia is still fighting, still in a position to carry on the fight, and the fact that Ukrainian counteroffensive till a couple of days ago was being argued, wasn't able to, they weren't being able to make much headway. So it still remains to be seen, how long will this offensive continue. But you're absolutely right. The longer this offensive continues and the counteroffensive continues, it's not good news for Moscow if Wagner forces are turned, if Russian forces are facing these problems. The fact that analysts are saying a very large number of Russian population, especially their young men who could be fighting this war, have actually fled the country. They've gone. Their economy is taking a hit. So overall, absolutely not good news for Russia when something like this happens at a time when Ukraine says that the real phase of their counteroffensive is yet to begin. But the fact also remains, Russia remains in control of 1/5 of Ukraine.
Yes, 1/5 of Ukraine. Gaurav, I also want to ask you about the Wagner group. You did say that this has been brewing for a while now. This is a private military army. Talk to us a little about their strength and how big are they in that sense? Are they in a position to give a real challenge to Putin as what it appears to us right now?
When you're fighting a war with your back to the wall, every resource is required, and the 25,000 strong forces that are available to Russia, forces that they're not actually working as an auxiliary force, but the main strike force in some areas. The Wagner forces, it gives Russia plausible deniability. It helps Russia with these private mercenary groups, private militias, carrying out, the most brutal of offensives, not following the rules of war, not being bound by various international conventions on war. They've actually succeeded in pushing the Ukrainian forces back in multiple areas. Bakhmut, for example, you have the Wagner forces carry out one of the worst offensives against the Ukrainian forces, forcing them to retreat. It was a bloody battle. It was more a battle of prestige, according to some American analysts saying that there is no strategic value of this area. But both Russia and Ukraine wanted to hold Bakhmut for prestige. Russia continues to do so for now, and the Wagner forces had a very major role to play in it. However, they've now been turned which would mean that more Russian troops, more Russian military troops would be required. There have been reports that Russia is trying to desperately raise additional forces for the new phase of this conflict. Should that happen, and without the Wagner forces, one, it's advantage Ukraine. Two, Wagner forces know the vulnerabilities in the past 15 odd months of the Russian forces, and they can exploit that. They've just made this announcement that they've shot down a Russian military helicopter. So when you're fighting an adversary across, and then you have enemies within, it's a setback for the Russian forces.
Well, absolutely. Kremlin, of course, has ordered for the arrest of the boss of Wagner. Is what we know his whereabouts at the moment. What reports suggest is unknown. Gaurav, I'm going to thank you for joining us with your views and perspective on that story. And we're staying with developments from Russia. Now, tensions between Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Russian defense military are finally coming to a head, with the Wagner leader threatening to attack Russian troops in retaliation for what he says was a deadly strike against his own paramilitary forces. Listen in.
The head of Russia's Wagner Group mercenary organization is, for the first time, publicly rejecting Moscow's official justification for the war in Ukraine, saying the reason for the invasion was based on lies, running directly counter to President Putin's own statements, and marking a new milestone in the months-long feud between the Wagner founder, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and Russia's top military brass. This is part of Prigozhin's video, which was posted on Telegram.
Why was the war needed? The war was needed so that a handful of scumbags could have a blast and get PR attention showing how strong the army is. The war was needed not in order to return Russian citizens to our bosom, and not in order to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. It was needed for one star with additional embroidery, so that one mentally sick man could look good on a coffin pillow. Shoigu lives by the principle that a lie must be horrific for people to believe it. That's when the lies come.
Prigozhin's referring to Russia's defense minister Sergei Shoigu, a constant target of his criticism. He's often accused Shoigu and other military leaders of incompetence, but rejecting the core reasons for the war is new for Prigozhin. He says Shoigu's deceiving President Putin, and that the war was also used to enrich the ruling elite. Prigozhin also specifically uses the word war in the video, not the phrase special military operation used by the Kremlin. Prigozhin's enjoyed unusual freedom in publicly criticizing Moscow, although not Putin himself, whom he relies on for support.
All right, now the final leg of his U.S. visit as the state guest, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the U.S. for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He's announced that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding several deals inked during the maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside this building.
To unite, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा।
Thank you.
अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time for an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on two occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very, very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's two-day Egypt tour begins today. Well, after a power-packed three-day visit to the United States of America, the Prime Minister is gearing up for his Egypt visit. This will be Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Egypt, and also this would be the first official bilateral visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Upon his arrival at Cairo, the Prime Minister will hold a roundtable meeting with the Egyptian Prime Minister, followed by an interaction with the Indian diaspora, community members, as well as the Egyptian thought leaders. During his two-day visit, the Prime Minister will visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque, historic and prominent mosque in Cairo. He will visit Heliopolis War Grave Cemetery to pay tributes to the Indian soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice fighting for Egypt during the First World War.
We are having for the first time a roundtable between Honorable Prime Minister and the Egyptian Prime Minister. After President Sisi's highly successful visit to India in January 2023, both countries agreed to elevate the relations to a strategic partnership, and on his return, President Sisi constituted a special India unit in his cabinet, which consists of senior ministers, and they have been tasked to improve relations with India. So Prime Minister will be having a meeting with the India unit, and I'm sure that this will lead to very concrete outcomes and further deepen bilateral relations.
Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his two-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country, and is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he's going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al-Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It'll be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he's going to engage the Indian community there as well. A story and much more up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all news and updates. That brings us to the end of this edition. Health 360 follows. Do stay on for that. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Yoga Research and Development Center. Health 360 is telling you all about India's gift to the world. Yoga is a divine journey from self to true self. And to find that true self, India Today is in Bengaluru city. We are at the Akshar Yoga Research and Development Center. And as we commemorate Yoga Day celebrations across the country, we're going to tell you all about yoga. In every sense of the word, yoga is India's gift to the world. I'm Sneha Mordani, watching Health 360.
Yoga is not just about body postures or flexibility or another way of exercising or moving your body. It goes much beyond, much deeper. It's a very deeper connection with your own self.
Nostril breathing, close your right nostril with your thumb. Inhale from your left nostril. Close your left nostril and exhale from your right.
Many people, they say, I feel suicidal, like domestic abuses, the many things that happened at the time. And I used to get the phone calls and I was scared. And what can I do? What should I do at this time? This is happening, what should I do? And only thing at that time I knew is this will help. And then be strong right now and log in the morning. Few months later, I remember this person, the same lady who called me, who was saying that I was feeling suicidal, and they called me after 3 months and she tells, मैं कहाँ मरने की सोच रही थी and now मैं headstand कर रही हूँ. That was kind of liberating.
The myth about yoga just being something which can be equated to exercise is absolutely something that we need to move away from, and regular practices will make us believe, and results will tell us that it is something beyond just exercises.
Complete focus on your breath.
It really works on rewiring your brain in such a way it will help us grow as a person. As I told you before, no matter what profession that I am in, I might not be a yoga teacher or anything. I can be the best in everything I do. That's what yoga does.
3, 4, 5, 6.
If there's a group of friends and one of the person is known to have a very frequent anxiety,
attacks or very frequent panic attacks, what the others would advise is that just breathe, relax, you should not take too much of pressure, you should just chill, right? But what is happening inside, only that person knows. The best part of yoga is that it doesn't force anything that you should come out. It's not a toxic positivity. Everybody give me a smile, a cheeky smile. A big one, big cheeky smile. There you are, looking so beautiful.
When we are talking about yoga asanas, like yoga asanas would directly work with your blood flow. And when your blood flow is impacted, then we are talking about not just flexibility or strength or just at that level. We are talking about something beyond that.
Inhale, Bhujangasana, lower the shoulder back, drop it behind. And exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana, push your heels down.
The practice of yoga is believed to have started with the very dawn of civilization. The science of yoga has its origins from thousands of years ago, long before religions and belief systems were born. In the yogic lore, Shiva is seen as the first yogi or Adi Yogi and the first guru or Adi Guru.
There is no doubt that Himalaya is the origin of yoga. And that's the reason why people from all over the world, they are inclined towards these divine mountains. In our practices, when we are, we say that we practice or train on mountains, for us, yoga is a time immemorial practice. Giving any specific time, it'll always will be a kind of conflict. But still, when we go with the documents, so documents like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Bhagavad Gita, Patanjali Yoga Sutra and Rig Veda, they have immense information about yogic practices, and each these scriptures, they have their own method and way to teach us about the principle and the science of yoga.
The beginnings of yoga can be traced to the Indus-Saraswati civilization in northern India over 5,000 years ago. Around the time of 1800s and 1900s, yoga masters began traveling to the West, attracting attention and many followers. In the year 1893, Swami Vivekananda traveled to Chicago, attending the Parliament of Religions, preaching to the attendees about yoga and the universality of religion. He wowed the audience there, and thus began the journey of yoga moving out of India's shores. More than 100 years later came India's moment in 2014, when yoga was consciously popularized by the Indian government. The idea to tell the West that yoga is India's gift to the world, undoubtedly a symbol of India's soft power.
योग हमारी पुरातन पारंपरिक अमूल्य देन है। योग मन व शरीर, विचार व कर्म, संयम व उपलब्धि की एकात्मता का तथा मानव व प्रकृति के बीच सामंजस्य का मूर्त रूप है। यह स्वास्थ्य व कल्याण का समग्र दृष्टिकोण है। आइए हम एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस को आरंभ करने की दिशा में कार्य करें।
With the acceptance of yoga from international platforms, when you have the whole world involved in yoga, not emotionally. Now it's kind of official announcement all over the world that International Yoga Day, 21st June, and the whole globe celebrates this. So people, those who are involved, for sure, it's an achievement for them. But those who are not aware, they also got the information. And collective consciousness will help to go more deep in this science. And that's what we are seeing from past 8 years.
The 21st day of June is celebrated as Yoga Day world over. 300 million people globally have embraced this practice, reaping benefits for their bodies and their minds.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras, and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump, and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England, and help humanity.
Those who've embraced it tell us how yoga is possibly the most holistic wellness and health practice.
The whole science of chemical is yoga. My anger, my happiness, my joy, my stress, everything is yoga. If I'm able to take a benefit, for sure I would like to share with my family. And that's what the philosophy of yoga is, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We believe that whole world is our family. So it's very important to share this gift with everyone.
Yoga can be used in every way. Even as I told you, I myself joined to lose weight. The way you do any particular asana or the combination of asanas that we do, then how you combine asanas with each other and how you do with the breath, it matters. Another person who wants to get rid of the stress or anxiety or want to become flexible, everything works because of the combination that you're doing. It is asanas along with the breath techniques that we do.
When you do an asana, and you're not doing just an asana for your postures or building your strength or your flexibility, but you are doing it along with using your breath, you're doing it completely mindfully. You are in the present moment. There are 72,000 channels in our internal life force, unconscious body. What does it mean? Ayurveda speaks about it. Our rishis, munis have spoken about it long back, thousands of years back. What does it mean and how do they get blocked? Yoga is something that works on these channels.
When we talk about yoga, people don't even know that there is something called yoga for vision. Like your eyesight can be impacted with regular practices of yoga. Again, the same concept of channelizing your blood flow, and there are certain postures which trigger that more than the others. So when we are talking about inversions, or when blood is directly flowing towards your face or towards your upper body, then these kind of practices, when done regularly, will definitely result to a healthier vision and staying away from basic lifestyle disorders that we may have otherwise. Pressing certain pressure points with your fingers, they again stimulate your blood flow in a way that it would provide glow to your face. And again, regular practices. In fact, some of the face yoga practices can also be combined with breathing techniques like pranayama.
Diabetes is not just a problem of your body, it is a problem of your hormones, it is a problem of your stress levels, it is a problem of your spirit. You have to work on all forms, you have to work with your food, you have to work with your activity levels. There are particular asanas that work on your particular organs. There's accumulation of energy in your system which needs to be removed, and yoga works on that. So there are a lot of things that, and we have seen, I have seen in my personal practice also that yoga is really helpful and very holistic when it comes to reversing diabetes.
28-year-old Parth Patel, a practicing doctor who's battled depression and bipolar disease, tells us that his weapon has been yoga.
I've done my MBBS from Gujarat, and while I was doing the MBBS, the whole purpose of me becoming a doctor was to incorporate the healthy lifestyle into the society. But as I went into the deeper version of deeper layers of dealing with the patients, I got to understand that it was not providing health in the real terms. Rather, it was creating more illness in terms of side effects, in terms of putting a hole in the pocket. And that realization really got me thinking, really got me question about a lot of my choices about becoming a doctor. And those questions I didn't have the answers to, got me into that, not just depression, but the bipolar disease, that I used to become a little bit maniac about thinking, how would I deal with this? Because I really wanted to serve the society, but there was no real way I could find to actually do it. That was for me at least. And on the other hand, I used to feel very helpless, thinking that what am I going to do as one person against the entire system, the healthcare system that we have, and how even if I take certain steps, how those steps are going to make a difference into the world. And that's when I started practicing yoga for myself, and that's when I found the results, not just in the physical body. Of course, I really gained some good strength, stability and flexibility. My mental stability also increased. I was able to be in a lot more peace with myself.
Hoshidar Dubaj, a hotelier who fought hard against alcoholism, says that yoga came to his rescue.
When I was a hotelier, I was working in hotels, so nearly that time, weekends or we finish our work on the weekdays, and meeting friends and just having a drink was giving me that confidence that this is life. But nearly then I felt like does it make sense? Because my purpose, I'm not understanding my purpose, like why am I doing all these things? So the journey was, after joining the yoga, I really felt like that alcohol is not allowing me to grow. It is just a giving me that, a rush of happiness, peace, and that wasn't I was actually looking out for. But then when I started practicing Vitaksha Yoga, and the most important is the guidance of my guru, it nearly changed my life.
The world found itself in the middle of a pandemic in the year 2020. The pandemic has truly robbed us of our mental peace and physical well-being. But the quest for solutions is still on.
This announcement itself was a panic because no one is trained to live an isolated life. And what need to be done, what I should do, this kind of thoughts, this kind of lifestyle, it was natural to go through with the stress, anxiety and depression. Because yoga is having the mechanism to treat mind. Yoga is having that technique to engage you. People, those who got involved in this process, you see their outcome is totally different. When we meet people, in that fun part they say that those were beautiful days. Why? Because morning they were able to practice, evening they were able to practice, and they were engaged. My 1 hour is dedicated for my physical practice. So pandemic time, people, they became super conscious about their health.
That brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We're signing off from Bengaluru City. Until next time, stay safe and do take very good care of yourself. Bye for now.
Watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, Keep watching India Today.